Hello, everybody, and welcome to the very first English edition Shadowverse Evolve World Invitational 2023 Shadowverse World Finals. I'm here. I'm your official English edition ambassador, Ignitius, alongside a very good friend of mine, Red Zone Rogue. How you doing?
I'm doing absolutely fantastic today. I cannot wait for this event. We have a full day of excellent Shadowverse Evolve gameplay for you all.
I am so excited. This is my first time ever casting a physical TCG tournament, and I can just tell you right now, coming as a guy from digital card games, there's nothing but kindness and welcoming, inviting arms from everybody in the Bushiroad and the TCG in general community, and I'm so grateful for that, and I'm really, really excited to get into the games with you all today. I've been taking notes ever since like 3 days ago, just non-stop note writing. I'm super ready to get into it, covering all the games here with you today from all of our qualifying players from all over the world. We got the regional qualifiers from all the regions, NA, LATAM, Asia, Oceania, and Europe, and also the last chance qualifiers that they put out for more people to be able to make it here in Akihabara, Japan.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I'm gonna reiterate basically what you just said. The atmosphere here is electric, right?
Yeah.
There's such a awesome sense of like camaraderie among all of the contestants, and just being able to play a card game like face to face, have that like personal connection is just absolutely incredible. And yeah, there's a lot of talent, a lot of very, very skilled players here today, and I think it's just going to be just a great, fun event.
Just the like you said, the camaraderie. Like last night we had the welcoming dinner and everybody was there chatting with each other, even across different games, eating some food, even playing games before the event started, just to like, you know, get that itch out.
Yeah, exactly.
And practice a little bit last minute. So it was really beautiful to see, especially coming as somebody who's new to this scene, and I was just like, I want to be involved way more now. So.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I absolutely like thrive in this kind of space, you know? It's just like such a great vibe.
Yeah. All right. Well, guys, today the tournament is being played in the Uma Musume Pretty Derby format, which means the legal sets are booster set number 1, booster set number 2, and Uma Musume Pretty Derby collaboration set. And it's going to be 7 rounds of Swiss into a top 8 top cut. So look forward to that. Of course, we have very nice prizes for the winners today. For participants, they get a foil promo Crystalia Tia and Crystalia Tia Evolution. We also give them a Rubber Alice playmat.
Beautiful, beautiful playmat.
It is really, really nice. For top 8, they also get an additional copy of the foil promo Tia and Crystalia Tia Evo. And in 4th place, they get all of that, plus a placement certificate. In 3rd and 2nd place, they get all of that, plus a trophy. And then finally, the champion gets all of that, plus the title of World Champion for 2023, as well as a sponsored invite to the next World Finals, as well as a foil promo Alice Wonderland Dreamer, which is beautiful.
Absolutely beautiful and very, very powerful card. That's a card we're going to see prominently, I would say, in the next set meta for sure.
Oh, yeah. I'm super looking forward to it, set 3. A little bit of a spoiler. I got a little bit of a sneak peek. And it did just come out yesterday, Flame of Levitine, so make sure you check that out as well. But a lot of the cards are really, really sick, and Alice is definitely one you got to keep your eye on, especially if you're a Havencraft guy. Just saying.
Yeah, do not sleep on the Humpty Dumpty. Do not sleep on the Eggsplosion. I think if you don't know, you will know very, very shortly the power of the Egg Haven.
Yes, absolutely. Now, guys, there is... You know, I'm just saying, fantastic quality games, that's enough for me. But there's even more for you in the audience today. We got to tease that there is going to be a big announcement for Shadowverse Evolve near the end of the stream. So you're going to want to tune in for the whole time, because this is a world-first announcement for Shadowverse Evolve. Very exciting stuff on the way. We can't say anything about it yet, but
I'm so stoked.
You know and I know that it's something to be excited for.
I can't wait. It is so cool. Just wait. It is. Just wait. Yeah, can't contain myself.
Yeah. We're
composure.
Like, it's. Dude, I can't say.
It's incredible. It's actually super cool.
Yeah.
I'm personally, as a player of Shadowverse Evolve, very excited for it.
And you should be too. So again, make sure to stay tuned throughout the entire stream. Now, I also want to say that this stream does come with some viewer participation. All right. So before every match, we are going to be running a poll over in chat so that you guys can vote for who you think is going to come out on top. Not only that, but after each round, we are going to have a trivia question. And if you answer that correctly, you do get a booster pack as well as a special signed ambassador card from either me or Different Fight Chris, who is over there hosting a different game right now. Maybe he'll come over if he's got a free moment. It'll be cool to see him on stream.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
But yes, that's how you can get involved in the chat, the polls, as well as the trivia. And the trivia, you can actually stand to win some prizes. So make sure you get involved over on the stream.
Yeah, trivia is really fun. We kind of perused the trivia earlier, and there's some really fun ones. So very much looking forward to the chat's reaction to some of the questions.
Yeah, I mean, we got like a pool of questions, and me and Kel got to pick them out, and we did not make it easy for you.
Yeah. There's a good mix of stuff, so yeah.
You're going to have to earn your flame of Leviatine boosters, okay?
Exactly. There's some questions that I was like, I think I know this, like, and then some questions where like, dude, like, if you know this, you're like a big brain.
Super fan.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we got to reward our most ardent fans, of course.
Yeah, of course.
But yes, I'm really, really excited. Just as a bit of a sneak peek in terms of what is up here in the meta, I believe in terms of just competitors themselves, all of the classes plus Uma Musume are represented. Some definitely more represented than others. Don't get me wrong. I think the big ones to watch, Uma Musume, pure Uma, that deck is very, very powerful. And I got topped a lot of events in the lead up to this, in this format specifically.
Yeah.
Dragoncraft as well, didn't win a lot of events, but it did top 8 a lot of events and top 4 as well. So a lot of people bringing that. And of course, the third biggest deck to watch out for, your favorite,
Swordcraft.
That's the one.
Yeah. I think those 3 decks, if you just asked, your average Shadowverse Evolve player, they probably would have come up with that list pretty easily, right? I think Uma and Dragon were the front runners. I think Sword is very strong. I'm a little biased here, but I love Sword. And we do have some other ones as well, right? We do have a few players running Forest, which I think might have been the breakout deck of the season.
Yep.
Very, very cool deck. I've seen some like really interesting takes on Forest. Some of them running what you'd consider like your standard package, but also some that are running some spicy tech like bringing back Roach a little bit.
Yeah, or Rose Queen and Arya as well. Yeah. I think Forest very recently had such a huge performance, right? Like winning the LCQ champs in Houston, as well as in Singapore very recently as well. So I think maybe people are underestimating it and maybe also less prepared for it, but we're gonna have to see and find out ourselves here. In addition to that, the other off-meta pick is Havencraft, with Control Havencraft actually winning a few regionals and last chance qualifiers as well on the lead up to this event. Havencraft being the Control Haven variant, where you land the Aegis, you give it ward, you swing face, and they can't go over that ward unless they have a lot of burn damage, right?
Yep. Basically just a big old 10-10 that's incredibly hard to deal with. They can evo it for even bigger stats. It's just difficult. But like we mentioned, that Forest deck does have the reach to potentially go over it. And that might have been a consideration going into this event for a lot of players who might have otherwise wanted to play Haven. If they saw a lot of events like this kind of Forest prevalent, they could have been like, oh, you know, maybe the Aegis isn't enough for me. Maybe they're just going to like burn me out with like a silver bolt or some sort of like a
or Nisa Brian from Sword off the top, right?
Exactly. Yeah. So yeah, it's a very interesting meta. We also do have some players playing Runecraft today.
That's true. That one I really did not expect. I think a lot of players going into this event have been sort of considering that Uma Musume does a lot of what Runecraft does, but a little bit more effectively. But there are things that Runecraft can do that Uma Musume cannot do. For example, take extra turns with Dimension Shift. Daria just refreshing your EX area and cheating out cards that you otherwise wouldn't be able to play that turn, as well as just being a 6/6 body. And also even like, for example, in the regional qualifiers, it's in a different meta, but Ipang, my guy from Indonesia, not biased by the way, he won with Earthright Root in that set. So that was very, very hype, and even then, it wasn't really a deck that people really had their eye on. But when it was there, everyone was like, oh, I don't know how to prepare against this. And then he ended up taking the entire thing. So
It's a fun deck. I personally really like the Earthright. I'm very curious to see today what the Runecraft players are playing. It feels like if you're bringing Runecraft or like Abyss, that's like your jam, right?
Yeah.
You're like you're the Rune expert, or you're the Abyss expert. So I mean, they're bringing it here to the World Finals. You got to know that they're bringing it for a reason, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then we have Abyss, right? Abyss is the other really interesting one. Let's just say we don't have too many Abyss players. We do have at least one Abyss player today. And once again, very curious on what sort of build they're going to be bringing. My guess would be aggro, but maybe they've got some spicy tech. Maybe they're doing like a reanimator kind of deal. I think it's going to be fascinating to see how the Abyss player does.
I think Abyss is interesting, right? Because aggro Abyss can out-tempo and just outburn a lot of decks in the meta, but against decks that have very efficient removal, it becomes much harder.
Yeah.
And with Uma so prevalent, it makes me a little worried about our Abyss hero. But that being said, like you said, they played Abyss, they're the Abyss guy. And for example, Juan Carlos Cerron from Mexico, who qualified through the Mexico LCQ, I should say, won with that event with aggro Abyss.
He actually won the LCQ with Abyss, so like that's pretty sweet. I'd really like personally playing like the aggro Abyss. It really like resonates with my like, you know, aggro mindset. I love like just turning dudes sideways and like burning your opponent out.
Simply turn my guy sideways.
Yeah, it's like it's a nice like, I don't want to say cathartic experience, but you know, turn your dude sideways, burn you to the face. And,
I want to be engaged. I want to be engaged at all times.
It's like, can I count to 20? Yes, I can.
And that deck got really cool tools in BPO2 too, like with Soul Dealer as well, which you would think is a more controlling card, but the fact that it activates Sanguine and then on Evolve just like heals you all the way back to where you were, and while dealing with an enemy follower as well. That's very nice.
I think one of the cool things that that Abyss does actually have is it's got a nice little suite of like cool 2-for-1s that you don't see in a lot of other like aggro decks, right? One of the big downsides of it is just gassing out against all of the other mid-range decks out there. You know, you have your Uma, which is just an incredibly powerful mid-range deck. You have Sword, and then you have like your top end, like Dragon, as like the decks that you definitely want to prepare against. And gassing out is dangerous, to say the least.
Definitely an issue, right? Like, especially when you don't have that much card draw. Like, what you got?
You have a
Soul Convert.
Yeah,
that's it.
You have that. Maybe a couple others, but not too much, right?
Not too much. I know, no, not really.
I'm trying to think, for the deck list that I've seen, do they run a lot of other card draw? Not a ton.
No.
But you do run a, like, nice little 2-for-1s.
Yeah, but the problem with Abyss is that it also runs a lot of this, like, low-to-the-ground followers that don't recycle your hand, so then you end up just playing them out, going for an aggro game plan, and if they have a Conflagration or other board clear, otherwise, like, you know, Daiwa vodka.
Right, yeah.
Lamplit.
Oh, yeah. Lamplit makes some noise. Like, it can be kind of brutal, especially when they do like their when they're Daiwa vodka and they're just like, I'm just gonna kill your dude for free. Won't feel great, you know. And then also make all of my other Uma stuff bigger.
Yeah. And not only that, but with Abyss being so low to the ground, with the Uma Musume set, Forest got a lot of cheap cards that are very good.
Yes.
Shinko Windy, Marvelous Sunday, even Gold City in the mid game. It makes it very difficult for Abyss to push through. If they get a Harvest Festival on one into Marvelous Sunday, you cycle and you heal, and then Abyss is like, then they play Shinko Windy, go through their deck, rush in, and it's like, I thought I was the aggro deck. What happened?
Yeah.
And then they play Ancient Elf, and you're like, now I can't go through. Now you have stats, and I can't go through.
Oh man. Yeah.
So I'm really, maybe I'm just being pessimistic. I'm just gonna have to believe in our Abyss hero here.
Hey, I'm rooting for the Abyss hero.
Yeah,
right?
for sure.
All of the Abyss fans out there.
Here. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. And if either Abyss, Haven, or Forest are able to do really well in Swiss and make it to top 8, that's already a huge story right there.
Yeah. I would love to see that, to be honest. Those are just great stories for events like this. Someone coming in with like their rogue deck, their meta pick. That's what you love to see,
Yeah.
We do have quite a bit of Uma here, so I think someone who prepped for the event and they're like, hey, maybe I'm not going to bring the best deck. Maybe I bring the deck that beats the best deck.
Yeah.
Those are always, to me, like the really, really interesting calls that these pro players make at these big events.
For sure. And just like looking at all the notes I've been taking throughout the days, you can tell that I've just been so excited for this event.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, I've been really going into it. And in terms of beating Uma, it's just got to be Dragon, right?
Yeah, I mean, Dragon is one of the crafts that I don't necessarily want to call it high rolly, but it's one of those that can snowball like out of control and then just get so far ahead on resources and just really big, powerful allies that either just kill everything or just dome your opponent for a ton of damage. One of my personal favorite cards, Forte, is just very strong, just 7 to the face that, hey, you can't shoot it, you know?
My man.
Oh, I love it.
You're really saying a lot of things I'm liking to hear right now.
Yeah.
As you know, I'm a Dragon. That's like part of my branding, is that I'm a Dragon main, both in and out of the digital game. Actually, he came with me. We were shopping around, and we found his neutral leader. I'm like,
oh, yeah, dude.
I'm getting it.
He snapped it up. It took him like 2 seconds. He's like, I'm buying that.
I'm taking that one.
Yeah, yeah.
And speaking of Uma Musume, though, I also want to talk about the pre-restriction that happened, right?
Yes. Yeah, yeah.
So Ikuno Dictus, as well as Trial Initiation, pre-restricted to 1 before the set came out in accordance and response to how the Japanese meta was at the time. And that has actually really affected the consistency of the deck, at least in my testing. It
has, for sure.
Yeah, because like now when I'm fighting against Swordcraft, I only have the 1 Trial Initiation that I maybe pull out of Agnes, sorry, out of Daiwa rather.
Yeah.
And it just makes me feel like I don't have that much cycle, to the point where people are even playing Flowers for You without Saiyan Sky just for the cycle. It just feels such a strange, like you're forced to run into this less optimal package now.
Yeah, I think it's interesting in that it just makes getting that Daiwa and getting that vodka that much more difficult, and it makes for, you know, more interesting matches, right? Instead of just getting Daiwa, getting vodka like every single game and being able to just, you know, snowball over your opponent. It is I think it had the intended effect. Yeah, you know, I think it opened up the field quite a bit. We mentioned Forest being kind of like a breakout deck for the season, and I think these restrictions, both the 2 in Uma and the 1 Shenlong and Dragon, kind of open things up and, you know, maybe cause players to experiment more and find, you know, other avenues of competitive play, and that's what we saw with like Forest.
Yeah, I think for sure that happened, as well as just like we said, like all classes plus Uma are represented in this tournament. So just that alone has sort of like proved that point that was the right hit, and I agree with that decision very much. But not the right hit for me when I was playing Uma Musume against my friends and lost hard.
Yeah. I mean,
it happens.
It did happen like that. I mean, I played Dragon at the LCQ that I attended, and it's, you know, sometimes similar. The consistency can be there. Do you get your Oracle? Do you not get your Oracle? And that's, you know.
Oh. You should have bought this neutral leader. Then you'll always open Oracle.
Right?
That's a fact.
That's the tech. That's the secret Igni tech right there.
Hey.
Yeah.
Now, guys, we are getting a game in here for round 1 ready for you very soon. It's going to be Shiny Cardboard versus Spencer, which is, I'm really excited. Let me just take a look at my notes here, because I do believe I know exactly what Spencer qualified with. There he is, Spencer Freeman from the Illinois Regional Qualifier, champion there, all the way back during set 1 with Roach Forestcraft. I wonder if they're going to stick with Roach or if they're going to swap off into a different deck.
I mean, Roach is pretty spicy. Even among the Forest decks that you see, they don't run a ton of Roach, right? The Forestcraft deck that got 3rd place at the LCQ that I attended did run Roach, and it was like a pretty spicy include. And I think if they're running Roach again, that's pretty sweet, right?
Yeah.
A lot of folks have been cutting Roach and seeing a resurgence. I know a lot of Shadowverse digital players might have some PTSD from Roach.
I like him personally.
Yeah.
He comes on the board, goes and then goes straight to the face.
I guess if you're the person playing it, you're like, oh, this is great. Like, this is endorphins. And if you're the opponent, you're like, oh no, what is this?
Oh no.
What is this bug, dude? Oh yes. So
I'm really looking forward to this game because I'm just looking forward to the game in general. I can't wait to see it. I've been sort of hyping myself up for the past like 4 or 5 days about this.
Yeah,
so
me
like
too.
having it finally come up in front of me, I'm like, I'm ready. Let's get into it.
just can't wait to talk about more Shadowverse, you know?
Absolutely. Now, a reminder to the viewers out there, we do have a poll about to go up about who is going to win this match, so you can predict. You can predict who is going to be able to win this game. So make sure you participate in the chat there, as well as remember after the round we are going to have a giveaway where you answer some trivia and we give away some prizes for you. But enough chatting. Let's get into the deck list for our first round here in Shadowverse Evolve, the World Invitational 2023 World Finals.
The very first English World Finals.
And what an honor for us to be here for this.
Oh,
right?
it's so awesome. So
that's the one I'm talking about,
your
brother.
boy.
Shiny cardboard, bringing that forest craft. Of course, this is the mid-range forest that got a lot of new tools with Uma Musume. I was just talking about this during the pre-game. We got the new Shinko Windy card, being able to just be an aggressive card that just looks at the top of your deck. If you don't like it, toss it away. Helps a bit of consistency to help you either get Harvest Festival or that Ancient Elf. I'm talking very fast. I'm like an otaku right now.
Yeah. Just go.
You got Ancient Flash, which is able to reverse board states in a second. You play that against the Leonidas. If they don't have a swordsman alongside it, they can't trade their Leonidas. Get that Leonidas off the board, and then they have to reinvest the mana or the play points to play that again. We also have Marvelous Sunday here, which is a great card, being able to bounce your own card and healing you, which is not only so cheap, but you can curve that off of Harvest Festival as well, meaning that you get a draw, you heal, and once again, I am weeping for my Aggro Abyss hero.
Right, yeah. That can be a little brutal. It can be a little brutal for sure.
And one very interesting new card here from Uma Musume here, Kel, is Gold City.
Yeah, one of Gold City, actually.
Yeah, a one of, just to help get over and the finish line a little bit, because it has the effect of recovering 3 play points. So it's essentially 1 play point card. And if there are 8 cards on the field, which includes your opponent's field as well, it gains Storm. So it's actually a little bit of additional damage. And because it only costs 1, on turn 8, you can curve it alongside your Silverbolt, for example, which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it does. I do like the one of inclusion here too. It's a nice little spicy tech include. For sure. And of course the main super boss card of the deck, Silverbolt. You draw a card and you deal damage equals the number of cards you have in your hand, which is just additional burn on top of the aggression in the mid and early game that you have now. And honestly, with this new build of Forestcraft, I have found at least that Silverbolt has to do less work these days because you're so much more aggressive in the early to mid game. So you can just play a Silverbolt. It's a Silverbolt. You don't have to worry about it dealing massive damage. You just have to worry about it dealing enough. Exactly.
And that's all you need.
Once again, can you count to 20, right?
Right, exactly. Now, I want to talk to you, Cal, about this inclusion because you were telling me about this card a lot on the day before. Rose Deer, what is that in the deck for?
Yeah, I mean, like, Thornburst is a sweet card, right?
Yeah, right, exactly.
It's just, you get a body from the Rose Deer, but you also get an ability to kind of go over the top, to go over any of your opponent's ward, and it's just kind of like a nice little inclusion that helps supplement the Silverbolt burn. Yeah, and as well as just that fact that Thornburst also draws a card is so nice. And the Rose Deer himself actually has Rush, so it's an active follower on the board. It doesn't just sit there doing nothing when you play him. You can immediately trade him into a threatening body. Just a bunch of value, and in this meta where there's a lot of mid-game and a lot of boards are going wide, it's actually a pretty good inclusion. I'm just going to call him the Value Deer. The Value Deer. Yeah, he's the Value Deer. Value, not as in he like value brand, but value as in he gives you value. Oh yeah, he gives you value. He can trade, he gives you Thornburst, draws a card. Yeah, sweet. And of course, we would be remiss if we didn't mention the 3 of Silence Suzuka as well. Just an additional Storm body, as well as on the Evolve being able to bounce an enemy follower, which is so nice as well. Super powerful card. One of the cards that helps you get your opponent down to that crucial life total so you can burn them out. One of the breakout cards of the Uma set for sure. For mostly Forest, right? Yeah, and the fact that it's just like such a solid play in the mid game leading up to your Silverbolt, like you play it, then you evolve it on 6, and then Silverbolt comes out the turn after. Yeah, it's a nice little 1-2 punch, right? Absolutely. And I also want to bring up the 2 Crystalias here. Crystalia Lily having the ability to just like remove so many of the boards. She's so good. It's like you were talking about, these 2-for-1s, these 3-for-1s, they're so powerful. And of course, as well, the Tia, which is actually the promo prize for today. Yes. The Crystalia Tia being able to flood the board by summoning the Crystalia Eve token makes your board a problem so that you are not purely reactive. You are now the beatdown, right? So there you have it. Yeah, a lot of the games today, we have a lot of like mid-range decks, and board presence and board control is going to be very important as we watch all of the games. And Tia, she just helps with that in an incredible amount. All right, are you ready to move on to the next deck list? Yeah, let's see the next one. Let's take a look at what Spencer is running today. We got,
No way!
Here we go. Okay, let's dive into this. So this is Runecraft. The first things, when I'm looking at any Runecraft deck, I just kind of scan the board. Are they running D-Shift?
They are not.
No, this is not a D-Shift list.
This is a Mithril Golem list where you're trying to get that spell chain up and then land the Mithril Golem for that damage. Also, a lot of burn here with Demonic Strike, and then a lot of ways to deal with the board. Fire Chain, Angelic Barrage.
Execution, the
make some noise.
there.
And the Execution as well is really good against the Leonidas specifically,
yeah.
as well as Dragon to get rid of the rights, the Dracomancer's rights, as well as the Leonidas' Resolve Amulet. Execution is your only amulet removal here. Of course, you're running the 3 of Merlin just to draw a card, as well as recycle a spell from your cemetery. And the new card, Agnes Tachyon. Tell me about this.
I love Agnes. I call her Mini Merlin. She's great. I mean, she's a low drop. She just helps you tutor for stuff. She's just fantastic, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Just the fact that she's able to get that card straight from your deck, and you're just like, man, I love Agnes Tachyon so much as well. Just the recyclability is so powerful for Uma Musume.
Yeah, little mini Merlin. We have your staple Penguin Boy here, who's just gonna create a ton of value.
Oh, for
just
sure.
Kind of a really annoying card to deal with because it just has so much health.
I'm kind of surprised they're not on Trail of Light, but yeah, this is a very interesting list. Oh wait, no, there's Trail of Light. I can't see. I was too distracted by looking at Merlin.
I mean, Merlin's pretty nice. There's, we have the one of Lamplit, which is an interesting include over Angelic Snipe.
That is true, yeah. Instead of, they have Angelic Snipe here, but only has a 2 of copy.
Yeah,
and Angelic Barrage is
but
2 of copy as well, and 1
yeah.
Lamplit. I think just to combo with the Agnes, basically, right?
Yeah.
So that makes a lot of sense to me. And speaking of comboing with the Agnes, we also have the 2 of Make Some Noise as well. So just a lot of removal, then play Mithril and Runeblade and GG?
I think so, yeah. I mean, I do like the hard removal too, because Uma decks can get large, very large. I've been up against Uma decks with 7 health, 8 health, die with Scarlets and Vodkas.
Yeah, man.
So having that hard removal is going to be very, very important. We are going to be playing against Forest today, so some of that hard removal, it's not going to be quite as good because they don't have, their units aren't as big.
Yeah.
Here we have the Evo deck for Spencer's Runecraft. We see single Bell Ringer. We got the 3 of Agnes. You can never discount the ability to shrink your opponent's
yeah, the removal is so
their
nice.
followers,
yeah.
especially in this particular matchup because Forest doesn't typically have a lot of super high health followers, right? When I think of Forest, I'm thinking of stuff like Silent Suzuka, and just being able to finish her off, clear her off the board with just 1 or 2 spells is going to be just great value, right? You can point a spell at another target and then just Agnes can clean it up.
Yeah, and also this list also runs Fire Chain and a bunch of other wide boards, so you just play that, and then whatever's left, Agnes can take out as well. So. Makes a lot of sense. I do like that you call her Mini Merlin, by the way. That is kind of hilarious.
Yeah.
Merlin pulls it, and then they both recycle it. Let's go.
Little Mini Merlin.
All right, I'm really interested to see how this deck plays. I don't think anybody was expecting this today, so...
It's a pretty spicy list, to be honest.
I mean, if you just leave your Runeblade Summoner standing, what are they going to do about it?
I mean, cross their fingers, hope that they can get there. It's pretty sweet. I'm actually... honestly excited to see Runecraft up first, right? Both Rune and Forest.
All right, we got the 2 players on the field here, ready to duel it out. Shiny Cardboard versus Spencer. Listen, going into this tournament, I was like, Uma Musume Dragon, are we going to see that first? But no, the first matchup is something beyond my wildest dreams right now.
Right,
so.
yeah.
Let's figure it out.
I mean, honestly, thinking about the overall meta, this is not a typical matchup that you would think, right, going into this. So this is going to be a fairly exciting.
Well, I was sort of really talking up the virtues of Swordcraft. Oh, sorry, Forestcraft.
Yeah.
But Rune is not what I was expecting.
Ooh, good old Penguin Boy coming in here, generating some immediate value. Being able to draw 2, discarding that Trail of Light. I mean, that's exactly what you want to see if you're Rune, right? You want to see your Penguin Boy, you want to see that Trail of Light in hand so you can get that excellent value, right?
Already with that Penguin Evolve. All right, re-standing it and going ahead and re-engaging it as well to even dig through even more. getting that spell chain active as fast as possible, and even protecting the Penguin with the Bellringer Angel here.
Yeah, and for those of you who are watching who might be new to Shadowverse Evolve, remember when a follower evolves, they actually wake up, right?
Refresh, yep.
Yeah. You can use them a second time, which is a really nice, play that a lot of
well, Penguin specifically refreshes, whereas usually they just gain rush. But Penguin is able to engage on non-evolved form and then refresh and then engage again.
Yeah.
Like, that's why he's so good. That's a good little boy right there. Penguin.
Ton of value.
Yeah. And we see a Harvest Fest into there you go.
Nice.
Marvelous Sunday, being able to bounce it back and adding 2 to your defense. That's the play I'm looking at. That's what I like.
Both players feel like they had fairly ideal, first couple turn plays, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have the Penguin with the Trail of Light, you have the Harvest Fest and the Bounce. Yeah, I think they're both trundling along as they would like.
Yeah, and again, just accelerating the spell chain is so important for the Rune deck here to make sure that your Rune Blade is able to come out and swing, your Mithril Golem is able to come and do the burn, but my doubt is how fast can they get there, and can they get there faster than Swordcraft can burn them with Silverbolt? That's the question.
Yeah, I mean, this is Silverbolt. There's maybe a little bit over the top with the Value Deer, and then of course Suzuka being able to just smash on it.
And Gold City.
Yeah,
If we're leaving up these weenies like Bellringer and Penguin, Gold City is gonna be like, okay, come in with Storm
for sure.
Yeah.
Which actually,
Ooh, Agnes comes out, pulling back a spell.
All right, yeah. Just kind of like cleaning up the board here, and this is a Runecraft deck that has the board presence.
Wow,
Bellringer.
Like I said, like with me, I'm watching this deck and I'm in the same position as the viewer, like trying to learn what's going on because this deck was completely out of left field. I mean, did you expect this to come up?
No, I didn't. And honestly, I was like, if we see Rune, I'm kind of expecting to see like a D shift.
Yeah, but that's same. Or even like for example, Epunk in Indonesia won during set 2 with Earthright. And I was maybe expecting that, but not Mithril Golem Rune Blade Summoner.
Starter deck All-Star, yeah. Very, very cool.
Very cool. And you know what? It does make some kind of sense, especially in a best of 1, right? Where you bring a deck where people are not prepared and they don't know what to do against you, rather than a deck that they have for sure practiced against. So it does make sense to sort of bamboozle your opponent in that way as well.
Absolutely love the rogue decks, like completely throw your opponent off kilter, and they're just like, you could come into this just assuming as the Force player, like, oh, they're just playing D shift or something, and then they're just like, nah, here's my golem, right?
Rogue decks, Red Zone Rogue. Is that where your name comes from?
A little bit. I'm a big fan of the rogue decks. Big fan of the rogue decks.
All right. Force players thinking. It's quite a hard deck to pilot at points as well, because I feel like you didn't get your Harvest Fest here, but if you can't find like a lot of your cycle and a lot of your burn in time, then you're also like taking damage from their board as well. Especially with that Agnes, like how are we dealing with that on board right now? We're gonna go ahead and evolve the Elven Princess Mage. Get those wisps up.
Yeah, get some nice little wisps going, saving up for maybe a combo play.
And this is going to be able to take out the Bellringer here.
Yeah, just going in for some board presence here. These wisps are just asking to be targeted by Agnes. Agnes is just like salivating there, like, oh, just give me some spells.
The fact that this Penguin has lasted this long is so bad for the Forest player too.
Yes.
Because it's just so many spells into the discard that yeah, it just accelerates that game plan.
I mean, like honestly, the Penguin feels like fairly difficult to deal with such a big big health pool, right?
Yeah, it's got a large stat line there, the 5 defense on Evolve, right? So
I mean, without like hard removal, it's going to take a lot of resources to deal with the Penguin, and especially if the player is very careful and not to, leave it vulnerable.
Right.
It could,
you could like Ancient Flash it, or like or Tia it.
Yep,
or sorry, Lily it.
Lily it to the bottom of the deck for sure.
All right, we're gonna actually evolve. Oh, here we go.
Oh, getting that Trail of Light back. It's gonna get more value, possibly just from the Penguin. I mean, hey, drawing 2, discarding 1 is like pretty sweet. As a card game player, I like drawing cards.
Same. We have so much in common.
Yeah. Speaking my language.
And now because of Trail of Light being discarded, oh, the combo. All right, here we go. And now with Agnes Tachyon on the field, remember, they still have the spell even in evolved form, where every time you cast a spell, you can deal 1/1, or rather debuff by 1/1, which does, in fact, deal with these fairy wisps no problem.
That's the power of Agnes. She's just great value. Being able to clear up the board, being able to, you know, regrow a card. Excellent stuff here.
Yeah, that, a lot of the Uma Musume cards have really changed the landscape of the game.
Yeah, especially outside of the Uma Musume decks.
I was going to say the same thing. Like we just saw in Forest, Marvelous Sunday being able to get them back up to a healthy health total as well as cycle their draw. Agnes Tachyon here in Rune, and then in Dragon. I know some players are even running Saiyan Sky in Dragon these days. And of course, Oguri Cap. How can we forget, right? Like that card is a monster. So
Oguri Cap, facing down the Oguri Cap is a nightmare, to be honest.
So Uma Musume has really, like, not only is it its own deck, but it also has supplemented the other classes so well, in my opinion. So
agreed. Yeah. They're just, especially like this Forest Craft deck, right? We see a ton of Uma Musume cards in the Forest Craft deck, just kind of like pumping up its strategy and just really synergizing what it wants to do. All of the cards that, you know, return stuff back to your hand or deal with your opponent's board.
I do see a Runeblade Summoner in Spencer's hand, so that might be the end game goal here, but if Ancient Elf is able to come up and block that, that would also be a problem for Spencer.
Yeah. I mean, Ancient Elf can get like up to pretty high stats, right? And possibly demand more than just Agnes -1/-1 shenanigans.
Right, or like a make some noise from the other side.
Kind of look at Spencer's hand. It looks like he's got another penguin just kind of chilling in his hand. Not sure what else he's rocking there, but you know he's got a full grip, so his deck is running a ton of removal, so he's high chance that he's packing some of it there.
Mm-hmm. And just like, it's basically almost all removal except for the big payoffs, right?
Yeah,
it's like, even on Rhyme Wind in that list, I saw from the deck list, so like, and Fire Chain, the angelic spells, and then the only end game is that Mithril Golem Runeblade Summoner to finish the game off, so.
Yeah, very spicy tech. I think players here, I mean, like, we are here at the World Finals. We're going to see a lot of players just, you know, very methodically think through their plays, make sure they're doing the most optimal thing here. It looks like...
Especially because these are not decks that each other are kind of used to practicing against, right? So you got to take your time. You got to take your time.
We have a race here. A nice shiny carrot. This is going to bounce the penguin back to hand. And then with the rush kind of coming on in and trying to finish off the Agnes here. Definitely don't want to leave that on board.
No siree. But Asian Flash is like such a powerful card in my opinion. Like, I feel like people honestly still underestimate it. Like to this day, I was not seeing a whole lot of respect. And of course the ability to remove it here with that Agnes. But just like that bounce of getting rid of that penguin, like not today. You want to try and protect it with Bellringer, I understand, but like nope. And look at that, the entire board on the Runecraft side is cleared now. Yeah,
definitely can't discount his hand. He's got like a lot of options. And here we see the same Harvest Festival coming on down.
Going into 5 play points here for Rune.
I mean, so far we've seen like a nice back and forth here, right? I think one of the things to note as the game goes on, just got to pay attention to the Runecraft players' discard pile, right?
Yes,
the spell chain's very important. So even though the life totals look very close, it's kind of like a ticking clock.
So they're at spell chain 6 right now, so they need 4 more for 10, and then 15 is when it really gets spicy, because that's when Mithril Golem gets active as well, and Runeblade Summoner as well.
I mean, with the Penguins in hand and full grip, I think that's not out of the question.
Yeah, especially because like the entire deck is just low-cost spells.
Yeah.
So like once you get to like turn 7, you can just play 7 spells in a row, and then turn 8, then you go off, right?
And when you see your opponent activate the Penguin and discard the Fate's Hand, you're like, well, they definitely don't need the card draw, I suppose.
And I think he's gonna go ahead and evolve the Penguin again. Yep.
Big value.
Shiny Cardboard is here like, why is this happening again?
To note, this is the second Evo for the Penguin, right? So Shiny can deal with this. He's got to only worry about 1 more Evo Penguin.
And there's the Wind Blast into the Spell Chain pile. We're at 8 count now. So at 10, Runeblade is active. And then at 15, Mithril. So we got to keep... Oh, there's Execution.
All right. You just kind of like cycling out some of these hard removal that he just doesn't need right now.
Just needs one more spell, and then Runeblade is active.
Whew. So for the viewers out there, can you read off what Runeblade does?
Sure thing. Spell Chain 5. It's a 1/1 3-cost card with Spell Chain 5, gain +4/+4. Spell Chain 10, gain Storm. So it becomes a 3-cost 5/5 Storm. You play 2 of those, that's 10 damage. You follow that up with a Mithril Golem with another 5 to the face. That's a lot of damage.
A lot of damage. And I think the key part is it only costs 3. Only costs 3 play points to drop, right?
Yeah, imagine you on turn 9, you play 3 of those.
Oof.
Now that's nothing to scoff at right there.
Just kind of setting up for a nice little wombo combo. Ooh, here we have a
Lily.
A Lily.
That penguin is going away.
Yep. Bye-bye, penguin.
We're sending that guy to Alcatraz.
Yeah, ship him to the netherworld, right?
Get out of here.
Yep.
All right.
Nice. Big fan of Lily.
Yep. Putting at the bottom of the deck is so strong.
Yeah.
You'll never see it again, basically, is what you're saying.
Yep. That's God.
Yep.
This is a really interesting back and forth, right? So the Rune player definitely needs to keep up with the board presence so they just don't get, nickel and dimed down to death here. Because there are some crucial break points when you're playing against Forest, right? You don't want to get into Silverbolt range. You don't want to get into like a Suzuka range where they can do like a Silent Suzuka followed up by a Silverbolt just to burn them out. 18 currently is a pretty healthy total.
It's been a very reactive game, right? Like on one side, we have the Forest just doing a lot of removals for their penguins and their tachyons. On the other side, the tachyons doing the removal for the Forest tokens. So the back and forth has been really fascinating here, where neither side can really seem to get a life point advantage here. The defense has just sort of been staying equal the entire time, even though both of them would very much like to be making a little bit of progress, because as good as Runeblade and Mithril is, it's not 20. So you wanna get some damage in the mid to early game, and both sides have just been saying nope. You cannot do that. So
yeah, notably, I think we've seen some spell cards from Spencer that are burned, right, discarded into his discard pile, right, that could possibly get be brought back, through various means.
Mr. Merlin, right?
Exactly. Yeah. So like I think there's like a Demonic Strike might be in there. It was one of the early cards that he discarded. So just important to note, right?
If you can get a Demonic Strike out for cheap, that would be additional damage, and then like getting them down to 15 and then triple Runeblade might be a win condition for them. Meanwhile, the Forest player is just like trying to build up their hand, and the thing here is the matchup is a little strange for the Forest player because the Rune is not playing that many cards, so Gold City is probably not going to become active.
Yeah.
So you're going to have to rely almost entirely on Silverbolt plus just the other aggressive tools in your deck, like Silent Suzuka. So
I think if you're the Forest player here, you really just want to draw stuff like Silent Suzuka. But it can be really tricky, right? The Runecraft player, Spencer, is being very careful about leaving play points open, so he can, reactively,
use a quick spell. Yeah.
Exactly. Preserve that life total. So in this sort of situation, it can be just really, really tricky. Here's another Trail of Light. Nice little card.
Yep, getting it from the deck, and then hopefully being able to discard it somehow, or just playing it for the draw is totally fine.
I mean, yeah.
Oh, go ahead and spend an evolve point. That's the final evolve point spent here for Spencer.
So he's going to Evo Merlin. Merlin's going to be able to get a card back.
What? Oh, there's the penguin.
Yep, there's the penguin here.
And being able to get that Trail of Light out of hand.
Discard, draw.
And draw because of Trail of Light as well.
Yeah, a lot of penguins, right? I think he's got one more Evo left for the penguin. So he could do a turn where he double draws from penguin if it's not dealt with here.
So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's almost at 15, so we got to be very careful.
Yeah, does he have, I can't tell, does he have Mithril in hand?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, I believe. Yeah, it's at 11, so he needs 4 more for Mithril.
Interesting. So here we do have one of the Silent Suzukas.
Now that's what we wanted to see this whole time, and there's no ward in the way either, so the Silent Suzuka is going to go ahead and deal with the Merlin, no problem.
Yeah, putting that back on top of the deck. I really like this as a, not just like a tempo play, but it just kind of like goozles your opponent's draw, right? It's like, hey, you don't get to see any more cards.
Yeah, you just get Merlin back.
You just get it back, yeah.
And now this is also a good thing because Silent Suzuka is dealing that chip that we're wanting to finally see after all this time. Leaving Penguin Wizard up is a little sad, but that's okay. We want to get them down to now that we're going into the end game here to 8 play points, it might even be a benefit to leave the Penguin up. Let them flood the board and then activate Gold City for you.
That's a good point. That's a good point. And that was like the perfect time to play Suzuka too, with Spencer out of play points, not being able to react and burn it out from hand. And now he's just got to deal with it on his own turn. He's got to just deal with the Suzuka, right?
Yeah.
You can't get into too low of a life against Forest. They
because
just have too much
can
reach.
Silver Bolt can just like end the game over top of whatever you're doing. Penguin Wizard is engaging once more to discard an Insight and drawing a Fire Chain there off the top.
All right, yeah, nice little removal spell. I mean, like we said before, there's just a ton of removal in this deck, right? It's like removal and my payload.
But I'm just wondering, like, oh, Runeblade Summoner comes out, giving it +4, +4, and Storm.
So we do have, still 4 play points available.
Oh, it's got a little thing.
Nice.
That's nice.
For the viewers out there.
Make it easy for the spectator to see what's going on.
Right, so where's this going? It's going face.
Yep, absolutely.
13 all.
And now, with 4 more play points going into turn 8, you have... Well, Mithril Golem costs 6, so not quite that. Double Runeblade is... Oh!
Yeah, here you have some removal.
A bit of removal here, but I'm just trying to think in terms of the lethal calculation. I guess I have to remove both Penguin. Now the Penguin's a threat, right? Because now it's extending your reach.
Exactly. I mean, it's like 2 damage isn't nothing, right?
Yeah, it's not nothing, especially if the damage threshold is like 5/5. If you get them down to 10, then just another 2 Runeblades. Especially like Mithril is also a 5 damage, so
Penguin went face. Yeah.
Penguin went face instead of engaging. Going down to 11. Now he just has to get him down to 10, and then now he has lethal out of hand.
Yeah. Oh, dude, it's getting real close. All right. So let's see how Shiny Cardboard is going to deal with this. You know he's got to be thinking the same thing, right?
If Runecraft wins the first round, my entire understanding of this metagame has changed.
My world is thrown into chaos.
All right, Lily is going to be able to take out that Runeblade Summoner, no problem.
Unfortunately, it will not have enough power to crash into the Penguin. Penguin's just got too much junk in the trunk, right?
Too much booty.
Just 5 health. It's just really difficult to deal with.
Yeah, but getting rid of the Runeblade is very important here. You're never seeing that again, which is very important as well.
Dunk that. Dunk that into the bottom. See ya.
See ya. And in hand, I don't think that. Actually, if Spencer doesn't have another Runeblade and Mithril Golem in hand, this game might end up going a little longer than expected. And if that's the case, then a Silent Suzuka plus Silver Bolt turn after might end up being the sealer.
Yes.
Let's see what's in hand for him. He's got Fire Chain. We got Angelic Barrage, from what I can see. Oh, wait, I saw Mithril. He does have 1 Mithril. Okay, so Mithril is in hand, but it's not lethal yet because he needs 9 play points for Mithril plus Runeblade, right? So
yeah, and we're only at 11. Going up to 8 play points this next turn too.
And at 11 play points, at 11 health points, that wouldn't be lethal as well because you need to bring down to 10. Yeah, 10 defense.
Ooh, it's getting real close here.
I'm like talking real fast now because I'm getting really like the gamer lean when you start leaning forward.
Yeah,
both of us are doing it right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Just leaning forward and looking at the game on the board in front of us. Oh, we got a. Ooh,
all right, so it's
nice!
Like a nice little 1-2 combo coming in with the unit and the finisher here.
Shorter Fire Bullet taking out the Penguin. No more Penguin face, please. That last one did hurt a little bit, and healing a little bit off of the Harvest Festival engage there. Very nice.
This is kind of what you want if you're Shiny Cardboard, right? You clear up the board, you have some sort of board presence. Doesn't have any thing to protect the life, but being at 12, like we mentioned, 10 is the magic number, and also once again only 8 play points, right? Next turn is the real danger zone. If you're Spencer here, you want to just here we have the. We have the Golem here. Oh,
it just comes out. That's the big boss monster right there. And very cheap boss monster, too, coming from that starter deck. So
I actually really love to see it. You see, the starter deck cards, here at the World Finals, just great cards.
Yeah, 5 damage to the dome is actually so strong.
I mean, just 5 damage, clearing the board, and then also having board presence.
Yeah.
And just saying to your opponent, hey, deal with this, right? I'm going to make you have it. And then,
it's a 5/6 body. You can't leave that alone.
Exactly. And we've seen, Shiny dumping out a lot of removal already. He's just like, hey, do you got more? Show it to me.
Show me, exactly.
I think I see a Suzuka in hand, actually.
I also see a Lily, and I believe there are 3 Lily evolves in in Chinese deck list. So.
And we've seen 2 so far.
Yeah, I believe so.
So, I mean, Lily, nice way to just, once again, dunk it to the bottom.
Oh.
Here's the Suzuka.
But is it really, do you want to put it back on the top? Though that's the
I don't know.
question.
Yeah, I don't know. So, if he puts it back on top, right, is it enough to just dome out for 10? Like if he just draws...
Well, going into 9 play points, you play Mithril, clear the board, go face, and play Runeblade Summoner. That's lethal for sure. So
yeah.
I don't know if you want to put the Mithril Golem back on top.
Yeah. Okay, so what's the play here with Suzuka?
It's like, do they have Runeblade in hand or not, right? Like.
Yeah. Now, Shiny's saying, like, now you have to show me, right? Yeah, here's the
Here
Evo.
we go.
Back on top.
Oh, is that a good idea?
I think this is like a high risk, high reward play, right? They're like, I'm gonna make you have it, and if you don't, I'm gonna.
Oh, the fire chain as
He's
well.
got it.
No.
He's got it.
Oh, this is looking bad
rough.
for our young hero here, Shiny Cardboard.
No.
Because now the Mithril Golem off the top draw plus a Runeblade Summoner in hand is
Ouch.
curtains for the Shiny
Ouch.
Cardboard Forestcraft player here.
Does Shiny have a follow-up play here? Nope. No follow-up. Leaving him 3 play points, but I mean, we know the Golem is on the top. We're gonna.
This might be it. Runeblade, there it is!
Oh no! Oh no! He knows it. The writing's on the wall. That's that.
GG. Oh my goodness! Cal!
First round! Rune!
Spell Rune! Burn Spell Rune winning the first round?
Who would have guessed?
Not me!
I would have not have guessed. If you would have been like, okay, over under, Rune wins first round at the World Finals, I would have been like, under. Like,
I would have been
for sure.
way under.
Yeah. Ah, spicy. Love to see it. Absolutely love to see it here.
This is why I was so excited for this day.
Yeah.
Games like this. Okay, so a couple of very important flashpoints there. That Penguin being up for so long.
Dude,
just being able to
so
go
much value.
Bellringer Penguin like on turn 3, that was so huge.
I feel like that's like what you want. That's like the ideal play. And then not only that, Penguin discarding Trail of Light, and then just getting that Trail of Light back and just getting tons and tons of value to be able to set up your spell chain and to sculpt your hand so you can just finish your opponent out like that.
Also very important to note that Agnes Tachyon being able to just take out the tempo that Forest was trying to generate, meaning that they're put into a position where they have to react to what Rune is doing rather than the other way around, and Forest would rather be doing the tempo.
Exactly.
And now, without that ability to deal the damage, the cards that go over, like Silverbolt, will not be enough to win the game, so they're completely on the back foot the entire time. Also a bad matchup because Rune doesn't play that much on board, so Gold City doesn't do anything.
Yeah, I feel like it's one of those situations where you just can't let Rune do their thing, and if Rune is just doing their thing, you're in a very, very bad space.
Right, like with Merlin, the Penguin. Very important flashpoint at that very last turn there. That Fire Chain taking out that Silent Suzuka that was trying to swing face. That was huge.
Yep, he just had it, right? Once again, he just accrued so much value, was able to sculpt the perfect hand to have the perfect answers at the exact right time.
And putting the Mithril Golem back on the top of the deck, that might have been that was risky. It was risky, especially knowing that they're gonna get it back, and you're at 7 defense. So all they needed was 2 more damage.
Risking it for the biscuit.
Yeah.
No biscuit.
No biscuit here.
Yeah, no biscuit.
No, only carrots for your horse, and even then.
Only carrots, and then sorry, horse. They didn't get there.
Didn't get there. So hey, if you were voting for Spencer in the polls over in chat, congratulations for winning. And now we're gonna move towards the trivia.
Let's go.
Do you have the trivia question?
Oh, here. Let me pull up the trivia question. I prepared one that is near and dear to me. For all of the Sword fans out there.
Tell me about it.
So I'm gonna say the trivia, say the question, and then Igni here is gonna give you the options. So these are multiple choice, right?
Yes, sir.
So you do have some options here. So the question is, it has to do with one of my favorite cards, Maid Leader, right? Love a good Maid Leader. What are the maids in the background of the evolved version of Maid Leader doing?
Are they option A, option 1, brewing coffee and dusting the shelves? Option 2, pouring tea and dusting the shelves? Option 3, brewing coffee and wiping the windows? Or option 4, pouring tea and wiping the windows?
Yeah, and I do believe we'll have a Moobot link in chat for everyone to submit their answers, and winner could win a booster pack, right?
Yep, booster pack from Flame of Leaf Team, as well as an assigned ambassador card from either me or Chris Different Fight. If you're a fan of either one of us and get the wrong one, well, don't make me sad. Just lie and say that you're a fan of me too, okay?
Yeah, you gotta run at top tier Evo points there, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But yes, what a round one. Very, very awesome game that we just saw there. And as the trivia is going, we are just going to go ahead and go to a quick break before round two. So don't go anywhere. We're going to have round two up for you very, very shortly with more Shadowverse Evolve action coming up very soon.
The flame of Leviathan rises, and new heroes must answer its roar. Will you join the adventure? Booster Set 3, Flame of Leviathan, now on sale. Introducing the first crossover set. Uma Musume Pretty Derby is coming to Shadowverse Evolve. Now on sale.
Shadowverse, which took the world by storm, greets a second dawn. As a trading card game. Arise, warriors. Be anointed in light, and soar towards a horizon more brilliant than you've ever seen before. Shadowverse Evolve. Build a deck to conquer a new age. Choose from 6 classes. Swordcraft, Runecraft, Dragoncraft, Forestcraft, Havencraft. And the Shadowverse Evolve Original, Abysscraft. Further bolster your forces with cards from the versatile neutral class. And grow your power beyond reckoning. Storm the battlefield with powerful followers. Or control the tides with masterful spells. The future glows at your fingertips. It is time for the newest chapter of our long, ever-shifting story. Shadowverse Evolve.
The flame of Leviathan rises, and new heroes must answer its roar. Will you join the adventure? Booster Set 3, Flame of Leviathan, now on sale. Introducing the first crossover set. Uma Musume Pretty Derby is coming to Shadowverse Evolve. Now on sale.
Shadowverse, which took the world by storm, greets a second dawn. As a trading card game. Arise, warriors. Be anointed in light, and soar towards a horizon more brilliant than you've ever seen before. Shadowverse Evolve. Build a deck to conquer a new age. Choose from 6 classes. Swordcraft, Runecraft, Dragoncraft, Forestcraft, Havencraft. And the Shadowverse Evolve Original, Abysscraft. Further bolster your forces with cards from the versatile neutral class, and grow your power beyond reckoning. Storm the battlefield with powerful followers, or control the tides with masterful spells. The future glows at your fingertips. It is time for the newest chapter of our long, ever-shifting story. Shadowverse Evolve.
The flame of Leviathan rises, and new heroes must answer its roar. Will you join the adventure? Booster Set 3, Flame of Leviathan, now on sale.
Introducing the first crossover set! Uma Musume Pretty Derby is coming to Shadowverse Evolve! Now on sale!
Shadowverse, which took the world by storm, greets a second dawn. As a trading card game. Arise, warriors. Be anointed in light, and soar towards a horizon more brilliant than you've ever seen before. Shadowverse Evolve. Build a deck to conquer a new age. Choose from 6 classes. Swordcraft, Runecraft, Dragoncraft, Forestcraft, Havencraft. And the Shadowverse Evolve Original, Abysscraft. Further bolster your forces with cards from the versatile neutral class, and grow your power beyond reckoning. Storm the battlefield with powerful followers, or control the tides with masterful spells. The future glows at your fingertips. It is time for the newest chapter of our long, ever-shifting story. Shadowverse Evolve.
The flame of Leviathan rises, and new heroes must answer its roar. Will you join the adventure? Booster Set 3, Flame of Leviathan, now on sale.
Introducing the first crossover set! Uma Musume Pretty Derby is coming to Shadowverse Evolve! Now on sale!
Shadowverse, which took the world by storm, greets a second dawn. As a trading card game. Arise, warriors. Be anointed in light, and soar towards a horizon more brilliant than you've ever seen before. Shadowverse Evolve. Build a deck to conquer a new age. Choose from 6 classes. Swordcraft, Runecraft, Dragoncraft, Forestcraft, Havencraft. And the Shadowverse Evolve Original, Abysscraft. Further bolster your forces with cards from the versatile neutral class, and grow your power beyond reckoning. Storm the battlefield with powerful followers, or control the tides with masterful spells. The future glows at your fingertips. It is time for the newest chapter of our long, ever-shifting story. Shadowverse Evolve.
The flame of Leviathan rises, and new heroes must answer its roar. Will you join the adventure? Booster Set 3, Flame of Leviathan, now on sale.
Introducing the first crossover set. Umabusune Pretty Derby is coming to Shadowverse Evolve. Now on sale.
Shadowverse, which took the world by storm, greets a second dawn. As a trading card game. Arise, warriors. Be anointed in light, and soar towards a horizon more brilliant than you've ever seen before. Shadowverse Evolve. Build a deck to conquer a new age. Choose from 6 classes. Swordcraft, Runecraft, Dragoncraft, Forestcraft, Havencraft. And the Shadowverse Evolve Original, Abysscraft. Further bolster your forces with cards from the versatile neutral class, and grow your power beyond reckoning. Storm the battlefield with powerful followers, or control the tides with masterful spells. The future glows at your fingertips. It is time for the newest chapter of our long, ever-shifting story. Shadowverse Evolve.
The flame of Leviathan rises, and new heroes must answer its roar. Will you join the adventure? Booster Set 3, Flame of Leviathan, now on sale.
Introducing the first crossover set. Umabusune Pretty Derby is coming to Shadowverse
Shadowverse, which took the world by storm, greets a second dawn. As a trading card game. Arise, warriors. Be anointed in light, and soar towards a horizon more brilliant than you've ever seen before. Shadowverse Evolve. Build a deck to conquer a new age. Choose from 6 classes. Swordcraft, Runecraft, Dragoncraft, Forestcraft, Havencraft. And the Shadowverse Evolve Original, Abysscraft. Further bolster your forces with cards from the versatile neutral class, and grow your power beyond reckoning. Storm the battlefield with powerful followers, or control the tides with masterful spells. The future glows at your fingertips. It is time for the newest chapter of our long, ever-shifting story. Shadowverse Evolve.
The flame of Leviathan rises, and new heroes must answer its roar. Will you join the adventure? Booster Set 3, Flame of Leviathan, now on sale.
Introducing the first crossover set. Uma Musume Pretty Derby is coming to Shadowverse Evolve. Now on sale.
How's it going, everyone, and welcome back to the Shadowverse Evolve English World Finals here in Akihabara. My name is Kel, also known as Red Zone Rogue, and I am joined by
Ignidius. Hey,
How's
that's
it going?
me.
Yeah.
I'm the guy.
He's the guy.
Official Shadowverse Evolve English Edition Ambassador Ignidius, and also your caster for today alongside my good friend Kel here. We just got done with an incredibly out of left field round one.
Spicy. It was
Very
so
spicy. No, I don't think anybody saw that one coming. If you guys missed it, make sure to check the VOD back later.
Yes.
But yeah, Runecraft? What?
It's like not just rune, it's like a spicy rune list, right? It's not your typical Earthright. It's not your typical like spell chain D-shift kind of thing. It was the golem, right? The Mithril Golem.
Yeah,
which is like
with Runeblade Summoner for additional
wild
damage off the top.
Yeah,
and you know,
cool.
I was taking a look at the deck list just to make sure, where did this guy get that idea from? Spencer. Turns out in Spencer's regional qualifier, the second place was playing a similar list, so maybe Spencer got a little bit inspiration from his best opponent there.
Yeah, we were taking a look at the list, and the list in the qualifiers, they were running the D-shift, like a 1 of D-shift, and then they cut it, right? And I was just like, you know, I wonder in playtesting, they're like, you know what, I don't need this D-shift. I can just get there with the Golem, with the Fencers.
D-shift is it costs too much.
I mean, like, you know.
It should.
We talked about counting to 20, a different kind of counting to 20,
yeah.
right?
But there you have it. I mean, that was such an amazing round 1, and now we're moving into an equally amazing round 2 here, as we have Enrique Castillo versus Luke Baumforth. And this one's also, they're playing a class that's a little underrepresented, just a little bit.
We got another spicy match for y'all. Are you a fan of the darkness? Are you a fan of the Abyss?
The Abyss, you say?
Yes.
Could this be foreshadowing in some way?
No, not at all. No, not at all. We got a great match coming up, for sure.
Yeah. Again, Enrique Castillo versus Luke Baumforth, and let's take a look at the deck list right now. Getting into it, this is Oh, spicy. A
Here
very
we go.
aggressive Abysscraft deck. Tell me about it, Kel.
So this is aggro Abyss. So we were talking about this in kind of like the preamble before our first match, and we're talking about the potential Abyss decks that could pop up here, and this was the one that we kind of surmised might be the one that the Abyss player is playing. This is aggro Abyss. It's very, very low to the ground. You have a lot of very efficient units that are like pretty well statted here. You got your good old your Gabi here, as well as like your Wraith, and just a lot of like efficient dudes that kill your opponent. That's the name of the game here. Efficient dudes that kill your opponent, backed up with cards that have reach, like your Razory Claw, like your Demonic Strike, to just kind of like finish out and deal the extra couple points of damage. My eye was initially first drawn to the Dance of Death here, which I think is like a spicy little include, which is like removal and damage kind of like packed into one. And for a deck that just really wants to go face.
And they want to have their guys stay on board as well.
Exactly, yeah. I dig that quite a bit.
A spell that does both, get you a spell that can do both, as they say.
Yeah, exactly.
My eyes are also drawn to a lot of the powerful set 2 cards that are in this list that they didn't have the option for back in set 1. For example, Vite Vampire Noble is able to flood the board so fast with the Forest Bats. Not only that, it's also a cheap evolve follower that synergizes with the mini Soul Devil. Every time you evolve, that pings damage to the enemy face as well. And then also being able to draw through the deck with stuff like Soul Conversion, of course. And very importantly, even though this is an aggro deck, we're running 3 of Soul Dealer in the top end. It activates Sanguine for you, and then on Evolve, you actually get to heal and destroy an enemy follower and heal based off their attack. So it's like you are taking out their board, making yourself healthy, giving them an annoying follower to deal with, and you're still going face with your other cards. So it's a very strong card. Yeah,
Soul Leader is great, especially like it's just so good at clearing up wards, and that's what this deck can run into in terms of like problems, right? Just having a big chunky ward that you're facing down that your little guys can't get through, just being able to clear that up and be like, hey, you know what, your ward's gone and I can just continue to go face. And we have cards that, also help facilitate that. We have some cards like the Playful Necromancer and the Phantom Howl that generate some ghosts, nice little ghosts that come around, storm, punch your opponent in the face for 1, and they just kind of go away for the end of the turn. So
the Trick Doll had too, a new ghost generator from set 2 as well. So
yeah, gonna see a lot of ghosts flying fast and loose with this deck.
This is going to be a fast round, Kel, I think, if I had to predict.
Yep, no matter how you shake it, I think it's going to be pretty fast. Here we have their Evo deck. You see the 2 of Soul Dealer, the 2 of Cerberus. That's kind of like their top end for this. But we also have 2 Playful Necromancers. I think noting the numbers here is very important.
Right.
Because, it could come into a factor, especially if you're playing against a deck that's a bit slower, and I don't want to bury the lead too much, but the deck that we're going to be playing or seeing as the opponent is not what I would consider a fast deck. So noting these numbers could be really relevant. We also have 2 of the Fight, like you mentioned, and then we have 2 Demonic Hedonists.
I really quite like Demonic Hedonist because not only does it deal damage to each leader, so it activates Sanguine for you, but then you draw a card and discard a card, letting you accelerate your Necro Charge count, as well as just like cycling an unwanted card in your hand. Say you have 3 Soul Dealers, and you're like, I don't need all these guys. Okay, right now I need more low to the ground guys to go face. Demonic Hedonist, and not only that, remember, it's also a cheap card with a cheap evolve that synergizes with Mini Soul Devil. So you want to be evolving pretty much every turn. Make sure that Mini Soul Devil is getting you that damage turn after turn after turn that they can't really do anything about. They remove the Mini Soul Devil, doesn't matter because your other guy's still up. That's an evolve follower that can go face the next turn as well. Actually,
that's a really good point. We do have 4 Evo followers here that are kind of on the more top end for Blood or for Abyss here. So, yeah, that's a very good point. Getting most value out of your little mini is great.
Yeah, Mini Soul Devil just being able to get more and more damage as the game goes on is so nice. And yeah, plus that supplemental burn, just like it gives you enough damage and cycle with Demonic Hedonist as well, so that your Necro Charge is active for your Kerberos to get both Mimi and Coco out as fast as possible.
You love to get your as many Mimis and as many Cocos as possible.
That's what Grandpa Igni always said. Son, you want to get as many Mimis and as many Cocos as possible. And I didn't know what he meant until right now, so we're getting into it.
Just looking at the list here, I actually think the Demonic Hedonist is particularly interesting, just because, like, in the early game, like you said, you can filter out the more, the 4 drops, the the 3-drops. But in the late game, when you need those 4-drops and 3-drops, you need these power cards. You can just, you know, discard your goblins and your wraiths and your, you know, your.
It works at any point in the game.
Yeah,
You could like
it's great.
If you just have a bunch of like 1-stat guys, like get rid of that, pick up something more powerful later. So
Yeah, and this seems pretty like lean, right? There's not a lot of like messing around. I do see the nice little soul conversion, the 2 of there to get some card advantage. But other than that, it's like mostly just like, I'm going to burn your face.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just going to go ham.
let's see if it works out against the opponent's deck list here, up against Luke Bombforth. Now, Luke Bombforth actually did win an event, to be honest, the regional qualifiers in the UK. And they won that with Discard Dragon in set 2. And here we are in UMA with Discard Dragon as well.
Dragon. Yeah, I mean, this is very close to the list that I played at the LCQ that I participated in. It looks like a pretty standard Discard Dragon list, kind of giving it a once-over. You have like your top end with your Oguri Cap. You have your one of Shenlong, of course. Note the 2 Dark Angel Olivias that are just great value cards here.
Very importantly, the one of Execution is really important in the Sword and Mirror matchup. Not so much in this matchup, though, because you don't want to be spending 4 play points on a 1 play point guy. But, well, you can always discard it, right?
But, I mean, like, they did have the opposite here, too. Like, Conflagration is just really great at basically killing the entire Abysscraft's board, right? That's just going to be almost, every time you play it, just going to wipe their entire board.
And Serpent Wrath and Blazing Breath as quick speed spells as well, being able to take out them as long as you're floating play points. They can attack on the next turn because you have the threat of just taking out their follower. And speaking of taking out their followers, Oguri Cap being able to wipe their entire board while going face is always an option as well.
Hit them for 10 and kill their board,
And can I just point out that Luke has max rared this deck?
I mean, it's a beauty. It's a beauty. You
yeah,
know?
I'm jealous.
Yeah.
Look at those Ricos. Look at that Oguri Cap. Ooh, boy.
Nice show of confidence, or you know, just show of love and care for your deck. Right?
They did win with this deck in set 2, so you know what?
That's fair.
Why fix what ain't broken, right? Just bring the upgraded version from UMA into this event, and hopefully you do the same thing and sweep the day. So let's find out who is going to take it. We can take a look at the Evolve deck as well over in Luke Bombforth's Dragoncraft. We got the 3 carrots, which is pretty standard. The one of Shenlong, of course, 2 Forte, 2 Dragon Warrior, and even including the 1 Bellringer Angel Evolve.
Yeah.
Usually I don't see that. Usually I see 2 of Shapeshifting Mage, but 1 Bellringer Angel. What's that all about?
Yeah, it's interesting. The Bellringer Angel, I guess the idea here is that it's very like early game removal, just to shoot 2 damage wherever they can. They're running enough Bellringers in the main, so it's like a nice little value proposition here, where you're not stacking your top end with like 3 Fortes, for example. They're only like 2 Fortes in the Evo, which actually is quite interesting.
I'm also thinking, like, in the early game, for example, if for example, you're up against UMA and they land an early Daiwa and you're not in overflow, your Blazing Breath is only doing 2. So the Bellringer Angel Evo is doing an additional 2 to take it out, potentially.
Like a 1-2 punch kind of deal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just an option for you to actually be able to deal with something in the early game without having to only rely on going into overflow.
Yeah, and I also don't hate like the turn 1 play Bellringer, and then if you don't draw into your Dragon Oracle, still being able to have a turn 2 play.
Yeah.
Just being able to Evo and like clear up some early game aggression, especially in this particular matchup. The 2 damage is like super relevant, right? Like 2 health is going to be like a pretty average health line for a lot of the Abyss units, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think the Shapeshifting Mage, the one of here, is good
That's
to note.
I think that might be my favorite Dragon card.
Really, really.
I play 3 of Shapeshifting Mage in all of my decks because whenever they try to do something a little fancy, I'm putting this guy, I'm not gonna engage him. You can't attack him. It's like, no, yes I can, and yes it has Bane, and yes it's going away.
It's kind of I would describe that as kind of a little Goozle card right there, like a 2/2 Assault Bane, right? Just being able to come in and clear up almost anything in the game.
Yeah, as long as there's no ward in the way, and I can take out whatever ward you got with a Blazing Breath or what have you, and then whatever you're hiding in the back, it's getting baned down, baby.
Right.
I just love Shifting Mage. I think he's such a strong card.
And then of course, we got the 3 carrots just to feed your girl Oguri Cap, right?
Cap, dude.
Just waiting in the wings.
You only need the 1. You land it and then you swing.
I mean, like when you're playing against Dragon, you got to know like once you get into the 10 health, that's where you get into the danger zone, right?
Yeah. I will say not as many interesting off-meta picks in this list as I was maybe expecting. I know that some people are, for example, running Super Creek to help substitute the play point, or the defense point recovery that Shenlong used to give you, but now they're only limited to one Shenlong. Super Creek has been sort of a pick that some people picked. Also Saiyan Sky for a more aggressive option, but no, Luke is playing a very standard list, and like I said, why fix it if it ain't broken, right?
Yeah, I mean, Dragon strong, and here's a strong Dragon deck.
All right, looks like we're about ready to get into the match. The players are queuing up against each other here. They're right across from each other, eyeing each other up, and let me just tell you right now, Luke is running that Zernitra leader, so I hate to be biased as a caster, but everybody in my community knows that Zernitra is my favorite card in Shadowverse of all time. So if we're able to see the Dragoncraft succeed, that would be a win for me. But for everyone else, I think the Abyss is what people are trying to see get through.
Yeah, this is honestly a really, really interesting matchup, and I'm not just saying that. I think just like the hyper-aggressive Abyss versus the more like board control-y late game Dragon is gonna be interesting to see if the Abyss deck can, count to 20 faster than the Dragoncraft deck can stabilize.
And we talk about Dragon Oracle being the most important card in Dragoncraft, and it is. But if you spend your turn 2 playing Dragoncraft, they can actually take advantage of that tempo loss and end up like aggroing you down. So you got to be careful about that as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a good combination of Dragon Oracle and ramp, and then like also early game removal.
All right, let's find out if they can do it.
All right, looks like we have Dragon starting first, passing, so no bell ringer from them. And Gabi's feeling hungry. Get a nice little one drop.
I like that you remember the voice lines there. And we are actually able to take it out with a blazing bro. I say we. I'm not playing. I feel like I'm playing because Zernitra's on the board.
I'm the dragon. Ooh, turn 2, Dragon Oracle.
That's me. No. What I mean is that, yeah, the Blazing Breath is able to take out the Goblin, which is important to deny them any early game tempo because that's your entire thing is just trying to survive so that you can play your big bomb cards, right? That's the entire point.
And we have, ooh, this is a nice little 1-2 punch. You have Wraith into Skeleton, so he's going to get that extra +1/+1. Yeah, nice little play. Just filling up the board here. Basically, you just want to be as aggressive as possible. Basically tell the Dragoncraft player, hey, you know what, you need the removal, and you need it now. Otherwise, I'm just going to try to run you over. As the Dragon player, this is exactly what you want, to be honest. We have
answers right,
and then discarding Trail of Light to just draw another card, and now he's going to be able to point 2 damage, likely at the Wraith here.
Wraith, yes, sir. And by the way, I was just looking at the production, and we got the word of what their win-loss record is so far. So far, both these players are 0 and 1. So is this going to be the first win for Abyss, or is it going to be a continued loss? Let's find out.
Let's see if all the champions of the Abyss watching today send Enrique your
energy, you get like a spirit bomb, of course.
Yeah, exactly.
We got the
That's what I was thinking.
Oh, and that means we got Ghosts on the field, baby, and that's a lot of damage straight to the dome. This Dragoncraft is already taking lots of damage into the face here, go down to 14 defense right away.
6-point life swing right here, and then also just having 7 power of units on the board. Dragon is going into a turn with 5 play points.
I see Conflagration in hand, though.
Yeah, I mean, you need it, right?
If you play it now, though, with 5 play points, you can maybe also just use an Olivia, potentially. Get a draw.
That feels like a little... I don't know how much of a gamble that is.
Yeah, right, because if you leave this board up...
If they have, double Razor Claw or something in their hand, it's like... Oh, exactly as you called, though.
Yeah.
We have Olivia coming down. I wonder what the options are going to be.
It's a bit risky, right? But you maybe want to save the Conflagration for if they go even wider, first of all.
Try to catch him.
Because this is only 2 bodies. And second of all, the Olivia being able to discard a card from their hand and make their hand more lean because they don't have that much draw. They only pretty much have Soul Conversion, right? So make it so that they lose 1 big source of their burn, potentially.
Gaining 3 life is actually another big point of... it's very big that the game.
Oh, but the
hard removal.
Oh, this is so much damage. Using Dance of Death to take out the Olivia, and going face with everything.
The 9 points of damage from that. Like I said, the Dance of Death is such a sweet include. Every time I see it, in my card pile. I'm just like, God, I wish this card was more played. Love to see it here.
The
at
Dragon
World
player is
Finals.
already down to 8 defense on turn 5.
Yo, that's what Abyss does. Goes face. And that's what they're doing. They're like, hey, I'm going to punish you for not killing my dudes, right?
Oh, but there's Rico
Oh, okay.
Kashimoto, which is going to be able to take this out, right?
Yeah, this is the on strike. You get to kill another dude if this is the only
Follower
you
on
have.
board, yep.
And so you get to kill a dude and then also get the attack. Yeah, nice little 2-for-1 here.
Yep, and goes ahead and trades into the Skeleton Fighter as well.
Yeah, and it leaves up a pretty threatening unit too.
8 is an interesting threshold. Usually the burn damage coming out from Abyss is like 3 damage face, so 8 is just enough to like require 3.
Looks like Demonic Strike and Razory
Yeah,
Claw, and
so
even here they only have 5 play points, so they can't get there with like triple Razory Claw or anything. Ooh, well, here's some damage, right?
That's damage, and it trades into the Rico as
Exactly,
well.
Yeah. This is a pretty sweet one, right? You get some ghosts, trade and clear up the Rico.
And there's no empty play points on Luke Bombfort's side,
Yeah.
which means that there is no way to deny this.
3 damage coming on in.
3 damage to the dome here, going down to 5. Luke Bombfort is now vulnerable to 2 sources of burn, either double Razory Claw or
scary, dude. I mean, even the Dance of Death does 2 points, so you can do like a Razory Claw plus a Dance of Death or
That's
something like
true. Dance of Death, Razory Claw, Dance of Death. Yeah, on 6, that's a perfect amount of play points too.
that. Yeah, or even the Ghost summoning card, the Howl.
Yeah, Phantom Howl, or even at this point, even you could play Trick Dullahan if you're really feeling it.
Yo, we got the Soul Read.
How do I know?
He's just prognosticating here. Oh, I love it. I mean, I'll be honest, the Dragoncraft player is in a very tight spot, right?
Yeah, I think this matchup is out of all the meta decks, this is the best matchup for Aggro Abyss because Dragon is just simply too slow to react to all of this burn coming out from the Aggro Abyss player.
They do have some life gain, right? We saw it from Olivia. There's the one of Shenlong, but not a ton, right? You mentioned they're not running the Umamusume card that gains them 5 life.
Super Creek, no.
Yeah.
So you only have the one Shenlong to depend on, and it looks like...
And they were running 2 Olivias, and they played 1 already. So they have, like, 2 cards in the deck that can maybe help gain a little bit of life to get them out of, like, burn range.
Oguri Cap with 1 race, I believe?
It's a small Oguri, not a big Oguri.
Oh.
So...
Yep, discard, give it Storm.
Yeah, discard 2, give it Storm. I mean, Oguri Cap still has the really nice on hit. Let's see if they're gonna do the. Yeah, they're doing the 1 race here.
Yep, with the additional play point, and that's all the. Oh, and also remember, Dracomancer's Race is also active now.
Yeah, so, I mean, this is gonna clear up the board, right? The on hit effect from Oguri Cap's gonna clear the board, and they can point the 2 points of damage from the rights at the face.
If only you could take out that ghost in the EX area.
Yeah.
That is not an option at this point. That means you know you're setting down at least 1 damage next turn.
Yeah. It's getting down there. A lot closer than we might have thought.
It's now 8 defense points to 5 defense points, and whatever Enrique is getting out of the top here.
Do they have the burn? Like 8, and they have Oguri Cap on board, and like...
Okay, you have to either deal with Oguri or win right now. That's the thing.
Yeah, I mean...
That's the proposition that Luke is proposing here.
Definitely a very pivotal turn. And yeah, do you have the removal for Oguri? Like, that's just...
Or you have to win right now. You have to win
I mean, like,
right
5,
now.
It's not unreasonable, right? We have 1 damage on board that we can see, plus whatever they have in their hands. It's not...
Another Dance of Death would be so good here, thinking about it.
Dance of Death would be very, very good. Like, even Dance of Death plus the Ghost takes them down 3, kills their, wipes their board. But, I mean, being an 8 life versus Dragon is also pretty scary.
If they have another Oguri or Rico.
Yep, another Oguri. Forte wouldn't do it, but it's still pretty... I mean, following up with the Forte would still be
also
pretty
discarded 2 Fortes just now, so we know that's not in hand anymore.
That's true. Yeah. Players in the tank here. I mean, like, this is, like we mentioned, a very pivotal turn,
This
right?
is the key turn of the entire game, I think.
Yeah, it's going to make or break. I think Enrique is pondering. I think if you just have the burn, you would have already just slammed it down.
Yeah.
Right? So you got to know.
Wait, there's Demonic Strike?
3 to face, going down to 2. We have a virtual 1 here on board. You got the Ghost. Do they have another
Ghost face?
1?
Only 2 play points left. Do they have it? Dullahan! But that's not enough play points because it puts it into the EX area.
Yeah, just 1 off.
1 off?
1 play point off.
With 1 defense, the Dragoncraft is gonna...
Oh, no.
Oh, no!
Yo, live, dude.
Oguri goes ahead and swings into the dome.
Down to 3. Any storm.
Is there a finisher for Luke, though?
So he discarded, like you mentioned, he discarded the 2 Fortes,
But
right?
he doesn't have a discard now to activate rights.
Forte!
Wait, Forte! He had another Forte in
that's
hand!
it. Oh, no.
And the evolve just for the flex, and
Just for
it
the
goes
good
to the
measure.
dome.
My.
Oh my god, what a nail biter near the end there. If
Down to
Enrique just
one.
got one more ping, just one more.
1 play point off. He had the ghost on board.
Where's Ambling Wraith? Show up to work on time.
Yeah.
Where'd he go?
You're late.
Oh my goodness. What a close match there.
Wow.
Luke Bomforth just being able to make it out with that unanswered Oguri cap. Now that I'm thinking about it, that Olivia on turn 5 just for the tempo, baiting out a Dance of Death means that they had no removal for the Oguri cap the following turn.
Wild, absolutely wild. It was like a complete reversal, right? You know, get the Uno reversal
The entire
card
time
here.
we were just like, oh, Abyss is doing so much damage, Abyss is doing so much damage.
They were.
But then Oguri cap just came in and just swung the entire game in the other way.
I mean, Oguri, pretty good card.
Yeah,
right?
no
pretty,
kidding.
Pretty good card.
This is the perfect game to show somebody and go, listen, in Shadowverse Evolve, it's not over until you're at 0 defense, okay?
Not over till it's over, right?
It's not
Don't
over.
give up, and then just stick with it, right?
Yeah,
Play to
Luke-
your outs, and you know what? You can maybe get there. Oh man, and you gotta know, the Dragon player was sweating, right? He was just like, am I dead, right? And so close, down to the wire, down to a single life.
That
Love it.
was so intense that the 2 rounds we had to cast so
Yeah,
far,
they're good.
I feel
Great,
so
dude.
privileged being able to watch these games. First, we saw Spell Rune come in and
Oh,
take
yeah,
it out.
dude.
Then we saw that Nail Biter game where every turn it felt like something completely different could happen. And just want to remind you all who voted in the poll, if you voted for Dragon or if you voted for Abyss, your prediction has come true or not.
Right, yeah.
But I know that there was some Abyss heroes in the chat who were really hoping for it, but unfortunately, that Dragon coming in for Luke Bomforth's first win of the Swiss.
Yeah. Wow. This is just the start of the day, too.
Yeah,
I'd like to remind
no
everyone,
kidding.
this is only round 2. We have 5 more rounds before the top cut.
Yeah.
And I have a feeling they're going to be just as spicy. So exciting here at the Shadowverse Evolve World Finals.
I'm so excited to see the rest of the rounds. And remember, guys, we got Nailbiter games, but we also got a very special announcement later on in the stream.
Dude, we know what it is. It's awesome. Can't talk about it. It's super cool.
You need to stay tuned until the end. I'm telling you right now.
I love Shadowverse Evolve. I love playing the game. I am very excited for it. So, yes.
I'm already thinking about what I can do with it.
I would like to know more, too. I'm just like, gimme. So
make sure you stay tuned for that. And
Yes.
remember, guys, at the end of every round, we also do
yes.
Trivia.
So you folks out there can win a booster pack if you can answer the question correctly. So I will go over what we're going to say for the question here, and then Igni will give you your options. This is a multiple choice question. Now, the question here is going to be, we're going to harken back to the first round. We're going to harken back to Runecraft. We didn't see a lot of these cards played. We saw a lot of the cards discarded to help fuel that spell chain.
True.
So we're going to talk about Fate's Hand. Now, how many cards are featured in the artwork of Fate's Hand?
And here are your options. Option 1, 1 card. Option 2, 2 cards. Option 3, 3 cards. And option 4, 4 cards. Make it easy for you. Imagine if we troll and just put the numbers on different options.
1, 3 cards.
No. 1 option 1, 2 option 2, 3 option 3, 4 option 4. All right, so go ahead and vote in the chat right now for a chance to win a booster pack as well as a signed Evolve point from either me or Chris Different Fight. So yeah, get your hands on it.
Yeah, top tier Evo points. I already have mine. I know what I'm going to be using during my stream.
Hey, let's go.
Try to play favorites, and I'm going to use them both.
Absolutely. And yeah, wow, what a round. Luke Bomforth bringing it through. But for now, we're going to wait till the next round starts, and we're going to go to a quick break, but you don't want to go anywhere for more Shadowverse action. And again, that announcement later in the day, so stay tuned.
The flame of Leviathan rises, and new heroes must answer its roar. Will you join the adventure? Booster Set 3, Flame of Leviathan, now on sale.
Introducing the first crossover set. Uma Musume Pretty Derby is coming to Shadowverse Evolve. Now on sale.
Shadowverse, which took the world by storm, greets a second dawn. As a trading card game. Arise, warriors. Be anointed in light, and soar towards a horizon more brilliant than you've ever seen before. Shadowverse Evolve. Build a deck to conquer a new age. Choose from 6 classes. Swordcraft, Runecraft, Dragoncraft, Forestcraft, Havencraft. And the Shadowverse Evolve Original, Abysscraft. Further bolster your forces with cards from the versatile neutral class. And grow your power beyond reckoning. Storm the battlefield with powerful followers. Or control the tides with masterful spells. The future glows at your fingertips. It is time for the newest chapter of our long, ever-shifting story. Shadowverse Evolve.
The flame of Leviathan rises, and new heroes must answer its roar. Will you join the adventure? Booster Set 3, Flame of Leviathan, now on sale.
Introducing the first crossover set. Uma Musume Pretty Derby is coming to Shadowverse Evolve. Now on sale.
Shadowverse, which took the world by storm, greets a second dawn. As a trading card game. Arise, warriors. Be anointed in light, and soar towards a horizon more brilliant than you've ever seen before. Shadowverse Evolve. Build a deck to conquer a new age. Choose from 6 classes. Swordcraft, Runecraft, Dragoncraft, Forestcraft, Havencraft. And the Shadowverse Evolve Original, Abysscraft. Further bolster your forces with cards from the versatile neutral class, and grow your power beyond reckoning. Storm the battlefield with powerful followers, or control the tides with masterful spells. The future glows at your fingertips. It is time for the newest chapter of our long, ever-shifting story. Shadowverse, evolve.
The flame of Leviathan rises, and new heroes must answer its roar. Will you join the adventure? Booster Set 3, Flame of Leviathan, now on sale.
Introducing the first crossover set. Uma Musume Pretty Derby is coming to Shadowverse Evolve. Now on sale.
Shadowverse, which took the world by storm, greets a second dawn. As a trading card game. Arise, warriors. Be anointed in light, and soar towards a horizon more brilliant than you've ever seen before. Shadowverse Evolve. Build a deck to conquer a new age. Choose from 6 classes. Swordcraft, Runecraft, Dragoncraft, Forestcraft, Havencraft. And the Shadowverse Evolve original, Abysscraft. Further bolster your forces with cards from the versatile neutral class, and grow your power beyond reckoning. Storm the battlefield with powerful followers, or control the tides with masterful spells. The future glows at your fingertips. It is time for the newest chapter of our long, ever-shifting story. Shadowverse Evolve.
The flame of Leviathan rises, and new heroes must answer its roar. Will you join the adventure? Booster Set 3, Flame of Leviathan, now on sale.
Introducing the first crossover set. Uma Musume Pretty Derby is coming to Shadowverse Evolve. Now on sale.
Shadowverse, which took the world by storm, greets a second dawn. as a trading card game. Arise, warriors. Be anointed in light, and soar towards a horizon more brilliant than you've ever seen before. Shadowverse Evolve. Build a deck to conquer a new age. Choose from 6 classes: Swordcraft, Runecraft, Dragoncraft, Forestcraft, Havencraft. And the Shadowverse Evolve Original, Abysscraft. Further bolster your forces with cards from the versatile neutral class, and grow your power beyond reckoning. Storm the battlefield with powerful followers, or control the tides with masterful spells. The future glows at your fingertips. It is time for the newest chapter of our long, ever-shifting story. Shadowverse Evolve.
The flame of Leviathan rises, and new heroes must answer its roar. Will you join the adventure? Booster Set 3, Flame of Leviathan, now on sale.
Introducing the first crossover set. Uma Musume Pretty Derby is coming to Shadowverse Evolve. Now on sale.
Shadowverse, which took the world by storm, greets a second dawn. As a trading card game. Arise, warriors. Be anointed in light, and soar towards a horizon more brilliant than you've ever seen before. Shadowverse Evolve. Build a deck to conquer a new age. Choose from 6 classes: Swordcraft, Runecraft, Dragoncraft, Forestcraft, Havencraft. And the Shadowverse Evolve Original, Abysscraft. Further bolster your forces with cards from the versatile neutral class, and grow your power beyond reckoning. Storm the battlefield with powerful followers, or control the tides with masterful spells. The future glows at your fingertips. It is time for the newest chapter of our long, ever-shifting story. Shadowverse Evolve.
The flame of Leviathan rises, and new heroes must answer its roar. Will you join the adventure? Booster Set 3, Flame of Leviathan, now on sale.
Introducing the first crossover set. Uma Musume Pretty Derby is coming to Shadowverse Evolve. Now on sale.
Shadowverse, which took the world by storm, greets a second dawn. As a trading card game. Arise, warriors. Be anointed in light, and soar towards a horizon more brilliant than you've ever seen before. Shadowverse Evolve. Build a deck to conquer a new age. Choose from 6 classes. Swordcraft, Runecraft, Dragoncraft, Forestcraft, Havencraft. And the Shadowverse Evolve Original, Abysscraft. Further bolster your forces with cards from the versatile neutral class, and grow your power beyond reckoning.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Shadowverse Evolve English Edition World Invitational 2023 World Finals. Rap God, I'm here, Ignitius, your official English Edition ambassador for Shadowverse Evolve, alongside Red Zone Rogue, my good friend and co-caster for today. We just went through 2 rounds. How you feeling about it?
Oh, dude, like, they're awesome, right? Like, both rounds have been really, really cool. You love to see, like, the off-meta rune deck round 1. Definitely go watch that back if you missed it. And then we just finished up a Dragon versus Abyss game that was, like, as down to the wire as you could possibly get. Once again, if you did not see it, just watch it back after the stream is done. It was awesome. It was
Absolute
incredible.
nail-biter, man. Every turn
Yeah.
I was like, oh, Abyss is winning. No, wait, Dragon might be winning. Oh, wait, Abyss is winning. Oh, wait.
Yeah.
That was the feeling of watching that game. So, yeah, and the games just don't stop, because here we have in round 3 a very exciting matchup for you here. It's going to be Ipang, who is the winner of the Indonesian regional qualifiers. And I actually met Ipang in real life, and he beat me up with his off-meta deck. So I know firsthand how strong of a player he is. And hey, me personally, I want Ipang to win, because then I can say I only lost to the world champion, you know?
I mean, that's fair, right? You'd be like, I only lose to world champs,
Yeah,
right?
absolutely. But he's actually up against Melty, who is bringing Uma Musume versus Ipang's Forestcraft. So we're going to be able to take a look at the decks soon. But first, I want to talk about what decks have been used throughout the day. So let's take a look here. We have 22 players bringing Uma Musume Pretty Derby with a 32.4% usage, 16 players playing Discard Dragoncraft, 23.5% usage, 14 on Mid Sword with 20.6, and then it falls off a little from there. Mid-range Forestcraft being a rogue tier 2 pick, along with Control Havencraft as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think looking at this is somewhat of what a lot of folks were expecting, right?
Right.
Huge turnout for Uma Musume, a very, very powerful deck, and then we have Dragon and Sword, and then just kind of like everything else, right? But I don't want to discount all of the other decks, right?
No, for sure.
I mean,
we just saw Rune.
Exactly, yeah. We saw Rune win against Forest, which is another deck that kind of has had, I don't want to say like a resurgence or something like that, but it's kind of like the spicy deck of the season, I would say.
I feel like it's underestimated. People are just now starting to get a whiff of it, like, oh, it's actually pretty strong against some of the top matchups. It's got even our favorite matchups against Uma, Dragon, and Sword, so maybe it's got some sauce. Just don't queue Rune, I guess, is what I learned.
Yeah.
But other than that, and maybe we'll be able to see it in this game here. But yeah, even though it's not the most represented, the other decks are still around and doing pretty well, as we saw. So I think the pre-restriction on Uma Musume really did help open the meta wide open so that a lot of other decks could come in and shine.
Yeah, that and also the Shenlong.
The Shenlong restrict, yes,
well, because like even in the last round, we saw that, you know, in an Abyss deck, right? One of the Dark Horse decks go against one of the prevalent decks, Dragon, and it was like, it was close.
It was close.
It was not like a complete, you know, runaway.
Yeah, it was just like really smart play on Luke's part, like using that Olivia instead of conflagration to beta removal.
Yeah.
Like that was super heads up. So like just thinking those turns ahead. But if it wasn't for, you know, Luke's great play, and of course Enrique played well as well, but just getting slightly outmaneuvered there. Like if it wasn't for that, that aggro Abyss might have just taken it because of the lack of Shenlong.
Yeah, I personally, as a card game player, I like to be a little greedy in my plays, and I felt like there was a lot of like high risk, high reward in that match, right? Like not clearing off the Oguri cap and kind of like going for face, being like, hey, I'm gonna make you have lethal on me, otherwise I'm gonna lethal you next turn, kind of thing. Like this is the turn, right? And I feel like you mentioned the Olivia play was also similar to that regard.
Right,
know.
not playing conflagration instead.
Exactly, yeah, having like the tempered play, you know, like not playing the conflagration, playing Olivia. And the 3 points of life, like, really mattered.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
It went down to 1 life.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
there you go. But again, it is going to be Epunk versus Melty in this next match. And guys, remember in the chat, you can vote for who you think is going to win. Cast your predictions now, and see if you can beat your fellow chatters in your prophetic powers.
Yeah, and today we have. Stay tuned for after this round for some excellent trivia giveaways. So folks from the chat can win a booster pack and a Igni or different fight card.
Yeah, absolutely. And we signed those too. They're signed. All right?
Yeah, like in person, handwritten, just. You know, signing cards all day. I saw the Igni was just there signing.
My hand
signing
got
cards.
stained with ink, literally.
Right, yeah.
The other day, yeah. But we do have the deck list ready for both players here. Let's get into the match. Now here we have Epunk, the Bushinavi name here, Raja Terak here, playing Forest Craft. What? We have 3 of Tazuna? Now that is a card I did not expect to see, but other than that, there is a lot of typical Uma cards here. For example, the new card Shinko Windy, being able to look at the top of your deck and toss it away if you don't need it. We have the removal of Lily. We got the board flood of Crystalia Tia as well. The Marvelous Sunday being a great option to bounce your Harvest Festival alongside Agent Elf also being able to do the same thing and healing you as well. We also have an Eat Fast, Yum Fast, which can take a Storm from your deck or buff a Storm card, so that could be good alongside, for example, Silent Suzuka. And speaking of Storm, the 3 of Gold City, just expecting everybody to try and flood the board, so Gold City always procs. And then, of course, the top end, 2 of Silverbolt for that extra reach. We also have the Rosia that we talked about earlier, being able to get you Thorn Burst, draw, and deal damage. And we also have 2 of Ancient Flash, which is a very relevant card in the current meta. Being able to bounce back an opponent's card, for example, an enemy Leonidas is very strong. But yeah, that 3 of Tazuna is definitely not something that I was expecting. Very cool to see a sort of off-meta inclusion in this Forest Craft deck. And a neutral Uma card, too. I guess technically not an Uma card because she's one of the trainers, so she's not technically one of the horse girls, but she's from the Uma set, and she has the effect, of course, if you guys are unaware, 6-cost ward. Select an Uma Musume follower or amulet that costs 4 play points or less in your cemetery and put it onto your field. So that is able to fetch Silent Suzuka if it's removed by a quick spell.
I mean, there's a lot of ways to get your Suzuka here, actually. You know, there's the one of Eat Fast, Yum Fast that can also tutor for Suzuka. Yeah, how do you feel about this
I think
like, Suzuka package?
That's so interesting because we saw in that last game the Fire Chain take out the Silent Suzuka, and then you were left with no more resources, right? So now you can play the Suzuka kind of risk-free. If they remove it, you can just bring it back with Tazuna, right? So
yeah, seems pretty sweet.
It's actually pretty cool. And also, not to mention, if you play Tazuna Hayakawa and bring back Gold City, Tazuna is a body for Gold City to proc off of.
That's true.
And then you recover 3 play points with Gold City and again Storm, and then you can even buff it with Eat Fast, Yum Fast, and that's another source of damage. That's really smart. And you know, I love to see it though because it's also from the starter deck. So seeing another starter deck card in the World Finals, man.
Oh, you love it when they pack powerful cards in the starter deck too.
For sure.
Yeah, sweet. That's a really sweet deck, actually.
It's super flexible. Listen, I met Epunk. This is exactly what he would do.
Right, yeah.
Very smart guy. Because now that I'm thinking about it further, you can also pull Rose Deer for additional burn.
Yeah,
back.
that's true. Get those bursts.
Asian Flash to bounce something. Like, there's so much flexibility with this that it makes a lot of sense. I'm quite intrigued by it. So, hopefully, in this game, we actually get to see it in action.
Like, how many people would have guessed Tazuna, right?
Right, nobody. Nobody.
I love to see it. You know, at these really high-level events here at the Shadowverse Evolve World Finals, like seeing like these kind of like off-meta, these like little spicy tech includes is absolutely what I love to see, right?
And it's not just for the meme, you know, it's actually good card.
Yeah, definitely not for the meme. These players are trying to win the world's, World Finals.
Absolutely.
Right?
But it's just like something you never expect, and it makes you think about the deck in a different way.
And I kind of feel like a lot of folks just kind of wrote this card off entirely, right? They're like, oh, starter deck card, put it in my card box or whatever. But no, he's got like the super secret tech.
Yeah, let's see if it's going to play out. And we have the Evolve deck as well on the screen now. We see the 2 of Ancient Elf, 2 of Lily, 1 Tia, 3 Suzuka, which is very relevant because you can pull it back, so you want the max copies of the Evolve.
That makes sense.
And also 2 Carrots as well for a little bit of racing action, especially with Asian Flash. So there you have it. Now let's take a look on the other side here. Melty is actually bringing an Uma Musume deck, the first pure Uma we're seeing of the day. And with some pretty interesting cards as well. We got 3 of Miyano Top Gun, who is able to come in as an early game play and potentially gain Storm as well. Of course, we have Flowers for You as a way to draw through the deck now that Trial Initiation has been restricted. The typical Lamplit removal, of course, the one of Trial Initiation as I was talking about. Agnes Tachyon, which we saw in the Rune matchup earlier. Special Week, which is usually just used for the fanfare effect. The Evolve is sort of a bamboozle play in the late game that could help, but usually it's for the fanfare.
It's like a 2-drop draw card,
Right, yeah, more or less, yeah. And then we also have the Make Some Noise, of course, which is fantastic removal. Outrunning the Encroaching Heat. Tell me about this.
I like this as a one-of. It's just a nice little way to give whatever you want Storm, so you can just punch on in for those extra points of damage. I personally, in my own Uma list, have started to run just a one-of here. It's just a nice little tutor target. Yeah, I like it. I especially like it as a one-of, for sure.
Yeah, and we also have the one of Asian Flash, which is nice to maybe bounce back a Leonidas, as I've been keep saying.
Yeah.
Ikuno Dictus as a sort of engine as well, including Naruto Top Road, also a draw engine. And then we also have Sakura Chiono O, who's able to bring back an Uma from the cemetery, which is relevant with Naruto Top Road discarding stuff, and then you can bring it back with Chiono O.
Yeah, I mean, like, Uma, name of the game here is, like, you just get crazy value out of all of these horse girls, right?
And you know, it does make sense that with the restriction to like Trial Initiation and Ikuno Dictus, your draw power is a little limited, so why not just reuse the cards you already use instead of getting new ones, right? Like, Sakura is going to help you out with that a lot. And of course, we have to talk about this, the Vodka Daiwa combo.
Oh, yes. I mean, like, this is, in my opinion, and maybe not just in my opinion, the real linchpin of the deck,
Yes, it is the key turn.
Daiwa Scarlet Vodka is just absolutely backbreaking, especially if you can chain together multiple spells to give your board Storm. It's just so powerful. They are what I would consider to be like must-answer cards from your opponent, right?
Yeah, if they leave the Daiwa up at any point in time, they lose the game. I really believe that.
Yeah, like for sure. I mean, like even Vodka too, right?
Yeah.
Like just pumping your board.
Oh yeah, but yeah, of course, yeah.
And there's like certain breakpoints too, depending on the matchups. Like, some decks run a lot of hard removal, some decks run like damage-based removal, and you know, getting above those damage-based breakpoints can be like backbreaking, like absolutely backbreaking. And then we have Silent Suzuka, which is
just a good card. Good in Forest and good in Uma Musume. Just a Storm follower that's letting you have a little bit of reach and also removing a ward potentially or a big token or an evolved follower from play to let you go face. And speaking of removing, we have the one of my solo drawn terrain drop drums. The longest card name I've seen in a hot minute.
I mean, it's a sweet card. Like,
just hard removal. Just straight up hard removal.
Just clear something.
So good.
And then of course, Oguri Cap.
We saw that in action.
what do you need to say? Oguri Cap, incredibly powerful. She just loves those carrots, just munching on those carrots.
Munching on the carrots. I mean, the carrots are only for her, really, right?
Right,
and one for Asian Fly. You can have one, too. And every other carrot goes straight to Oguri Cap.
Top Road can have some if you want to draw some cards, discard some stuff. You can do some stuff. Yeah, you want to at least have a couple for
the Oguri swing, for sure. And then speaking of swing, Narita Brian, you slam that on 8, you engage it, and that's basically an unavoidable 5 face.
Just does 5 damage. Like, it's excellent. It also has ward too, so it's like a 6/8 ward with Bane. So not only does it shoot your opponent for 5, but it also shures up your board state. It's just really annoying to deal with. It kind of demands hard removal, having 8 life. I'm a big fan, actually, as a sword player.
Yeah, the fact that it has ward is so hard to deal with, man.
Yeah.
So like if you get to the end game, it's just like now you have to just be thinking against Sword and against Uma. When they get to the end game, oh, this is gonna be the Brian turn.
Yep, coming on down. And if you are able to have some sort of board state when you play the Brian, oh, it is. That's what you're looking for, right? As the Uma player, you want to have some followers and then drop a Brian.
All right, now let's take a look at the Evolve deck here from Melty, just to double check here. We got 5 Carrots, 1 Special Week, that makes a lot of sense, just as a bamboozle in the late game. Yeah, once you get into Overflow. 2 Suzukas and 2 Agnes Tachyon. Now that makes a lot of sense to me.
Yep. Yep, just absolutely fantastic cards. Like you said, just makes a lot of sense. Agnes is just insanely powerful.
Mini Merlin, as you said.
Mini Merlin. I mean, like, just being able to get a spell back from your cemetery. And, like, the spells in this deck are very powerful, right? Very efficient spells, and then they double up with her own ability.
And we saw in the first round as well, the fact that the spells are able to give -1/-1 to an enemy follower, and that was really good against Forest. Is this going to play out the same way? Maybe, against Epong's Forest deck here.
I mean, I think the name of the game here is board control, right? Both on the Uma side and on the Forest side. It's just going to be a fight for board presence and swinging on in with various Suzukas, right? Battle of the Suzukas.
All right, let's get into the match. The players are on the table right now, across from each other, and we are about to jump into things, and I'm really excited because on one hand, Uma, the most represented deck.
Yeah.
On the other hand, the underdog Forest with the genius pilot.
With the spicy super secret tech, too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So who's going to come out on top? The will of the people or the will of the one guy?
Right. Yes. It should be a really fun match. Like, this is our first, like, pure Uma match of the day, right? So we get to see. Oh, dude. First of all, love the camaraderie.
Love the sportsmanship.
Love the fist bump.
Oh, we got an early special week in the Uma's hand, so we know that they have a lot of cycle. Meanwhile, in Epong's hand, we see a Tia. I think they might go for a redraw. Okay.
Yeah, look, one of the interesting things about Uma is it doesn't have a lot of like early drops that you want to like play. So just being able to get like a special week is pretty sweet, right?
Oh, right away we get an eat fast, yum fast to pull a storm from the deck, and of course it is Suzuka.
Yep. Yeah, I mean the one of Eat Fast, Yum Fast is just a sweet include.
Yeah, also it's just a nice thing to do on turn one, like when you're usually not doing anything anyway, so.
Yeah.
Go ahead and get a cut here from the other player. And Suzuka now in hand. Passing the turn here into the dragon. Oh, sorry, the Uma Musume. I see her and I'm like, that's a dragon card.
Right.
But as we said earlier.
It technically is. Mm-hmm. So we have the reveal. I don't think this could miss, so you just get a draw card.
Yeah, pretty much no, right? I don't think it misses at all.
But yeah, it's the turn 2 play that you want as a Uma player, right?
Mm-hmm.
Get a body on the board, draw a card. Yeah, just kind of start the Uma train rolling.
Now we see in Epong's hand there is a May, so there might be a way to remove this if you May and then Ancient Elf it back, which is exactly what you want.
That's the play.
2 damage into the special week and buffing up that Ancient Elf as well. If that Ancient Elf is able to get even healthier, it might be nice to buff it up to an even larger stat line, and then swing face with that could be a problem, especially now that the May is back in hand, so you could always just play the May again and bounce it again.
Yep. May is one of those cards that just keeps coming back and is more than a little annoying as the opponent, right? You just see her coming in, she's like, I'm going to shoot you, and then I'm going to leave. Bye.
Especially if you're in a board-based deck, right?
Yep. Yeah. And, you know, to be honest, most of the decks in the current meta are, like, board-based decks. Uma Musume being the most prevalent one.
Ooh, and here we have
nice
an Icuna Dictus here.
Yeah.
The one of.
This is a nice little card. Gives you some card selection. Get a look at the
top 3
cards and pick an Uma card or an amulet, I believe.
Yep, and then put the rest in the bottom.
Yeah. Nice. So like this is a great card to smooth out your draw.
Pulling another flowers for you, just trying to get as much cycle as possible at this point.
Yep. Trying to get to your power cards, trying to get to your Daiwa Scarlet, your Vodka. You want to have a turn where you drop both of them at the same time.
Yes, absolutely.
And so
I will say, though, it is a little disappointing for me personally that the list does not run 7 more centimeters, because I would have loved to see that, especially since you're playing so many spells and cycling so much. That would have been really cool to see.
It's such a sweet card. I personally really like that card.
Ooh, but now we have a warded up Ikuno Dictus on the board.
She's pretty healthy, right? Got a lot of health there. So, I mean, like...
How many bounces do we have for May, though? I see a Nature's Guidance in hand.
Yeah. Bounce May 4 times? 3 times? We still have the Ancient Elf potential Evo.
That's true.
That's not nothing, considering playing the May.
Yeah, he was really considering it, too.
Possibly.
Oh. Gold City.
Interesting.
That regains him 3 play points.
Yeah, notably, will not have Storm. But it's just a nice tempo play, right?
A nice tempo play, and you get to May here, and you even get to evolve your Ancient Elf and bounce it back.
And so we have,
Oh,
here
the
we go.
combo!
Yeah, I was wondering if it was for combo, right?
Right.
It's like such a good card for combo because it gives you the play points back.
Yeah, so Gold City, not only is it just for Storm, but getting the play points back means it's one card, one play point card that's a 3/3 body that also adds to your combo piece, which means that Yifang now has quite the board. And as you know, Uma Musume very much excels in single target efficient removals, not so much wide board clears. And I think Yifang knows this, or rather I should say, the full proper name, Raja Terakir, knows this, and has a full body of board here, and then just able to make it so that pressure is really put on the Uma player.
That was quite the turn. You went from like one follower to a full board.
Yeah, and again, Gold City, man, just being a one play point with that stat line, even if you're not getting Storm, it's a good card.
Yeah, very, very good. And now, so we do have an Agnes. So Agnes will help clean up the board, right?
That's true. That's true.
Being able to direct that -1/-1.
And you can also like evolve it into the Ancient Elf, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like, well, Ancient Elf is 1 health remaining.
Yeah. Oh, you can just ping it off.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. But you wanna ping off ones that aren't engaged, right?
Yeah, it'll be interesting what his choices are here. Because like May's an easy choice. Yeah. Just kill her off so she can't come back and do more value.
What if he plays Tazuna to bring May back just to psychological damage?
Take psychic damage. Oof, oof, oof.
All right, we're getting another spell out. Okay.
Yep, just flowers for you. Drawing a card. Pumping up Agnes a little bit here.
Taking out the Tia.
Yep, cleaning up all the 1/1s.
But I mean, Eve as a 4/4 is still up there.
Still big. Like, yeah. I mean, Yifang's board is like actually kind of thick here.
Yeah, no kidding. And like you can run the Agnes in, but then that's also kind of sad because then you get so much damage of it. In fact, they are gonna race it instead of evolving it. So the rush is gonna run into this because they don't have enough play points for evolve, obviously. So that rush.
I mean, it feels like it's just something you got to do here, right? Just
Yeah.
try to stabilize as much as possible, but it's got to feel bad like leaving 2 followers on the field, especially followers that are going to punch back for like
7 damage.
Yeah, 4 and 3, decent chunk, and like 7. Like Shadowverse is a fairly fast game, and 7 damage is a lot.
Yeah, and you know that they have Silent Suzuka in hand too from the early Eat the Fast Jump Fast.
That's true. Yeah. Silent Suzuka threatening just a ton of storm damage. We know that Forest in general can just, has these damage thresholds once you can get up to a certain amount of play points. And as the game, goes into the 5, 6, 7 play points, that's when the life is going to get.
And there's Suzuka for another 3.
Scary. Good old Suzuka.
Another.
I like this play because it also protects your Suzuka, right?
Yeah, and now you can bring it back for the next turn.
It's like, hey, you can't have an easy removal on her because she doesn't have very much health, right?
Yeah.
And so it's like, nope, you're gonna have to deal with my big Umas here.
This is
Uma and Crystalia.
This is exactly what Forestcraft wants to be doing. Every turn, just dismantling the opponent's game plan. And Uma already down to 9 defense here. It's really, really dire straits. What would they need? At 5 play points right now, I think they need Vodka Daiwa to stabilize.
Oh, man. I mean, like, yeah, Vodka Daiwa, both followers are engaged, so you can have, decent attacks. This is not a Daiwa or a Vodka, so...
That's, that's Narita Top Road. Let's go ahead and try and cycle through the deck a little bit.
Yep, I like Top Road, drawing some cards, discarding some cards, trying to find some answers, but, I mean, like, okay, so the race and the rush is going to be nice here, right? Having 4 power is going to make it so they can either...
Trade into Eve or trade over Gold City, right?
Exactly, yeah. So they can either, maintain some sort of board presence or just trade into the bigger unit. Still 2 play points. Turn is potentially not over.
Ooh, nice.
Okay.
Trial initiation is very good. Let's see what else is in the tank. Oh, we got an Asian Flash, which could be relevant, but not so much because we don't have that many play points left.
I mean, it'd be good for future turn, for this turn.
Man, this game is fast. It's only turn 5. I can't believe this.
Fast and furious. And so let's see where he's going to direct the attack. So it is going to be
Gold City
in order to maintain board presence here.
Yeah, just a little bit. But that's 4 damage that might swing face. Oh, that has rush.
Right.
And it might just go ahead and swing into the Eve here to clear board.
Oh, yeah.
Very nice stabilization on Melty's side. That that Top Gun ended up being such a relevant card, even though none of us saw it really coming.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm very much resisting the urge to make a Top Gun reference, but yo, she got in there, man. she did it.
Yeah.
Buzz the tower. Anyway, moving on.
Talk to me, Goose.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, look, hey.
But Suzuka comes out yet again.
The same Suzuka.
And actually able to evolve this time. Oh, and taking out that board and actually swinging face for even more damage.
So this play is actually particularly rough for Melty, just because he spent most of the turn just digging for answers, and now he doesn't get to see, you know, more of his deck. He's just drawing the same card that he had access to last turn. Putting, you know, being at 4 and then not being able to dig for further answers, if you don't have it in your hand, then...
Where's Vodka Daiwa, man? I think we're really seeing the impact of the restriction here.
Yeah.
Econodictus, Trial Initiation, makes it so much harder to actually get your powerful combo. Meanwhile, Ipang's at 20 defense.
Yeah, he's like, Melty definitely on the back foot. I mean, he can just run down the top road there and then just draw some more cards, but that takes play points, right? And play points that you need for your Daiwa, for your Vodka, which he also does not have.
Ooh,
he does have full grip there. It's difficult to see exactly what he has in his hand and just how much removal. Reminding everyone out there that Uma does run a good chunk of removal between Lamplit and Make Some Noise. And as mentioned, Suzuka doesn't have a ton of health.
So you could take it out, but remember, this is the deck where you can bring back Suzuka.
This is true.
This is true. Hayakawa. Oh, but we actually are going to see an Oguri Cab from the opposite side. Potentially being able to swing this a little bit, but oh,
interesting.
Showing the Tizuna. Because he's showing Tizuna to show that even if you clear this, I can just play.
Yeah. So, like, a Great Cap is going to come in. He going to get 1 carrot. Going to, you know, punch for a little bit of damage, clear up the board. But unfortunately, the damage here, being at 4 health, isn't going to be too relevant.
Right. And we actually are going to be able to see the Tizuna in play here. So we can go down to 4 defense.
Tizuna being the spicy.
Yep, here it is.
Here's Tizuna.
There's Sound Suzuka. And
back
string
Suzuka,
face. GG.
And then attack, yeah, wow.
Wow, that Tizuna ended up being relevant, bringing back the Suzuka for 0 play points.
Yeah, like the pivotal card. Wild.
Wow, that felt entirely like that Uma deck really had to struggle to get back into the game after the mid-game turns there.
Yep.
Like just the sheer amount of damage coming out from Raja Terakir's Forestcraft deck, Ipang's deck, like it was so much tempo. That Gold City into Eve turn.
That turn was
was the key turn of the entire game.
Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say that was the turn of this match, right? Just able to get that insane amount of board presence. And you even mentioned it, Uma struggles a little bit when the opponent goes wide.
Yep.
It excels on like individual removal, but just being able to present bodies big enough that can overcome the Agnes like -1/-1. It's just
looks like we have a bit of a guest star here on camera. We can cut to the hey!
Who's this guy?
Mr. Ambassador, welcome to the stream. Yeah, you want to tweak into the mic real quick?
Hello, everyone. It is I, the other ambassador of this game. How are y'all doing the Evolve side?
It's been great.
Wonderful.
The rounds have been absolutely insane. Like some real insane tags. We just saw Tazuna Hayakawa win a game, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was so
Bringing
spicy.
back Silent Suzuka from the graveyard, from the cemetery, for game. Yeah, it was Ipang.
Yeah.
That guy's a genius, I'm telling you.
He's my #1 vote for today. He is my vote for today.
Oh, my goodness.
You heard it, everyone. Keep an eye on Ippon, for sure.
And by the way, guys, here we have a visual for you. All the participants are getting our beautiful model here showing off the
Dude, look how beautiful this is.
World Finals participant rubber playmat. Check that out.
Yo, let's go.
This alt art is incredible, by the way.
It actually is. This is the art that the winner will get on the promo card.
Yeah,
too.
that's true.
Yeah. Awesome.
And Alice is a card you definitely want to watch out for, too, because that's a powerful card in set 3.
She's scary.
Shoot with the playmat.
There you have it. Chris,
Love
thanks for
it.
stopping by. Appreciate you. Good luck on your cast. All right.
Awesome.
And guys, remember, if you voted in the chat for who you predicted, let us know if you won that prediction or not. But, you know, Forestcraft being able to take it over Uma, quite a swing from especially the distribution of decks we saw earlier.
I mean, dude, I just can't stop thinking about the Tazuna include. Like, it's kind of wild, actually.
There's a lot of options. You can pull back Ancient Flesh. You can pull back, well, obviously Silence's Nuke.
Yeah, super secret tech in the back pocket, man.
So strong, so strong.
I love it.
All right, well, guys, now that the round is over, we do have trivia.
Yes.
You get to win 1 booster pack as well as a signed Ambassador Evolve point from either me or Chris. It's random, so if you get the one you want, congratulations. It better be both of them. You better want both of them, okay? Or I will find you, okay? Anyway, let's take a look at the trivia question this time.
So before I tell you what the question is, please type join in chat so you are eligible to enter the trivia here.
That's JOIN in the chat. Join in the chat to make sure that you are entered into the trivia giveaway. All right, let's take a look at the question.
All right, Igni. I like dragons.
Oh, I like dragons.
I know you like dragons.
Oh, yeah.
So let's have a question about some dragons. All right. So, what is the color of the dragon featured in Aelia Dragon Knight?
Is it option A, blue, option B, green, option C, red, or option D, black?
Yeah. Go ahead and vote. Click
I know the answer. Do you?
I know too, but I have the answer here. So.
I just have seen this card for 7 years of my life.
Yeah. It's just a sweet card, you know?
Yeah.
Ramp staple, you know?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, awesome.
Yeah, so go answer right now. Type join in the chat and type in your answer A, B, C, or D. And you might stand a chance to win a booster pack or a signed Evolve point from me or Chris. All right, so you definitely want to join right now in the chat. Now, again, I want to remind everybody in chat before we head off for the break that we do have a very special announcement later in the day for Shadowverse Evolve that you do want to be tuning into.
Yes.
It's a brand new announcement. I only know the basics of it, and I am already hyped as heck, so we just have to wait for the full announcement later in the day.
It's, like, legit. Like, you don't want to miss it.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
So thank you guys for tuning in until round 3, and we'll be back with round 4 right after this break.
The flame of Leviathan rises, and new heroes must answer its roar. Will you join the adventure? Booster Set 3, Flame of Leviathan, now on sale.
Introducing the first crossover set. Uma Musume Pretty Derby is coming to Shadowverse Evolve. Now on sale.
Shadowverse, which took the world by storm, greets a second dawn. As a trading card game. Arise, warriors. Be anointed in light, and soar towards a horizon more brilliant than you've ever seen before. Shadowverse Evolve. Build a deck to conquer a new age. Choose from 6 classes. Swordcraft, Runecraft, Dragoncraft, Forestcraft, Havencraft. And the Shadowverse Evolve Original, Abysscraft. Further bolster your forces with cards from the versatile neutral class. And grow your power beyond reckoning. Storm the battlefield with powerful followers. Or control the tides with masterful spells. The future glows at your fingertips. It is time for the newest chapter of our long, ever-shifting story. Shadowverse Evolve.
Family! My name is Millie Parfait from Nijisanji EN's third wave, Etheria! Today, we'll be taking a look at the upcoming collaboration between cards in Shadowverse Evolve, featuring me! Without further ado, let's take a look at my cards, shall we? First up, we have our one-cost card, which is called It's a Sweets Buffet. That's me and Lucy, stuffed after all that candy! Next, we have... Ta-da! That's me, a 6-cost card, Witch of Calamity, Millie Parfait! I'm just lazing with Lucy here. Oh, there's even going to be a special signed version of this card. Yes, I signed it. I'm gonna evolve too! And now, these are the leader cards you could use as your avatar in game. I'll share my 7 million IQ with you and lead you to victory! Ding dong! Check out these token cards I drew myself. I even drew a bell ringer angel reference on one of them. Please, use them however you like. Now, if you want to play with my cards, you could add me to an Earthright Runecraft deck. You can activate my ability to make your next spell cost 4 less, so you can play cards like Golem's Protection for free. You can even use this on your opponent's turn, so you could use cards with Quick, like Fiery Embrace, to surprise them. Oh, I also play well with Juno's Secret Laboratory, and Remy and Rami Witchy Duo, since I also create a magic sediment. And that's all the cards featuring me in the upcoming set. They'll all be available in the third booster set, Flame of Lavatane, releasing February 2nd!
The flame of Leviathan rises, and new heroes must answer its roar. Will you join the adventure? Booster Set 3, Flame of Leviathan, now on sale.
Introducing the first crossover set! Umabusune Pretty Derby is coming to Shadowverse Evolve! Now on sale!
Shadowverse, which took the world by storm, greets a second dawn. As a trading card game. Arise, warriors. Be anointed in light, and soar towards a horizon more brilliant than you've ever seen before. Shadowverse Evolve. Build a deck to conquer a new age. Choose from 6 classes. Swordcraft, Runecraft, Dragoncraft, Forestcraft, Havencraft. And the Shadowverse Evolve Original, Abysscraft. Further bolster your forces with cards from the versatile neutral class, and grow your power beyond reckoning. Storm the battlefield with powerful followers, or control the tides with masterful spells. The future glows at your fingertips. It is time for the newest chapter of our long, ever-shifting story. Shadowverse Evolve.
Millie Parfait from Nijisanji EN's third wave, Etheria! Today, we'll be taking a look at the upcoming collaboration between cards in Shadowverse Evolve, featuring me! Without further ado, let's take a look at my cards, shall we? First up, we have our one-cost card, which is called It's a Sweets Buffet. That's me and Lucy, stuffed after all that candy! Next, we have... Ta-da! That's me, a 6-cost card, Witch of Calamity, Millie Parfait! I'm just lazing with Lucy here. Oh, there's even going to be a special signed version of this card. Yes, I signed it. I'm gonna evolve too! And now, these are the leader cards you could use as your avatar in-game. I'll share my 7 million IQ with you and lead you to victory! Ding dong! Check out these token cards I drew myself. I even drew a Bellringer Angel reference on one of them. Please, use them however you like. Now, if you want to play with my cards, you could add me to an Earthright Runecraft deck. You can activate my ability to make your next spell cost 4 less, so you can play cards like Golem's Protection for free. You can even use this on your opponent's turn, so you could use cards with Quick, like Fiery Embrace, to surprise them. Oh, I also play well with Juno's Secret Laboratory, and Remy and Rami Witchy Duo, since I also create a Magic Sediment. And that's all the cards featuring me in the upcoming set. They'll all be available in the third booster set, Flame of Lavatane, releasing February 2nd!
The flame of Leviathan rises, and new heroes must answer its roar. Will you join the adventure? Booster Set 3, Flame of Leviathan, now on sale.
Introducing the first crossover set! Uma Musume Pretty Derby is coming to Shadowverse Evolve! Now on sale!
Shadowverse, which took the world by storm, greets a second dawn. As a trading card game. Arise, warriors. Be anointed in light, and soar towards a horizon more brilliant than you've ever seen before. Shadowverse Evolve. Build a deck to conquer a new age. Choose from 6 classes. Swordcraft, Runecraft, Dragoncraft, Forestcraft, Havencraft. And the Shadowverse Evolve Original, Abysscraft. Further bolster your forces with cards from the versatile neutral class, and grow your power beyond reckoning. Storm the battlefield with powerful followers, or control the tides with masterful spells. The future glows at your fingertips. It is time for the newest chapter of our long, ever-shifting story. Shadowverse Evolve.
Millie Parfait from Nijisanji EN's third wave, Etheria! Today, we'll be taking a look at the upcoming collaboration between cards in Shadowverse Evolve, featuring me! Without further ado, let's take a look at my cards, shall we? First up, we have our one-cost card, which is called It's a Sweets Buffet. That's me and Lucy, stuffed after all that candy! Next, we have... Ta-da! That's me, a 6-cost card, Witch of Calamity, Millie Parfait! I'm just lazing with Lucy here. Oh, there's even going to be a special signed version of...
How's it going, everyone? And welcome back to the Shadowverse Evolve English World Finals here in Akihabara. My name is Kel, also known as Red Zone Rogue, and I am joined by my esteemed co-host of the day, Ignitius.
Hello, Shadowverse Evolve English Edition Ambassador, and I just cannot get the smile off my face because I'm having so much fun at this event right now, watching some of the best games of Shadowverse Evolve go down. We are headed into round 4 of the day out of a 7-round Swiss, and then into a top 8 top cut. Just as a reminder to everybody in chat, you can actually vote for who you think is going to win, and we actually have the decks up for round 4 right now. So let's take a look. Let's jump right into it. Juan Cena's Swordcraft deck. Juan Cena, very funny name, who won Houston Regionals. So they're playing the sword deck with the Princess package? Why don't you tell me about that?
So this is what I call the Princess package. Swordcraft being my personal favorite deck in Shadowverse Evolve. And I love the Princess package. Basically, it adds in your Gunner Maid, as well as some suitable tutor targets, like your Pompous Princess, as well as Aurelia, which can be like a pretty big presence against all of these like board-heavy decks, like Uma, for example.
Yeah, taking out a Daiwa or a Vodka with your Aurelia.
Yeah, I mean, like, having a sail is, like, very, very strong. Uma wants to protect those 2 cards, and this is just, like, excellent. And then for the rest of the deck, I mean, you see a lot of, like, the standard sword stuff. You have your Quick Bladers, which get, they're decent in the early game, but they can actually be, like, a kind of like a late game finish combined with your Leonidas, giving them +3/+3, making them like 4/4 haste or 4/4 storms. You have stuff like your Veteran Lancer, which is a nice little one-of include. It's a 2/3 body that can just ward up when you really need to.
I believe we actually talked to Juan Cena yesterday, back during the welcome dinner, and they were talking about I'm playing 1 Vet Lance because of Dragon. If I am able to get a ward up against Oguri Cap, they're not swinging face, I can recover the turn after with my Storms, with my Leonidas, with my Narita Brian. It makes a lot of sense. I think very interestingly, this deck runs 41 cards instead of cutting it down to 40.
Yeah, we were talking about this before going live. I think 41 cards for Sword is a little, you know, it's reasonable because you have so many tutor effects in the deck, right? You have your Maid Leaders, you have your Gunner Maids, you have your Gem Staffs, and so like you still have a lot of the consistency staying at 41 cards.
You even run the one of Avant Blader for even more draw too. Like
yeah, for sure. Just a great way to get some cards back, and then obviously we have our really powerful top end with Alexander and of course Leonidas. Definitely don't discount the one of Narita Brian, who go face, just 5 damage face, which is also a nice way. Personally playing sword, that's a way that I've finished off more than a couple games actually. They think they're safe behind their ward, they're not safe.
They're not safe. Narita Brian will engage.
Yes, for sure.
We also get the one of Olivia, which I think is really interesting. Yeah, it's quite good against decks that play out their whole hand, and then you can discard one of their cards and get rid of maybe their win condition, for example. And also just a flexible mid-game play. If you don't find the need to have to assail into a body, you can just play Olivia, and it's just a solid card.
Yeah, agreed. This deck has what I would like to call like a toolbox kit, right? It's got a lot of like one-ofs that you can tutor for, stuff like I mentioned, the Pompous Princess, the one-of that you can tutor for with your Gunner Maid. You also have your one of Albert, who's like pretty good at closing out games. Yeah, I think this is what Sword does really well. Sword to me is like, it's a board presence deck, but it also just has a ton of consistency. I think it's one of the most consistent decks in the game with just so many tutor effects.
For sure. The draw power is crazy. And now let's take a look at the Evolve deck for Juan Cena. Wow, that's quite a spread. We got 2 Leonidas, 1 Tokai Teo, 1 Avant Blader, 1 Albert, 2 Floral Fencer, 2 Maid Leader, and even 1 Bellringer Angel.
Yeah, the Bellringer is actually pretty interesting. Once again, I don't hate it, being able to, you know, deal some direct damage when you need to in a deck that doesn't typically run a lot of, you know, direct damage outside of
Unbridled Fury.
Exactly. Yeah. And I think we saw like was it the Whole Souled Swing? As well?
Yeah,
Yeah. The one of Tokai Teo is nice to get that 5 damage storm.
Especially on top of a Leonidas.
Oh, 8 damage storm is also very nice. 2 Leonidas is pretty typical and pretty good because if your opponent is able to deal with your first,
right? Like with a Matikana Tenhauser, for example.
Exactly. So you have that backup. And then, of course, Floral Fencer is just an absolute staple of Sword. Just being able to flood the board with dudes, as I like to say, is just really, really great.
The dude flood. The dreaded dude
Yeah,
flood.
the dude flood. Hey, 1 card, 3 bodies, pretty good.
All right, let's take a look at the opposite deck list here. Of course, Juan Cena is fighting against Kay Strider, who's playing Uma Musume. Now, instead of playing Miyano Top Gun, we have the 3 of Shinko Windy instead as the 1 drop here. Being able to take a look at the top and maybe toss it back. Just an aggressive little 1 play
Yeah,
alongside
nice little,
the
hand smoother, I would say.
Yes, exactly. We saw the other player playing Top Gun instead, but either way, you just have to have a 1 drop to curve out. We have Flowers for You, and in this deck, Flowers for You is actually relevant because this runs 2 of Saiyan Sky, which of course has Storm, Intimidate, and Strike, give this follower +1 attack, and Saiyan Sky gets buffed even further by Flowers for You, giving it a +1 attack, and then if it's Saiyan Sky, +1/+1 more. So, you know, getting a 1 play point draw and then a 4/4 attacker that has Intimidate for 4 play points?
Yeah, Storm and Intimidate. Like, Intimidate, it might not seem super relevant at first glance, but it's actually, like, kind of huge, right? Being able to, like, it protects itself, you know, from your opponent's aggression.
And not only that, but because they have to spend a spell on it, that means they're not spending a spell on Daiwa or Vodka.
That's true.
Which is a huge problem for them.
That's definitely true.
If they end up using their removal on your Saiyan Sky, you just go ahead and run in with Vodka Daiwa the turn after on turn 5. That's a huge problem for them.
It definitely is, yeah.
We have a couple of other interesting 1-of inclusions, including the 1 of outrunning the encroaching heat to give anything Storm.
Yep, nice.
Very
little
aggressive,
include.
very tempo-based, Uma-based list here.
Yeah, for sure.
And in terms of 1-ofs, we have a 1 of Rice Shower. Interesting.
Yeah, Rice Shower is it's a pretty efficient card, right? Comes into play. It's a ward body itself. Shoot something for 3, and then on Last Words, you get something back, which is great.
Yeah.
Very
So even though
efficient
you get rid of 2 cards, you can get it right back with the Rice Shower Last Words. Of course, the Oguri Cap is a 1-of to finish things off. 2 of Narrator Brian for the same reason, but also, very interestingly, a 1 of Super Creek.
Yeah, this is a very interesting card. I mean, it's like, it's a very, how do I want to say this, fair card, right? It just comes in. It's a very, like, casual 5/5. I'm going to heal for 5, and I'm going to protect you a little bit, right?
One thing, too, is that if they can't immediately answer the Vodka Daiwa on board, you can have this as a ward to protect it as well the turn after.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's when things can really, really snowball out of control, right?
Yeah, very teched out, very interesting Uma Musume list with a lot of 1-ofs and some very interesting inclusions. I'm really excited to see if that Saiyan Sky is going to be able to out-pressure the Sword even. Let's find out. But let's take a look at the Evolved deck first from Kay Strider just to see what they're running. Of course, we got the 2 of Agnes Tachyon, the 1 of Special Week, the 1 of Sansazuka, and 6 carrots. So pretty standard. Maybe 1 less Sansazuka than I was expecting, but yeah, pretty standard.
I mean, like, the 1 Silent Suzuka is worth noting, right? Because, you know, as we watch this match play out, after they use their first Silent Suzuka, you know, they can't use it again. It's kind of just a one-and-done deal here. So the timing of that could be very relevant to how this match plays out, especially against Sword, which could end up with like a lot of very large units on the board.
Right, like especially if you bounce with Leonidas, now that's value.
Yep.
I will also say that 6 carrots, which is more than the standard amount of carrots, does seem relevant because they run a lot of 1 of Umas that you would probably not see otherwise. So just having the flexibility option of letting them be able to race could end up working out for them.
Yeah, a combination of like
Super Creek and racing it in. Yeah, and then if you race Super Creek and have it attack something, it engages so that it automatically activates forward. So it does make sense. All right, those are the deck lists there for Juan Cena, the Houston Regionals champion, and Kay Strider. Let's get into the match. The players are seated head-to-head against each other. Can Sword prevail? This is the first Sword we're watching today. Or will Uma take the cake? Let's find out as we get into the games here.
I'm excited for this one. First Sword of the event for us. And like I mentioned, my favorite class in the
Love
game.
the sportsmanship as always. Everybody very respectful and getting into the games. Let's have some good, clean fun.
Honestly, Igni, just excellent vibes here today. So much, you know, camaraderie, sportsmanship. You absolutely love to see it here at the highest level of Shadowverse Evolve. Nice little turn 1 play. Just a bell ringer, right?
And Juan Cena is going second, so it does have the 3 evolution points here.
Nice. Good to note. Turn 2 play, this is just your special week. I think we mentioned this before.
It's like the best turn 2 play.
Yeah, it's what you're looking for if you're the Uma player. Just a simple 2/2 body that draws you a card.
Oh, we're actually
yes.
going to evolve the Bellringer right
Yeah.
away. A play that I was not expecting to take out that special weak from standing position. So even though it was refreshed, it was not able to deal any damage or swing phase. Oh, but we have an Asian Flash.
There we go, Asian Flash coming on in.
But we're not actually going to race it. We're just leaving it up as a body and leaving it as a threat. So if you end up playing anything, I get to bounce it back.
Yeah, I think that's a really fair play, right? It's just putting down a body, like you said, and being a 3/3 is like nothing. And it also makes it so that since it didn't attack, it cannot be attacked back unless your opponent plays something with a sail. So, for example, like this Floral Fencer, it does not have a target to attack, so it's just gonna kind of chill here on the board.
I think Floral Fencer still was the best play, though, because if they played any single body, it would have been gotten bounced immediately from Asian's race effect. So with Floral Fencer, you're at least going wide so that Asian can't fully answer the board. And we've talked about this before, but Uma has a bit of a problem answering wide boards at times.
Yeah, and you know, they still have a ward on the board, so it's just going to make it just a little bit awkward here.
Oh, but that makes it able to remove. Okay, okay. And we're even going to use the carrot.
Oh, yeah, here we go. Just going on a little race here. I like bouncing the bell ringer, right? Bouncing the bell ringer, preventing that draw, and then just kind of like coming on in.
Mm-hmm. So now you don't get the draw from your Bellringer that you painstakingly evolved
right,
to kill my special of the week. And this 4/4 stat line does go above the Knight and the Steelclad Knight's ability to trade as well, making it hard for them to push through.
Yeah, it never feels good trading like multiple units into just a single one, especially when your opponent's already gotten so much value out of the card already. Just putting a lot of work. Just putting in a lot of work. And
all right.
Sword player here is at 1 is contemplating the options.
Where's my Unbridled Fury, man?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that would be like the card here.
Yeah.
At only 4 play points, Tokai Teo not getting there here. And like, you know, if you're playing Sword, that 4 points, you have a lot of like tutor options, but you don't have a lot of removal options.
No. So we're gonna have to find out.
Just kind of.
Can you answer this Asian? Oh,
right,
Gem Staff to try and pull for that answer.
Tutor option here. Gem Staff's great. It's gonna be able to tutor for essentially almost any card in his deck. And let's see what he is going to end up pulling here. He pulled a Quick Blader to the front. You can easily like pick the Quick Blader and drop it here, but you might want to tutor for an answer. Something like a Tokai Teo could curve into it from this.
Yeah, that's true. That'll be a great way to remove a big threat as well. Another option. Aurelia could be an interesting one to pull as well.
Yeah, Aurelia, I do like Aurelia against Uma because they tend to flood the board, so she typically ends up with that nice little pump. If they want to go like, you know, I don't want to say infinite, but if you want to go like chain tutors, they can get like an Avant Blader for the next turn.
That's true, yeah.
Or even like play for a bigger game, like trying to get like an Alexander.
Mm-hmm. We're not that far away from turn 6, right? So, like, it's not the worst thing in the world. And, like, if they go wide with their Uma board, especially if they play Vodka Daiwa, Alexander can try and clear up that entire board single-handedly. So maybe getting an Alexander would have actually been good.
Yeah, and it looks like Juan is going to opt for... Ooh.
Oh, we get a Lamplet in response.
Yeah, just being like, hey, no, you can't kill my unit this turn.
Oh, and another Bellringer comes out for Juan.
Bellringer here. You know, protecting the board a little bit, and the life total for sure.
Yeah, so Gem Staff is now protected behind the ward and can maybe trade efficiently next turn. But like that fully healthy Asian Flash has given me a little bit of
of
the heebie-jeebies.
All right, 5 play points is when Uma gets very scary.
Okay.
Well, here's a little Agnes Mini Merlin coming on in, immediately getting that Evo.
And we get Lamplet back.
Just buy this Lamplet back. Yeah. So Lamplet's like pretty nasty against the... Oh, yeah, there it goes. Yeah. Lamplet's pretty nasty because it does 2 damage and Gem Staff only has 2 health.
Yeah.
And so 2 damage plus the Agnes trigger can just kind of...
Oh, this is looking bad for Uma.
Wipe.
I'm sorry, for Sword, rather. This is looking really good for Uma. That's what I meant to say.
This... If you let Uma snowball like this, it can be very, very difficult to come back.
Yeah, for sure. Especially like with these 2 bodies that you have to spend your removal on, or like a body or like an assail on, and then having Daiwa Vodka still in the back, not even seen yet. Like, oh boy, like how much like gas do you have to deal with all of these threats?
So looking at Juan's hand, I do see an Aurelia, I do see an Alexander, but we're only at 5 play points right now.
Yeah, that's true.
So he can't drop that. I see a swing. I see some tutor targets. I mean, he has a lot of options. This is the thing. for Sword, Sword typically has, between their tutors and their effects, they have a lot of options, right? In a lot of circumstances, they have like just a large chunk of their deck available to them. And so you have to think through all of your options. What's the most optimal here? In this situation, Juan is going to opt for Aurelia.
But Aurelia does not get the additional effect because there
Nope.
are only 2 cards on the opponent's field, so this is just a 4/2, and is able to take out the Asian Flash, but the Tachyon still being alive is a huge problem, especially with that defense total. There's...
Oh, no! I mean, if you're the Uma fan, oh, yes.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I mean, Daiwa, I mean, we haven't actually seen much Daiwa, if any at all today, right?
No, this might be the first time we're seeing the Daiwa Scarlet combo with Vodka in play. Or maybe not even with Vodka, just Daiwa by herself is strong enough.
I mean, Daiwa coming in, being able to go search for an Uma spell, just really, really good. It's going to be interesting to see what they pick. A Lamplet is always a great pick. If they don't necessarily want Lamplet, they can go for like a Flowers.
Soloed.
Solo's a good one too.
Went for Trial Initiation. I think that's the usual. The usual pick is Trial.
Yeah, Trial's great.
Yeah.
It's just like a better version of Flowers for sure.
Yeah.
A little bit more options there. Notably, can't discount the Agnes here, who's just, champing at the bit, waiting to be like, hey, I got some damage I can maybe throw around.
That's right. You can leave it standing until
-1/-1.
Until you can leave it standing until you need to go for the kill turn as well. And there's Vodka. Oh no.
Yep. There it is.
And here's the combo. So if you guys didn't know, Daiwa Scarlet reduces the cost of your first Uma spell by 1, and then if it's your 3rd spell, it gives
It gives her Storm
and
then
another Uma Storm.
Another Uma Storm,
and then Vodka costs 2 less if you have Daiwa Scarlet on your field. And then when you play a spell each turn, every Uma on your field gains +1/+1 and Rush. So you very quickly build, as you can see here, a very, very, very powerful board, and your spells are discounted, and potentially you gain Storm as well if you have enough play points. So
yeah, it can get very, very out of control here.
Aurelia taken out with the Rush Vodka.
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. You want to preserve the life on your Daiwa as much as you can, so you, run on in with the Vodka there. Just kind of setting up.
Well, to be honest, I'm glad we got to see it, because this is
This is what makes Uma so powerful, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's these cards in particular are just
these 3.
Yeah, so good.
The big 3, as they say.
Yeah, and like these are what I would call, especially Daiwa and Vodka, like must-answer cards.
Oh,
and here we have the Alexander. This is what you need to like clear up the board. Fortunately for the Sword player, none of the Uma cards are out of reach, right? They don't have enough health.
Yep.
I do want to note, just in case this comes up, that Daiwa does reduce the spells on their opponent's turn as well. So if he's got like a Lamplet or something like that, it would
even a solo would be huge. Yeah, but not so. Well, he did get Trial Initiation from the Daiwa instead of removal. Yeah. Maybe that was a mistake. Maybe he should have gone for a solo to potentially answer Raindrop Drums, because obviously Raindrop Drums goes down to 2, and then it goes down to 1 for Daiwa. So
yeah, and
this is refreshed, so it can go again.
Yep, and Assail, as if you're not super familiar with Shadowverse terminology, means that they can attack units that aren't down, that aren't rested.
And it takes out the entire board. But that's also your entire turn, and you're at 8 defense.
I mean, you just have to do it, though, right?
Yeah, I mean, they had no choice.
You can't leave the Uma with
those
cards.
Big 3.
That's like the danger zone, and especially at 8 health. So now Uma has all the tempo, right?
If Uma Oguri caps here, I'm gonna cry.
Igni, my friend.
Time to start crying.
Yeah.
What a powerful turn on turn 7 here.
Got a tissue for you.
Oh my goodness, discarding, getting that Storm, and even like evolving with that carrot. I mean, racing with the carrot rather from the evolved deck, and gaining those stats. That's a lot of stats.
Yeah, it's gonna be coming on in for 6 damage, taking Sword down to 2, or rather 4. I think the life totals have been adjusted already.
Yep. And that's the entire turn.
Yeah.
Ooh, boy.
I mean, and then now, once again, a Sword. You got to answer this. 5 damage. Can you produce the 5 damage.
And remember, guys, going into 8 play points here for the Uma player, Narita Brian is always an option.
Yes, and the math was right. It is 2. Sword is at 2. Which is precarious.
So even if they answer the Oguri here, next turn they play Narita Brian and it's over.
or if they have like a second Oguri even.
Yeah.
They have enough cards to do that.
Yeah.
It's a little rough.
There's Alexander. It might be too little too late, though. That's what I'm worried about.
It's your boy. He's coming in. And then 1 point damage. Hey. Wansina's on the board.
I feel like this matchup is usually so even that like it feels...
It's
it could go either way depending on whether or not you get your Daiwa Vodka, whether or not you get the early game Floral Fencer unanswered. Like,
it's a match of like board control and tempo, and Uma's had...
And there's Brian. GG.
Yeah, called it. Whew.
Well played. K Strider taking it over Houston regional champion Juan Cena in round 4. So very, very strong showing from Uma Musume there. Just the absolute perfect curve, to be honest with you. We didn't get to see the Seiyun Sky, unfortunately, but we did see the Daiwa Vodka combo. Straight into Oguri Cap, straight into Narita Brian, and that's exactly what you want to be seeing.
I mean, like, Daiwa Vodka combo with, like, Agnes on board, that's just, like, the most Uma board I can, like, imagine,
Yeah,
right?
and also that Asian Flash lived forever.
She did. She just did so much. She put in so much work.
She like did half the work for the rest of the
back's hurting from carrying that, man.
So yeah, incredible showing from Uma Musume, showing exactly why Uma is the most popular deck in this World Finals at the moment. So wow, what a show. And Swordcraft, I know you're a sword main, so I apologize for the showing there.
Yeah, it hurts. It hurts. But I mean, excellent match, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, played masterfully. You've seen it. That's what Uma does, and Uma does it very, very well. And it's
textbook.
Once they can do that, and once they can get the tempo, it's very, very hard to come back. You need like a really, really efficient answer. And unfortunately, Juan had the answer, just wasn't able to get that tempo back.
Just a little too late. Like going second, first of all, and also the Alexander being so heavy, and that being your only response and being your entire turn.
Yeah, he was able to answer, but it's just like, just not enough.
Not enough.
Not enough.
Very close game, though. So, yeah, congratulations to K Strider for taking it. And if you predicted K Strider winning that game, congratulations on your poll prediction. But now that it's after the round, we do have a little bit of trivia for you.
Oh boy, I do love some trivia. So reminder to everyone in chat.
Type join.
Type join in chat so you are eligible to enter this. So let me see what we have coming up here. Ooh, okay.
And remember, if you answer correctly, you have a chance to win one Flame of Leviatine card pack. That's the expansion that came out literally yesterday. And a signed Ambassador Evolution Point card, either from me or from Chris. So get in it.
All right, so the question of this round is going to harken back to a class that we saw a little bit earlier today. Not one of the more popular ones, but one that is near and dear to me, and that is Abyss. So the question is, what does Dark Summoner gain on Fanfare if Sanguine is active?
Here are your options, contestants. Option A, it gains +1/+1 and Storm. Option B, +0/+1 and Ward. Option C, +1/+0 and Rush. Or option D, +1/+1 and Rush.
Yeah, and don't forget to
type join.
Type join
in the
click
chat.
the link and see if you're right.
Yeah, and you could win a Flame of Leviatine booster pack as well as an Evolution Point signed by me or Chris, the English Edition ambassadors to the game. Get in it. All right, but for now, we're going to go to a short break before heading to round 5. Just a reminder, it's a 7-round Swiss into a top 8 top cut. And again, I just want to say we have a very special announcement in today's tournament that you want to be here for. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this.
The flame of Leviathan rises, and new heroes must answer its roar. Will you join the adventure? Booster Set 3, Flame of Leviathan, now on sale.
Introducing the first crossover set. Uma Musume Pretty Derby is coming to Shadowverse Evolve. Now on sale.
Shadowverse, which took the world by storm, greets a second dawn. As a trading card game. Arise, warriors. Be anointed in light, and soar towards a horizon more brilliant than you've ever seen before. Shadowverse Evolve. Build a deck to conquer a new age. Choose from 6 classes. Swordcraft, Runecraft, Dragoncraft, Forestcraft, Havencraft. And the Shadowverse Evolve Original, Abysscraft. Further bolster your forces with cards from the versatile neutral class, and grow your power beyond reckoning. Storm the battlefield with powerful followers, or control the tides with masterful spells. The future glows at your fingertips. It is time for the newest chapter of our long, ever-shifting story. Shadowverse Evolve.
From Nijisanji EN's third wave, Etheria! Today, we'll be taking a look at the upcoming collaboration between cards in Shadowverse Evolve, featuring me! Without further ado, let's take a look at my cards, shall we? First up, we have our one-cost card, which is called It's a Sweets Buffet. That's me and Lucy, stuffed after all that candy! Next, we have... ta-da! That's me, a 6-cost card, Witch of Calamity, Millie Parfait! I'm just lazing with Lucy here. Oh, there's even going to be a special signed version of this card. Yes, I signed it. I'm gonna evolve too! And now, these are the leader cards you could use as your avatar in game. I'll share my 7 million IQ with you and lead you to victory! Ding dong! Check out these token cards I drew myself. I even drew a bell ringer angel reference on one of them. Please, use them however you like. Now, if you want to play with my cards, you could add me to an Earthright Runecraft deck. You can activate my ability to make your next spell cost 4 less, so you can play cards like Golem's Protection for free. You can even use this on your opponent's turn, so you could use cards with Quick, like Fiery Embrace, to surprise them. Oh, I also play well with Juno's Secret Laboratory, and Remy and Rami Witchy Duo, since I also create a magic sediment. And that's all the cards featuring me in the upcoming set. They'll all be available in the 3rd booster set, Flame of Lavatane, releasing February 2nd!
The flame of Lavatane rises, and new heroes must answer its roar. Will you join the adventure? Booster Set 3, Flame of Lavatane, now on sale.
Introducing the first crossover set! Uma Musume Pretty Derby is coming to Shadowverse Evolve! Now on sale!
Shadowverse, which took the world by storm, greets a second dawn. As a trading card game. Arise, warriors. Be anointed in light, and soar towards a horizon more brilliant than you've ever seen before. Shadowverse Evolve. Build a deck to conquer a new age. Choose from 6 classes: Swordcraft, Runecraft, Dragoncraft, Forestcraft, Havencraft. And the Shadowverse Evolve Original, Abysscraft. Further bolster your forces with cards from the versatile neutral class, and grow your power beyond reckoning. Storm the battlefield with powerful followers, or control the tides with masterful spells. The future glows at your fingertips. It is time for the newest chapter of our long, ever-shifting story. Shadowverse Evolve.
My name is Millie Parfait from Nijisanji EN's third wave, Etheria! Today, we'll be taking a look at the upcoming collaboration between cards in Shadowverse Evolve, featuring me! Without further ado, let's take a look at my cards, shall we? First up, we have our one-cost card, which is called It's a Sweets Buffet. That's me and Lucy, stuffed after all that candy! Next, we have... ta-da! That's me, a 6-cost card, Witch of Calamity, Millie Parfait! I'm just lazing with Lucy here. Oh, there's even going to be a special signed version of this card. Yes, I signed it. I'm gonna evolve too! And now, these are the leader cards you could use as your avatar in-game. I'll share my 7 million IQ with you and lead you to victory! Ding dong! Check out these token cards I drew myself. I even drew a Bellringer Angel reference on one of them. Please, use them however you like. Now, if you want to play with my cards, you could add me to an Earthright Runecraft deck. You can activate my ability to make your next spell cost 4 less, so you can play cards like Golem's Protection for free. You can even use this on your opponent's turn, so you could use cards with Quick, like Fiery Embrace, to surprise them. Oh, I also play well with Juno's Secret Laboratory, and Remy and Rami Witchy Duo, since I also create a Magic Sediment. And that's all the cards featuring me in the upcoming set. They'll all be available in the 3rd booster set, Flame of Lavatane, releasing February 2nd!
The flame of Leviathan rises, and new heroes must answer its roar. Will you join the adventure? Booster Set 3, Flame of Leviathan, now on sale.
Introducing the first crossover set. Umabusune Pretty Derby is coming to Shadowverse Evolve. Now on sale.
Shadowverse, which took the world by storm, greets a second dawn. As a trading card game. Arise, warriors. Be anointed in light, and soar towards a horizon more brilliant than you've ever seen before. Shadowverse Evolve. Build a deck to conquer a new age. Choose from 6 classes: Swordcraft, Runecraft, Dragoncraft, Forestcraft, Havencraft. and the Shadowverse Evolve Original, Abysscraft. Further bolster your forces with cards from the versatile neutral class, and grow your power beyond reckoning. Storm the battlefield with powerful followers, or control the tides with masterful spells. The future glows at your fingertips. It is time for the newest chapter of our long, ever-shifting story. Shadowverse Evolve.
Family! My name is Millie Parfait from Nijisanji EN's third wave, Etheria! Today, we'll be taking a look at the upcoming collaboration between cards in Shadowverse Evolve, featuring me! Without further ado, let's take a look at my cards, shall we? First up, we have our one-cost card, which is called It's a Sweets Buffet. That's me and Lucy, stuffed after all that candy. Next, we have, ta-da! That's me, a 6-cost card, Witch of Calamity, Millie Parfait! I'm just lazing with Lucy here. Oh, there's even going to be a special signed version of this card. Yes, I signed it. I'm gonna evolve too! And now, these are the leader cards you could use as your avatar in-game. I'll share my 7 million IQ with you and lead you to victory! Ding dong! Check out these token cards I drew myself. I even drew a Bellringer Angel reference on one of them. Please, use them however you like. Now, if you want to play with my cards, you could add me to an Earthright Runecraft deck. You can activate my ability to make your next spell cost 4 less, so you can play cards like Golem's Protection for free. You can even use this on your opponent's turn, so you could use cards with Quick, like Fiery Embrace, to surprise them. Oh, I also play well with Juno's Secret Laboratory, and Remy and Rami Witchy Duo, since I also create a Magic Sediment. And that's all the cards featuring me in the upcoming set. They'll all be available in the third booster set, Flame of Lavatane, releasing February 2nd!
The flame of Leviathan rises, and new heroes must answer its roar. Will you join the adventure? Booster Set 3, Flame of Leviathan, now on sale.
Introducing the first crossover set. Umamusume Pretty Derby is coming to Shadowverse Evolve. Now on sale.
Shadowverse, which took the world by storm, greets a second dawn. As a trading card game. Arise, warriors. Be anointed in light, and soar towards a horizon more brilliant than you've ever seen before. Shadowverse Evolve. Build a deck to conquer a new age. Choose from 6 classes. Swordcraft, Runecraft, Dragoncraft, Forestcraft, Havencraft. And the Shadowverse Evolve Original, Abysscraft. Further bolster your forces with cards from the versatile neutral class, and grow your power beyond reckoning. Storm the battlefield with powerful followers, or control the tides with masterful spells. The future glows at your fingertips. It is time for the newest chapter of our long, ever-shifting story. Shadowverse Evolve.
My name is Millie Parfait from Nijisanji EN's third wave, Etheria! Today, we'll be taking a look at the upcoming collaboration between cards in Shadowverse Evolve, featuring me! Without further ado, let's take a look at my cards, shall we? First up, we have our one-cost card, which is called It's a Sweets Buffet. That's me and Lucy, stuffed after all that candy! Next, we have... Ta-da! That's me, a 6-cost card, Witch of Calamity, Millie Parfait! I'm just lazing with Lucy here. Oh, there's even going to be a special signed version of this card. Yes, I signed it. I'm gonna evolve too! And now, these are the leader cards you could use as your avatar in-game. I'll share my 7 million IQ with you and lead you to victory! Ding dong! Check out these token cards I drew myself. I even drew a Bellringer Angel reference on one of them. Please, use them however you like. Now, if you want to play with my cards, you could add me to an Earthright Runecraft deck. You can activate my ability to make your next spell cost 4 less, so you can play cards like Golem's Protection for free. You can even use this on your opponent's turn, so you could use cards with Quick, like Fiery Embrace, to surprise them. Oh, I also play well with Juno's Secret Laboratory, and Remy and Rami Witchy Duo, since I also create a Magic Sediment. And that's all the cards featuring me in the upcoming set. They'll all be available in the third booster set, Flame of Lavatane, releasing February 2nd!
The flame of Leviathan rises, and new heroes must answer its roar. Will you join the adventure? Booster Set 3, Flame of Leviathan, now on sale.
Introducing the first crossover set. Uma Musume Pretty Derby is coming to Shadowverse Evolve. Now on sale.
Shadowverse, which took the world by storm, greets a second dawn. As a trading card game. Arise, warriors. Be anointed in light, and soar towards a horizon more brilliant than you've ever seen before. Shadowverse Evolve. Build a deck to conquer a new age. Choose from 6 classes. Swordcraft, Runecraft, Dragoncraft, Forestcraft, Havencraft. And the Shadowverse Evolve Original, Abysscraft. Further bolster your forces with cards from the versatile neutral class. And grow your power beyond reckoning. Storm the battlefield with powerful followers. Or control the tides with masterful spells. The future glows at your fingertips. It is time for the newest chapter of our long, ever-shifting story. Shadowverse Evolve.
Parfait from Nijisanji EN's third wave, Etheria! Today, we'll be taking a look at the upcoming collaboration between cards in Shadowverse Evolve, featuring me! Without further ado, let's take a look at my cards, shall we? First up, we have our one-cost card, which is called It's a Sweets Buffet. That's me and Lucy, stuffed after all that candy! Next, we have... Ta-da! That's me, a 6-cost card, Witch of Calamity, Millie Parfait! I'm just lazing with Lucy here. Oh, there's even going to be a special signed version of this card. Yes, I signed it. I'm gonna evolve too! And now, these are the leader cards you could use as your avatar in game. I'll share my 7 million IQ with you and lead you to victory! Ding dong! Check out these token cards I drew myself. I even drew a bell ringer angel reference on one of them. Please, use them however you like. Now, if you want to play with my cards, you could add me to an Earthright Runecraft deck. You can activate my ability to make your next spell cost 4 less, so you can play cards like Golem's Protection for free. You can even use this on your opponent's turn, so you could use cards with Quick, like Fiery Embrace, to surprise them. Oh, I also play well with Juno's Secret Laboratory, and Remy and Rami Witchy Duo, since I also create a magic sediment. And that's all the cards featuring me in the upcoming set. They'll all be available in the third booster set, Flame of Lavatane, releasing February 2nd!
The flame of Leviathan rises, and new heroes must answer its roar. Will you join the adventure? Booster Set 3, Flame of Leviathan, now on sale.
Introducing the first crossover set. Uma Musume Pretty Derby is coming to Shadowverse Evolve. Now on sale.
Shadowverse, which took the world by storm, greets a second dawn. As a trading card game. Arise, warriors. Be anointed in light, and soar towards a horizon more brilliant than you've ever seen before. Shadowverse Evolve. Build a deck to conquer a new age. Choose from 6 classes. Swordcraft, Runecraft, Dragoncraft, Forestcraft, Havencraft. And the Shadowverse Evolve Original, Abysscraft. Further bolster your forces with cards from the versatile neutral class, and grow your power beyond reckoning. Storm the battlefield with powerful followers, or control the tides with masterful spells. The future glows at your fingertips. It is time for the newest chapter of our long, ever-shifting story. Shadowverse Evolve.
Millie Parfait from Nijisanji EN's third wave, Etheria! Today, we'll be taking a look at the upcoming collaboration between cards in Shadowverse Evolve, featuring me! Without further ado, let's take a look at my cards, shall we? First up, we have our one-cost card, which is called It's a Sweets Buffet. That's me and Lucy, stuffed after all that candy! Next, we have... Ta-da! That's me, a 6-cost card, Witch of Calamity, Millie Parfait! I'm just lazing with Lucy here. Oh, there's even going to be a special signed version of this card. Yes, I signed it. I'm gonna evolve too! And now, these are the leader cards you could use as your avatar in game. I'll share my 7 million IQ with you and lead you to victory! Ding dong! Check out these token cards I drew myself. I even drew a Bellringer Angel reference on one of them. Please, use them however you like. Now, if you want to play with my cards, you could add me to an Earthright Runecraft deck. You can activate my ability to make your next spell cost 4 less, so you can play cards like Golem's Protection for free. You can even use this on your opponent's turn, so you could use cards with Quick, like Fiery Embrace, to surprise them. Oh, I also play well with Juno's Secret Laboratory, and Remy and Rami Witchy Duo, since I also create a Magic Sediment. And that's all the cards featuring me in the upcoming set. They'll all be available in the 3rd booster set, Flame of Lavatane, releasing February 2nd!
The flame of Leviathan rises, and new heroes must answer its roar. Will you join the adventure? Booster Set 3, Flame of Leviathan, now on sale.
Introducing the first crossover set. Uma Musume Pretty Derby is coming to Shadowverse Evolve. Now on sale.
Shadowverse, which took the world by storm, greets a second dawn. As a trading card game. Arise, warriors. Be anointed in light, and soar towards a horizon more brilliant than you've ever seen before. Shadowverse Evolve. Build a deck to conquer a new age. Choose from 6 classes. Swordcraft, Runecraft, Dragoncraft, Forestcraft, Havencraft. And the Shadowverse Evolve Original, Abysscraft. Further bolster your forces with cards from the versatile neutral class, and grow your power beyond reckoning. Storm the battlefield with powerful followers, or control the tides with masterful spells. The future glows at your fingertips. It is time for the newest chapter of our long, ever-shifting story. Shadowverse Evolve.
Millie Parfait from Nijisanji EN's 3rd wave, Etheria! Today, we'll be taking a look at the upcoming collaboration between cards in Shadowverse Evolve, featuring me! Without further ado, let's take a look at my cards, shall we? First up, we have our 1-cost card, which is called It's a Sweets Buffet. That's me and Lucy, stuffed after all that candy! Next, we have... Ta-da! That's me, a 6-cost card, Witch of Calamity, Millie Parfait! I'm just lazing with Lucy here. Oh, there's even going to be a special signed version of this card. Yes, I signed it. I'm gonna evolve too! And now, these are the leader cards you could use as your avatar in game. I'll share my 7 million IQ with you and lead you to victory! Ding out these token cards I drew myself. I even drew a Bellringer Angel reference on one of them. Please, use them however you like. Now, if you want to play with my cards, you could add me to an Earthright Runecraft deck. You can activate my ability to make your next spell cost 4 less, so you can play cards like Golem's Protection for free. You can even use this on your opponent's turn, so you could use cards with Quick, like Fiery Embrace, to surprise them. Oh, I also play well with Juno's Secret Laboratory, and Remy and Rami Witchy Duo, since I also create a Magic Sediment. And that's all the cards featuring me in the upcoming set. They'll all be available in the third booster set, Flame of Lavatane, releasing February 2nd!
The flame of Leviathan rises, and new heroes must answer its roar. Will you join the adventure? Booster Set 3, Flame of Leviathan, now on sale.
Introducing the first crossover set. Umamusume Pretty Derby is coming to Shadowverse Evolve. Now on sale.
Shadowverse, which took the world by storm, greets a second dawn. As a trading card game. Arise, warriors. Be anointed in light, and soar towards a horizon more brilliant than you've ever seen before. Shadowverse Evolve. Build a deck to conquer a new age. Choose from 6 classes. Swordcraft, Runecraft, Dragoncraft, Forestcraft, Havencraft. And the Shadowverse Evolve Original, Abysscraft. Further bolster your forces with cards from the versatile neutral class, and grow your power beyond reckoning. Storm the battlefield with powerful followers, or control the tides with masterful spells. The future glows at your fingertips. It is time for the newest chapter of our long, ever-shifting story. Shadowverse Evolve.
From Nijisanji EN's third wave, Etheria! Today, we'll be taking a look at the upcoming collaboration between cards in Shadowverse Evolve, featuring me! Without further ado, let's take a look at my cards, shall we? First up, we have our one-cost card, which is called It's a Sweets Buffet. That's me and Lucy, stuffed after all that candy! Next, we have... ta-da! That's me, a 6-cost card, Witch of Calamity, Millie Parfait! I'm just lazing with Lucy here. Oh, there's even going to be a special signed version of this card. Yes, I signed it. I'm gonna evolve too! And now, these are the leader cards you could use as your avatar in-game. I'll share my 7 million IQ with you and lead you to victory! Ding dong! Check out these token cards I drew myself. I even drew a Bellringer Angel reference on one of them. Please, use them however you like. Now, if you want to play with my cards, you could add me to an Earthright Runecraft deck. You can activate my ability to make your next spell cost 4 less, so you can play cards like Golem's Protection for free. You can even use this on your opponent's turn, so you could use cards with Quick, like Fiery Embrace, to surprise them. Oh, I also play well with Juno's Secret Laboratory, and Remy and Rami Witchy Duo, since I also create a magic sediment. And that's all the cards featuring me in the upcoming set. They'll all be available in the third booster set, Flame of Lavatane, releasing February 2nd!
The flame of Leviathan rises, and new heroes must answer its roar. Will you join the adventure? Booster Set 3, Flame of Leviathan, now on sale.
Introducing the first crossover set. Uma Musume Pretty Derby is coming to Shadowverse Evolve. Now on sale.
Shadowverse, which took the world by storm, greets a second dawn. As a trading card game. Arise, warriors. Be anointed in light, and soar towards a horizon more brilliant than you've ever seen before. Shadowverse Evolve. Build a deck to conquer a new age. Choose from 6 classes. Swordcraft, Runecraft, Dragoncraft, Forestcraft, Havencraft. And the Shadowverse Evolve Original, Abysscraft. Further bolster your forces with cards from the versatile neutral class, and grow your power beyond reckoning. Storm the battlefield with powerful followers, or control the tides with masterful spells. The future glows at your fingertips. It is time for the newest chapter of our long, ever-shifting story. Shadowverse Evolve.
From Nijisanji EN's third wave, Etheria! Today, we'll be taking a look at the upcoming collaboration between cards in Shadowverse Evolve, featuring me! Without further ado, let's take a look at my cards, shall we? First up, we have our one-cost card, which is called It's a Sweets Buffet. That's me and Lucy, stuffed after all that candy! Next, we have... ta-da! That's me, a 6-cost card, Witch of Calamity, Millie Parfait! I'm just lazing with Lucy here. Oh, there's even going to be a special signed version of this card. Yes, I signed it. I'm gonna evolve too! And now, these are the leader cards you could use as your avatar in game. I'll share my 7 million IQ with you and lead you to victory! Ding dong! Check out these token cards I drew myself. I even drew a Bellringer Angel reference on one of them. Please, use them however you like. Now, if you want to play with my cards, you could add me to an Earthright Runecraft deck. You can activate my ability to make your next spell cost 4 less, so you can play cards like Golem's Protection for free. You can even use this on your opponent's turn, so you could use cards with Quick, like Fiery Embrace, to surprise them. Oh, I also play well with Juno's Secret Laboratory, and Remy and Rami Witchy Duo, since I also create a magic sediment. And that's all the cards featuring me in the upcoming set. They'll all be available in the third booster set, Flame of Lavatane, releasing February 2nd!
The flame of Leviathan rises, and new heroes must answer its roar. Will you join the adventure? Booster Set 3, Flame of Leviathan, now on sale.
Introducing the first crossover set. Musune Pretty Derby is coming to Shadowverse Evolve. Now on sale.
Shadowverse, which took the world by storm, greets a second dawn. As a trading card game. Arise, warriors. Be anointed in light, and soar towards a horizon more brilliant than you've ever seen before. Shadowverse Evolve. Build a deck to conquer a new age. Choose from 6 classes. Swordcraft, Runecraft, Dragoncraft, Forestcraft, Havencraft. And the Shadowverse Evolve Original, Abysscraft. Further bolster your forces with cards from the versatile neutral class. And grow your power beyond reckoning. Storm the battlefield with powerful followers. Or control the tides with masterful spells. The future glows at your fingertips. It is time for the newest chapter of our long, ever-shifting story. Shadowverse Evolve.
From Nijisanji EN's third wave, Etheria! Today, we'll be taking a look at the upcoming collaboration between cards in Shadowverse Evolve, featuring me! Without further ado, let's take a look at my cards, shall we? First up, we have our one-cost card, which is called It's a Sweets Buffet. That's me and Lucy, stuffed after all that candy! Next, we have... ta-da! That's me, a 6-cost card, Witch of Calamity, Millie Parfait! I'm just lazing with Lucy here. Oh, there's even going to be a special signed version of this card. Yes, I signed it. I'm gonna evolve too! And now, these are the leader cards you could use as your avatar in-game. I'll share my 7 million IQ with you and lead you to victory! Ding dong! Check out these token cards I drew myself. I even drew a Bellringer Angel reference on one of them. Please!
Welcome back, everybody, to the Shadowverse Evolve English Edition World Invitational 2023 World Finals. And we are here going into round 6. We did skip over round 5 on stream because, unfortunately, as casters, me and Kel here are not yet ascended beings. We still have internal organs rather than Shadowverse Evolve cards for internal organs.
Need nourishment to stay alive.
That's true. That's true. So they graciously allowed us to take a little bit of a breather. But now we're back with even more Shadowverse Evolve action and a very, very exciting round coming into round 6 here, because we have Bima versus Symphonous. That's the 3rd place Sydney Regionals versus the 1st place Austria Regionals.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a really, really interesting match. The way I hear it, this is going to be our first mirror match of the day.
Looks like it. Uma versus Uma.
Uma, it's all Uma. All Uma for this round.
I mean, we had to get one eventually because, as we saw in the graphic earlier, there's like 22 Uma players, so eventually we were going to have to hit this.
Yeah, and I really think like the minor differences between the two decks can like really, really be the deciding factor.
Oh, for sure.
We have looked over the decks already, and there are some differences, and I think it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we'll take a look at the deck list in a second, but first, I want to remind everybody in chat, you can actually vote on who you think is going to win this match. Bima versus Symphonous. Now, if you are familiar with the Shadowverse digital game scene, Bima is a very familiar name to you. Symphonous took 1st place, however, so who's going to bring out on top? And also, we also have, after the round, the trivia giveaway, where we ask you a trivia question, and you type the answer in the chat for a chance for a Flame of Levitine card pack, and a signed Ambassador Evolution point either from me or from Chris Different Fight.
Yeah. I've mentioned it before, the top tier Evo point cards, right?
Thank you, thank you. Hopefully, I actually gave some out to some players the night before this tournament, and they said they're going to play it in Worlds, so hopefully, hopefully it's giving them a little bit of luck today, and hopefully it's not giving them, like, unluckiness. That would be bad.
Yeah, you should have seen he had like a lineup. There was like people just waiting. He's just like, oh, let me sign it.
No, stop.
His pen exploded at one point.
My pen did explode. That one is true.
Yeah.
But yes, as we said, the round is going to be Bima versus Symphonous, Uma versus Uma. So we're going to have the deck list up for you in just a second.
Yes.
But I want to talk about Bima's story coming from the digital game.
Yeah, tell me about Bima.
Bima is a very storied player in Shadowverse Digital, having won many a tournament, topped many a tournament, gotten to Contenders Cup. Very, very storied player. And it turns out, not only is he good at the digital Shadowverse game, he's good at Shadowverse Evolve too, and he's at the World Finals, just proving he is the king of everything Shadowverse, apparently. And his record is pretty good too. Going into round 6, he is 4-1 at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's pretty good, right? That's more or less where you want to be. And this is where it's kind of like at those make or break it time, you know? You kind of want to clear out the rest because we are only doing 7 rounds before cutting to the top 8 here.
Mm-hmm. So if he's able to get an X1,
yeah,
that's what you want.
X1, you're still in it. You're still in it. You don't want to be X2. So
that being said, Bima did only get 3rd at the Sydney Regionals only. That's still an awesome achievement, right? But I want to say Symphonous, who is his opponent today, made 1st in the Austria Regionals, the Austria Regionals champion. So who's going to come out on top in the Uma mirror? Especially because if we're going to take a look at the deck list soon, Bima's list is more traditional Uma, where Symphonous has a bit of spicy technology into it.
Yeah, yeah, and these are, I mean, going into this event, Uma is the deck that, you know, a lot of people expected to see a lot, and you know a lot of players played against, right? If you're playing testing a field that, you know, you expect to see a lot of Uma, you're obviously going to play against a lot of Uma. So both of these players are intimately familiar with the mirror match, right?
Oh, for sure, for sure. They definitely expected this was going to happen.
Yes.
And we were talking about this a little bit off-cast, too, like, is it the question of who die was first or the question of who die was bigger?
Yeah, exactly.
That's the question.
Who die was bigger? Who even gets the Daiwa, right? Because sometimes you just don't get there.
Yeah, especially with the restriction to trial initiation and Econodictus, maybe that lack of tutor is going to end up harming one and not the other. We'll have to find out. Let's take a look at the deck list here. Bima's Uma Musume deck is indeed, as we lampshaded earlier, a bit of a standard list. No funny one-drop like Top Gun or Shinko Windy.
Right.
And instead, we're playing the top end of the 1 of Narita Bryan, 2 Aguri Cap, 2 Rai Shower. We also have the 2 Matikane Tannhauser for the Dragoncraft and Swordcraft matchup.
Yeah, the anti-amulet card. Interesting, we actually haven't seen that come into play much at all this event, but who knows for future. In this particular matchup, won't really be relevant. It's just kind of like a body right there.
Right, you can always just discard it with a top road, right?
Exactly.
So it's not a big deal.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, this looks like what I would consider a very familiar list. Like this is a list that pretty close to what I would play, right?
Yeah.
There's a couple like one-offs here or there, but
yeah, the one of Gold City is quite interesting, right? Just getting a lot of stats, especially in the Uma mirror where you're all just flooding the board with vodka, Daiwa, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then maybe Gold City can actually come in and sneak in through there for a little storm to face. So that's an interesting one of inclusion, especially in a field where a lot of decks are going wide. Like if they floral fencer you, for example, your Gold City is going to be eating good that turn.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, that's true. That is true. And we saw Gold City come do a lot of work
in Forest.
Yeah, yeah. Just a nice little tempo card.
Yeah, but very, very nice, clean lists. You know, why fix it if it ain't broken? But meanwhile, Symphonous has a... Oh, wait, let's take a look at the Evolve deck first, actually. Yeah. I'm getting too excited. The Evolve list is very simple here. 3 Agnes Tachyon, 1 Special Week, 6 Carrots.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all you need, baby. No special spicy tech here. Just the Special Week Evolved in the late game, potentially buffing your entire Uma board is very nice. And the Agnes Tachyon, of course, crucial to recycle a spell from your cemetery. So there you have it.
Yeah, Agnes is just kind of like just an insanely powerful card, right? Other than Daiwa and Vodka, probably one of the big standout cards.
The top 3, yeah, for sure. Yeah. All right, meanwhile, Symphonous' Uma deck is very, very interesting here with a one of Twin Turbo. Tell me about this.
So Twin Turbo is an interesting card, one that we haven't seen at all today. Interesting stat lines, right? So it's a 2-drop 3/1. It can, if you have enough Uma cards in your bin, it can also gain Storm, but it also has a Sail, which means that it can trade, you know, into the followers that aren't rested. And in a mirror match, this could be a card that could help finish off something like a Daiwa Scarlet.
Or like an Agnes as well,
Exactly.
which is really important because obviously it has race, so it can gain rush at pretty much any point.
Yep.
So even
don't even need that fanfare.
Right, even if you don't activate the fanfare, you're able to use it as a basically, essentially like a ping spell almost.
Yeah. Other includes that weren't included in Bima's deck.
Maruzensky.
Maruzensky, yeah, I actually really like Maruzensky. She's a nice little 2-for-1. She can do some removal if you have Necro Charge. Her Evo, we'll have to wait and see how many Evo versions.
Right. But the
Evo
fanfare itself
is
is already quite good,
Yeah.
where it selects an enemy follower on the field and gives it -4/-4 for Necro Charge 10. So you're getting a lot of cards through your deck when you're playing them, I'm assuming, especially once you start Daiwa vodkaing and then just spamming spells out. So having all that in your cemetery and then having the Maruzensky activate on top of that, very, very strong. So there you have it. Those are some of the offbeat includes that were in this deck that aren't in the other.
Yeah, I do like the Maruzensky include. Let's take a look at the Evo deck here just to see how many Evo versions of Maruzensky. So we do have one.
So we do got one, which is nice because you can get another -2/-2, especially against opponents that are going wide. Maruzensky can be a 3-for-1.
Right, yeah.
Pop one, pop the other, and then rush into the other one. So, and in this meta where there's a lot of people going wide, Maruzensky is Symphonous' answer in the same way that for Bima, Gold City was his answer.
Yeah, and like in this particular matchup, I think this definitely could come into play, right? We've spoken about earlier on stream how Uma is a deck that it's got a lot of removal, but it's not great at removing, you know, wide board states, and Maruzensky can definitely help with that. Like you said, potential 3-for-1.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially if they got like, I don't want to keep harping on about it, but it's the most important thing in the matchup. So Vodka, Daiwa, and then you Maruzensky, one of them to get rid of it, and then like you can trade into another follower that's maybe engaged from the previous turn. So it makes a lot of sense.
But one thing to note, they are running the Maruzensky, which means they are running one less Agnes.
That's true. Is that going to be relevant? Oh, it could be.
Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see.
I guess we'll find out. But guys, we are heading into round 6 now. Again, that is Bima, a name very familiar to the Shadowverse Digital guys, as well as the Austria regional champion, Symphonous. I'm super excited for this game. It could go to anyone. The specific techs, each one included to beat the Uma matchups, are very interesting to me.
Yeah.
Who's going to come on top, Gold City or Maruzensky? I guess we'll see.
We shall see. We shall see. I do love like the little like tech includes like this. You know?
Yeah.
It makes the decks a little bit more personal and what the players feel is like the best choice for an event like this.
Gold City is so interesting too because that additional storm could be huge. Let's get into the games here. Bima versus Symphonous, the 3rd place at the Sydney Regionals versus the 1st place Austria Regionals. The fist bump to respectful start to the game.
You'll love to see it.
You'll love to see it. All right, let's find a special week to start off.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is kind of what both players want, right? They want the special week on turn 2. Turn 1, not a ton of plays here.
Oh, he's using my Evo point. Look at it.
Oh, let's go. Triple Igni. Oh, no, there's one
2
Chris.
Ignis, 1 Chris.
Yo, let's go.
Let's go. I hope that it brings you good luck and not the opposite. Fingers crossed.
Does that mean if Bima loses,
it's my fault? Hey, don't put that on me. Don't put that on me, brother. All right.
All right.
Deciding on the mulligan here. All right.
Yeah. So like, if you're the Bima, if you are the Uma player, I mean both Uma players, basically, what I'm trying to ask is, what is your ideal first couple turns, right?
Well, for Bima, he doesn't run any of the aggressive stuff. So for him, well, neither does, honestly, both players don't run any of the aggressive drops. So honestly, you just want to draw into your draw or your special week on turn 2, I think.
He got the best, dude. Look at that.
And he got the trial initiation to immediately pull Daiwa.
Oh, that's if you're Symphonist, you gotta be like a little bummed, right?
Yeah.
One
Bima
drop
was like,
into Daiwa.
Bima saw that off of his mulligan and was like, yeah.
Yep.
Hey, my evolve points are working.
Yep. Oh man. And so let's see if Bima follows that up with a 2-drop special week.
If special week comes out on 2, I think Symphonist is going to be quite upset.
Yeah. Ooh, looks like a pass. Looks so no 2-drop.
No 2-drop for Symphonist.
And let's see.
Oh wait, going into 3. Oh, Maruzensky right off the bat, and yeah, not even gonna try and activate fanfare, and answered with a make some noise on the opposite side.
Immediately shut down.
I mean, this is a very board-based matchup, man. You can't let anything through because that damage is gonna build up, especially in the late game where they can combo Daiwa Scarlet and give everything Storm. Like,
can't let the opponent get that board state, and it really snowballs, especially with Vodka out there.
oh. Using my evolve point, I'm so proud. I'm like a proud dad. Using my evolve point to go ahead and evolve.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, race rather.
So this is this one that rebuys a card? I think it does. Gets a card back from the bin.
That's
Looks
right, Sakura Chiono. Oh,
yeah, getting back
makes some noise and leaving up. Ooh, now that is fun.
Yeah, so Symphonist knows now, like, okay, my opponent does have removal in hand.
Yep.
Is that going to affect what they play? Just, like, they have it, they know they have it, so they just have to run it out. What's really interesting about Shadowverse Evolve is that you can only play a spell or an effect on attack or at end of turn, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it kind of gets around, being able to like shoot it in response or anything like that.
Yeah. The specific timings that you have to be considerate of.
Yeah, which is really relevant in matchups like this.
And Symphonist on the other side uses Asian Flash to bounce that Sakura back.
Yep, notably Asian Flash, now a 4/4 out of the Make Some Noise range currently.
Yep. And the ones that on race gain stats are so strong, I feel like, because just that extra threshold. Oh, we have a Gold City out from Bima's turn into another Asian Flash.
So this is like a big tempo play, right? Gold City getting those play points back and then being able to follow that up with your own Asian Flash. And now Bima has the board.
And this is just tempo, right? Gold City not
too.
getting the Storm, but just being a 1 play point 3/3 is so powerful.
Yeah, like he's got 7 power on board. 7 power, 7 health. That's a lot. Especially on such an early turn here.
Oh, but how is Symphonist going to respond at 5 play points? There is an option for the infamous Wombo combo.
5 play points is the threshold to play.
But here's my consideration. Like, do you save that for the late game OTK potentially of like buffing up your board?
Yeah, interesting.
And going for face that way, knowing that they have a lot of removal as well.
I think I see a Daiwa in hand, but he's just gonna run out the same card.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense.
Asian the Asian.
Yep. Back and forth.
We're going to see an Asian on this Asian.
Right? I mean, like, just kind of slowly eating down those carrots, right? I got a good stock of 6 carrots each, so just got to make use of those. They're not only for Oguri Cap.
That's true. That is funny, though. The Asian back and forth is not something
bounce your Asian, bounce your
But
Asian.
I think both players recognize that the longer they can hold their Vodka Daiwa for a later gameplay, then they can give everything Storm and buff everything up. And that could end up being like either an OTK or at least a massive amount of damage, right?
Yeah.
Whereas if they play the Daiwa Scarlet early, they risk getting answered by an opponent Raindrops or an opponent
for sure
any of their removal spells or an opposing Daiwa Scarlet, right? So it's a game of how long can I hold on to this resource before I force my opponent to use theirs.
Exactly. Or just maybe perhaps wait until you have backup.
Yeah.
Wait until you have multiple Daiwa or Vodka.
Yeah, true. But I guess we'll find out here going into Bima's 5th turn. He's pulling it off!
Daiwa coming down. Let's see what he tutors for. Options typically include Lamplet or
make some noise.
Bigger card. Yeah, make some noise.
Make some noise. Is that 4 damage? Ooh, so it's going to be able to take out that Asian Flash too.
Yeah, being able to play that for 1 play point here.
Yep.
There you go.
There it is.
Clean up the board, maintain your board control. And that's kind of like the name of the game here with Uma, and particularly in this matchup, right? You just want to maintain board control, maintain tempo. As if you can pass the turn with units on your side of the field and nothing on your opponent's side, I think you're feeling pretty good. And like that's where I would like to be if I was in this situation.
Yeah, that's absolutely the case, especially when your unit is Daiwa Scarlet.
Right, yeah, I mean, like, and it's like, you know, the best card in your deck.
The best card in the deck. But this is where the reason why I was just looking through the Symphonis' deck here, because now I realize that Daiwa Scarlet at 4 defense is actually vulnerable to Twin Turbo plus Flowers for You.
Yeah, that's true.
So is that going to be an option that Symphonis pulls out here? The one of tech,
one of Twin
maybe
Turbo
being relevant? No, it's going to be an opposing Daiwa Scarlet.
Match yours.
Oh, no.
You know what? I would also like to make some noise, please.
True mirror match here. And we're going to make some noise on your Daiwa Scarlet, all right? Don't tell the neighborhood watch, okay? Noise complaint.
Right, yeah, it's just a party in here, right?
Yeah. Daiwa Scarlet taking out herself here. Trust nobody, not even yourself. All right.
So, beam it down, one Daiwa Scarlet. Symphonis still rocking a Daiwa Scarlet.
Yeah, and that's going to be able to be taken out for just 1 play point there. Ooh.
Notably, didn't drop a vodka this turn, which...
No, because you had to use the make some noise anyway, so you wouldn't have the play points for vodka.
True. And he's going to race the Daiwa, which is, you know, an option that you can do just to clean up the board.
That's the strength of the Uma Musume followers, is that, yes, they have amazing effects, but they all also have the flexibility of just being able to gain rush instantly.
1 play point rush, yeah. And... once again, like I said, you just want to have something on your field at the end of the turn and your opponent to have nothing. And you just want to keep that up until you can build up a board state that is just insurmountable.
Agnes Tachyon, though, if you pull back a trial initiation from this.
I mean, Agnes is like licking her chops here. Like seeing a 1 health follower on the opposing field, you're like, all right, well, that Daiwa is not long for this world.
Yep.
So even without attacking into it, you can just kind of like clean it up. And here we see just a nice casual back and forth here, right? Players like slamming down cards, answering your opponent's threats.
And even going to evolve, and I think it's probably going to just get trial initiation, because just like an additional draw and being able to deal that 1/1 anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice little card selection there. But you know, you gotta think about it a little bit here. This is so far has been a very like back and forth close match. Though, to note, Bima is now out of Evo points.
That's true. Used all 3 of them. Can always still Evo with play points, but this makes it a little less flexible.
And exactly as we said, trial initiation, Agnes trigger, taking out the Daiwa Scarlet.
Ooh, it's so strong. And with trial initiation, you can get the cards you need.
Yeah, and Bima's kind of tanking on this one. Potential, you know, some good options potentially here.
And remember, with Bima having 3 Agnes, with Symphonis only having 2, if it's a battle of attrition, I think Bima might have the edge potentially.
I think you might be right. We'll have to see if Symphonis with his Maruzenskis can come into play, maybe get some value at some point to maybe get back a little bit of that.
Oh.
All right, well, that's a sign, right?
That's spicy.
Yeah.
So what we just saw there was outrunning the encroaching heat, which gives another follower Storm.
Yeah. That's a great way to push just a bunch of damage when you really, really need to. And with these decks being so like board-based, being able to like storm your opponent out of nowhere is going to be, you know, could be the make or break play.
That being said, though, Bima did not leave any play points open, meaning that whatever Symphonis does here is uncontested.
Yeah. And the units on field, like, not that big. Oh, here we have a Rice Shower. So Rice Shower, just being able to...
Ping 3.
Yep.
Discard the top 2. You can even get it back with a Sakura Chiyo no O if you have that.
Yeah. And this card, nice little ward, and then on Last Words, getting able to get a card back.
Special week to draw. Ooh, Flowers for You. More cycle.
Yeah.
Now that Necro Charge is starting to ramp up here with these 1-cost spells.
Notably, Agnes still on board, right? So Agnes could potentially, if Bima has a certain number of spells in hand could potentially kill off the Rice Shower, kill off the Special Week. So the potential to board wipe is like decent here.
I think they're checking their Necro Charge count. It's currently at 6. Yep.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
I think you are right.
So 4 more to go, and then Maruzensky comes in and just starts cleaning up. So got to be careful about that.
Reminder, she gives a -4/-4 on Necro Charge 10.
And then on Evolve, -2/-2 again.
Yeah. Yep.
That's a strong card.
Yeah, and you can spread those around, spread the love around.
Especially, like I said, Uma goes wide, Sword goes wide.
Yeah.
It matters.
And yeah, we talked about it here. Uma typically not great at dealing with a super wide board state, so Maruzensky could be a big player here.
Yeah, the one that changes that fact.
Yeah.
From being not great to being actually pretty good.
Yeah, just good value. Good old-fashioned value. Oh, hey,
oh boy.
Second Daiwa. All right, so here's the question, right?
Uh-huh.
This is a Daiwa Scarlet. Are we finally going to see vodka?
With Agnes on board?
Yes. This is the trifecta where things can get nasty.
Oh, I think it's about to get nasty.
Yeah. Let's
see what Bima has in store for us.
3 play points left over. Definitely enough to play vodka plus a spell.
Daiwa's going to probably pull Lamplet for a free spell here. Oh, no, my solo.
Oh, so like hard removal on the Rice Shower.
That's true. It only costs 1, right?
Yeah. Rice Shower has, she's got like 5 health, right? Which Lamplet's a little bit difficult to...
That's true. That's true.
To get through.
So my solo is going to be able to hard remove. And remember, it only costs 1 cost because it costs 4, then it costs 2 from the discount, and then with Daiwa, it costs 1. So a hard removal for 1 play point, that's, I'll take that deal.
Yeah.
That's like, a great price.
Raindrop Drums plus any other spell, like, clears the board. Nice. Like, sounds pretty good if you are Bima in this situation, though.
No vodka.
No vodka, indeed. And once again, we want to note, this is the second Daiwa Scarlet being played. It's good to keep track of these things in the mirror match, just to see, what your opponent has and what players, or what options players have open to them.
For sure. And meanwhile, Symphonus, hoping that he gets another Daiwa probably eventually.
Yeah, let's see. What does he have in his hand? Somewhat difficult to see. There are some options. Or you have cards that we can buy back. So, like, there's Rice Shower here, obviously. So when Rice Shower dies, last words, he'll be able to get a card back.
But this is a tricky turn here.
Yeah, both players kind of...
thinking things through.
Yeah, the mirror match can be very... I don't want to say the word grindy, but it can be very, like... We've seen it back and forth. Lots of just, like, board presence.
Oh, and using the Agnes on that, and then using Make Some Noise to do the last 4 damage.
All right, so yeah,
make some not having to use raindrops.
And then, of course, we see the Daiwa getting pulled out. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And then we have...
Are we going to swing?
Just coming in for face, I think. Yeah, chipping on down. And then the -1 and -1 from the Agnes trigger obviously going on.
Yep.
To pour a small little special week there.
Yeah, that's not a special week anymore, brother.
Sad
regular week.
Yeah, regular week.
That's weekday.
Yeah. No, it's gone. Bye-bye. Weekend.
Yeah, weekend. Hey, hey. That's why they pay you the big bucks.
Oh, yeah. All right.
Going into the 8 play point turn here for Symphonus. I see a trial initiation in hand, so we know that the Daiwa is in there. He could try and dig for vodka.
It's a pretty threatening board, right? Like having an Agnes and a Daiwa. So you gotta respond with your own. The same Daiwa.
It's either that or trying to get a Maruzensky to deal with this. But honestly, because you already have Daiwa in hand and now trial initiation, just being able to do this, get trial initiation and try and pull vodka, and then like you have a huge board that they have to contend with. That's what this matchup is. Just like, here's my board, deal with it.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I'll deal with it. Now here's my board.
Right.
You deal with it.
Do you have the answers? I do. Do you have the answers? Yes, I do.
Yeah, that's the entire matchup, baby.
Yeah.
All right. We're gonna see a cut here. All right.
Yeah, just a lot, a lot of tutoring from the deck, from the players.
Yep. Lots going on. And there it is.
All right, let's see what he's got.
Vodka. No, it's Asian
Oh,
Flash.
Okay, Asian Flash. I mean, that's still removal, right?
That's still removal, but do you want to give them back a Daiwa?
I mean, no. The fanfare.
Yep. Get rid of it when it
wanna
makes
just-
some noise.
yeah,
Yep,
yeah.
yep. I like it. Now, Bima's deck does run... we already saw one of Sakura and Shiono O, did we not? So...
I believe so.
Yeah, we did to pull back Trial Initiation.
Yeah.
So there's no other way to get that Daiwa back from the cemetery, I believe.
He was just running a 1-of there.
And, ooh, trading the own Daiwa.
Interesting.
So now both fields are empty. Oh, but now this leaves the tempo in Bima's hands.
Yeah, that's a little scary. Passing the turn with nothing on your field. But, I mean, like, you got to do what you got to do, right?
Vodka never showing up to work.
No. All Daiwa, no vodka.
Yeah. This is it's a sober Uma deck.
Right. So sober Daiwa. Yeah, I mean, like, where's all the vodka?
Prohibition era Uma Musume.
Right. Yeah. I mean, like, and now Bima has, like you said, all of the tempo. The world is his oyster.
With 8 play points too. Like with 8 play points, if he Daiwa Scarlets and Vodkas now, that's back-breaking, especially
That's
with
rough.
the defense point advantage too, 20 to 13 here.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, like, if you can string together enough spells to give them Storm, like, you could just deal an absurd amount of damage. There's also other plays, too. You know, you have your Narita Bryans.
Oh, that's right. Narita Bryan is active this turn as well.
Yeah.
And we are going to see a special week
All
just
right.
to draw a card.
Yeah.
Maybe potentially even buff up an entire board depending on what's drawn here. It's
Hey, look, it's
Bryan.
Narita Bryan.
Hello. Next turn, that's going to be a menace. Can't do it this turn now that you've already played Special Week, but hey.
Yeah. I mean, but yeah, if you're Symphonist, you got to be thinking, like, oh, okay.
Next turn, that's an unavoidable
he's-
5.
he's
so
got it.
I'm basically at 8 health now.
Yeah, virtual 8.
Yeah.
Yeah, and, you know, we still have 6 play points here with the potential to go very, very wide. Like Igni said, we can Evo Special Week to pump the board. Yeah, I see that as a...
Oh, Narita top road to try and cycle through a little bit, try and find a better card. That kind of signals to me if I'm Symphonist that your hand is not that great right now.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't immediately slam Daiwa Vodka, right?
And even evolving this to buff both the top road.
Ah, yeah, interesting. So perhaps a bit of a weaker hand in trying to establish a board presence, or
Oh!
well then. Well then.
Oh my! Outrunning the encroaching heat to give Storm and +1/+1 to an allied Uma Musume follower. Holy moly! That is a 4/4 swinging face.
Yeah.
And we know that Narita Bryan is in hand for Bima as well. So this is essentially a 20 to 4 defense gap.
Not only that, Bimina has 8 power and 8 health on the board, right? Symphonist has to clear this up, right?
Yeah.
He has to answer this, and Bima was able to cobble this together with cards that weren't Daiwa Scarlet or
He built it in
Vodka.
a cave with a box of scraps or
Yeah.
whatever.
He's like, I still got it. I don't need Daiwa Scarlet.
Yeah.
I can still pump. And so, like, in this situation, if you're Symphonist, less health, don't have the board state.
Maybe you play Sakura. I see a Sakura in hand. There's a Bryan as well. Bryan is not going to do it for you. You have to clear this board. I think Sakura Chiono O to try and pull back Daiwa Scarlet is maybe a play.
Oh, see, I think Bima still has raindrop drums. So
That's true,
If
and
he
he
plays
knows.
Bryan, it's just gone. It doesn't do anything. Like, he could just blow it up.
And Symphonist knows that
Yeah,
because
he
Bima
does.
revealed it.
Yeah. So he's in a pretty tough situation.
Oh.
Just staring at that Bryan in hand. It's enticing, but we've seen the raindrop drums, and if you don't remember what it does, it just like hard removes a follower.
So what is the play on Symphonist's side here? It seems hesitant about it.
All right, what is this?
Asian Flash.
So we did see the Asian Flash. We did see him get that from the top of his deck earlier.
Yep. And gonna go ahead and race it to send back the top road.
All right, it's gonna clean up the board. Can trade.
Yeah, I can trade here.
Without having to rely on Narita Bryan. Yeah, so clean up the board. Still 5 play points, so you know this is a turn where you, depending on what you have left in your hand, you can establish some board presence, and that's
Top
what we're
road
gonna
of
do.
your own, okay.
And that's just a top road pass.
I think so. I think it might leave some play points open for a quick spell potentially
Yeah.
next turn. Let's see what they discard.
All right. Bima draws.
All right.
We know Bima has Narita Bryan.
Oh, they didn't race it. I just realized. Okay, okay. So they're
Yeah.
just playing it for the body.
So, yeah. Unable to race because he raced previously.
Ran
in
out
the
of
turn.
carrots. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's true. The
Yeah,
Ancient
yeah.
Flash. Yeah.
So it's just running out for board presence.
That's a weak play, though, once a menace aside.
Yeah, I think it's one of those situations where you just gotta do what you
Yeah,
gotta do.
yeah.
Like you just can't pass with nothing.
I was just like, what? That can't be it, right? That can't be it.
Like even when your opponent's at 20, you just gotta have at least some sort of board presence.
Yeah, but only a...
Doesn't feel great, for sure.
Yeah, it really does not. Only having a 3/3 on board, which is basically acting as a vanilla follower at the moment.
Yeah, vanilla 3/3. I mean, her race effect is really good. +1/+1, and then the loot effect, drawing a couple cards, discard. But if you're Bima here, staring down your opponent at 9, you gotta feel like, you know, the world is your oyster.
I feel like he's so thinking about the Narita Bryan engage pass right now.
Yeah. I mean, she's a house, right?
She's huge. And
6'8". She's got Bane.
it's hard to deal with her, and like
5 direct damage.
there
it is. Yeah.
If the opponent doesn't have range, no, yeah, it has aura too, so range off drums can't even target it.
Yeah. It's just difficult.
That's 5 to the
Yeah,
dome.
good point, actually. That's one of the parts I kind of forget about Narita Bryan. She
Yeah.
has aura.
Yeah.
Yeah, so just like, yeah, shoot you for 5, and that's like a turn 2 clock.
Narita Bryan, one of the only Uma Musumes that actually is holding a weapon, so
Right.
it makes sense that she's so powerful.
Yeah, I mean, she's got a bow, right?
Oh, but actually using it for the board control instead.
Interesting.
Oh.
This feels like a really tempered play to me,
Like,
right?
you cannot generate any value
Yeah.
here. I'm going to stay ahead the entire game.
Yeah.
If it was me, I would have gotten a little bit greedy and hit
Me
face.
too. Me too. Yeah. Oh, it's just so tempting. But yeah, this is
Better
the,
man than me. Better man than
yeah,
me.
this is
Going
the
for that board play.
disciplined play.
Yeah. And we do see Sakura Chiyono O here.
Yeah, this is the one that lets you get to
Still
buy back a card.
Yep. Still got a few carrots left too. Oh,
got-
wait, that's the last carrot, right? This is the 6th carrot.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the last carrot.
Here's the die with Scarlet again.
We're running out of fuel. Die with Scarlet, come out.
This die with Scarlet has seen the field. She's seen some stuff.
She's a veteran of the battlefield
Yeah,
at this point.
She's gonna go grab potentially some removal.
But
Yep,
Lamplight can't target
Yeah.
target Narita Bryan. It's literally only there for Silent Suzuka at this point.
Yeah, and even like Brian's a 6'8", right? Quite difficult to deal with.
Where's vodka?
Nowhere. They're just gone.
Where's vodka?
On vacation. Just kind of chilling.
Vodcation.
Yeah, vodcation.
Hey!
there it is.
Hey! First one of the match.
Yeah, thank you for gracing us with your presence, vodka.
About time. Well, you lazy bum showing up for work.
Oh, okay, so here we have we have some counters that are going to be placed around here, right?
Oh, heck yeah. Because now...
Flowers for you, going to get that +1, but then also get the vodka trigger.
Yep.
Pump the board by +1/+1.
That's a big board. These two gain rush.
Yeah, so we can profitably finish off this Narita Bryan.
That's true.
It's gonna take a couple
just
followers.
run. Yeah, but do you want to run the Daiwa? Maybe just run in the Sakura and the. Oh, we are keeping the Sakura.
So they're going for stats. Yeah.
Okay, so you keep a 6/5 on the field.
Yeah. To note to everyone that.
Oh, but.
Oh, it just
GG.
shows the Oguri cap. I
Shows Oguri.
have the finish.
And it's a GG, meaning that Bima is now 5-1, winning the Uma Musume Mirror in round 6. Congratulations to Bima. Like I said, it's nice seeing somebody who transitioned from the digital game coming into the physical game and doing so well. Not only coming 3rd in the Sydney Regionals. Oh, is it 4-2? Okay. Okay, it might be 4-2 for
Okay.
Bima. So, ooh, that's getting a little close now, actually.
That is, yeah.
Oh, might not. We're going to have to see Bima's performance for the rest of the day to see if he makes it to top 8, but we only have one round of Swiss after this. So, but from the performance I saw here, I'm feeling a little confident about him.
Yeah, I mean, like, great performance. I think Symphonist did an admirable job being on the back foot for most of the game. You know, able to kind of stay in with the punches here and there, but unfortunately not able to really form a stable board state for more than a turn or so.
Right.
Bima was able to push damage while maintaining the board state, and, you know, them's the dice.
Yeah, and I think that that Gold City did end up actually really mattering because that puts so much pressure in the early game.
Yeah.
That plus Asian Flash to send back their guy. And now you have one less body, and I have two bodies that are both highly statted turn 4, and you have to deal with it. So, like, it's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, like, I'm actually very impressed with that card so far in this event, right?
Right.
Like, just the power of tempo and board state is just, like, just crazy good, right? Just being able to, even though it's just a 3-3, not even with the Storm, has just been, like, enough, right?
Wow, 1 play point 3-3. Who thought it would have been good?
Right, yeah. Even if you just run, like, a 1-of, right? Just still good enough.
Yeah, because it especially at this meta where you have these key, like, boss monster drops that have to be answered.
Yes.
If you can bait out removal on an earlier turn by pressuring them, and then that inadvertently protects your super wombo combo turn, right? So that makes a lot of sense. We saw that principle in almost every round today, even all the way back in the Dragon Abyss round, when that Olivia tanked a Dance of Death for an Aguri cap.
Oh yeah,
and that ended up being a huge point of contention. And then here as well, with the Gold City doing the same thing for Forest and for Uma. So pretty cool stuff.
Yeah, love to see it. It's just like, oh man, it's really exciting today. Love to see like these like back and forth games, battles of the board state.
The players are innovating every single day. Like, there are cards being played today that I did not see in any LCQ or regional, and they're doing well.
More than a couple, actually.
More than a couple, yeah.
Yeah, very cool.
Pretty amazing stuff. And again, yeah, wow, just incredible showing. Uma Musume Mirror, the first one of the day. Probably not going to be the last because a lot of people here are bringing Uma, but that just showed, like, even without the vodka for so long, they were still able to gain incremental advantages just by clearing the board here, saving a removal in the back, and whoever can manage those resources better ended up coming out on top. So very interesting gameplay there.
Yeah.
But that is the round, and that means, you know what that means?
Trivia time.
It's trivia time, baby. So if you guys didn't know, make sure to type join in the chat to join the giveaway where you can win one Flame of Levitine booster pack as well as a signed Evolution Point card from either me or from Chris Different Fight, your English edition ambassadors. Now, Cal, what is the question this time around?
Alrighty, let me pull this one up. Okay, so for Shadowverse fans out there, do you like Mysteria?
Ooh, now that's a loaded question.
I know some people do. And Mysteria has a couple fan favorite characters. So this has to do with those two characters, Anne and Greya. So
yes.
The question is, how many play points will you need to play both Anne, Belle of Mysteria, and Greya, the Dragonborn, from your hand or EX area?
Welcome, contestants, one and all. Here are your options. Option A, 2. Option B, 4. Option C, 6. And option D, 8. Make your guesses, or if you know the answer, write your answer. But make sure to type join first in the chat. Type your answer, and again, you could win a booster pack from Flame of Levitine as well as a signed Evolution Point from either me or Chris Different Fight. So make sure you get in there and type your answer.
Yeah, and as we saw in the last round, they're lucky, right? Your Evo
they
points.
Are lucky.
Yeah.
We saw that.
Yeah.
Bima ended the game at 20 defense.
Yeah.
Hey, get your Evolution Points now. That's all I'm saying. You too could become world champion.
Yeah.
Is that too much of a sell?
It's a bit of a sell. It's a bit.
All right, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in so far. We are going to come back with one more round of Swiss before we take a break for the final top 8 cut. But we still have one more round of Swiss. And again, we have another very exciting Shadowverse Evolve announcement as well coming up on the stream.
Yes.
So you're going to want to make sure that you're tuned in all the way. We'll be back right after this break.
Flame of Leviathan rises, and new heroes must answer its roar. Will you join the adventure? Booster Set 3, Flame of Leviathan, now on sale.
Introducing the first crossover set. Umamusume Pretty Derby is coming to Shadowverse Evolve. Now on sale.
Shadowverse, which took the world by storm, greets a second dawn. As a trading card game. Arise, warriors. Be anointed in light, and soar towards a horizon more brilliant than you've ever seen before. Shadowverse Evolve. Build a deck to conquer a new age. Choose from 6 classes. Swordcraft, Runecraft, Dragoncraft, Forestcraft, Havencraft. And the Shadowverse Evolve Original, Abysscraft. Further bolster your forces with cards from the versatile neutral class. And grow your power beyond reckoning. Storm the battlefield with powerful followers. Or control the tides with masterful spells. The future glows at your fingertips. It is time for the newest chapter of our long, ever-shifting story. Shadowverse Evolve.
From Nijisanji EN's third wave, Etheria! Today, we'll be taking a look at the upcoming collaboration between cards in Shadowverse Evolve, featuring me! Without further ado, let's take a look at my cards, shall we? First up, we have our one-cost card, which is called It's a Sweets Buffet. That's me and Lucy, stuffed after all that candy! Next, we have... ta-da! That's me, a 6-cost card, Witch of Calamity, Millie Parfait! I'm just lazing with Lucy here. Oh, there's even going to be a special signed version of this card. Yes, I signed it. I'm gonna evolve too! And now, these are the leader cards you could use as your avatar in-game. I'll share my 7 million IQ with you and lead you to victory! Ding dong! Check out these token cards I drew myself. I even drew a Bellringer Angel reference on one of them. Please, use them however you like. Now, if you want to play with my cards, you could add me to an Earthright Runecraft deck. You can activate my ability to make your next spell cost 4 less, so you can play cards like Golem's Protection for free. You can even use this on your opponent's turn, so you could use cards with Quick, like Fiery Embrace, to surprise them. Oh, I also play well with Juno's Secret Laboratory, and Remy and Rami Witchy Duo, since I also create a magic sediment. And that's all the cards featuring me in the upcoming set. They'll all be available in the third booster set, Flame of Leviathan, releasing February 2nd!
The Flame of Leviathan rises, and new heroes must answer its roar. Will you join the adventure? Booster Set 3, Flame of Leviathan, now on sale.
Introducing the first crossover set. Musune Pretty Derby is coming to Shadowverse Evolve! Now on sale!
Shadowverse, which took the world by storm, greets a second dawn. As a trading card game. Arise, warriors. Be anointed in light, and soar towards a horizon more brilliant than you've ever seen before. Shadowverse Evolve. Build a deck to conquer a new age. Choose from 6 classes. Swordcraft, Runecraft, Dragoncraft, Forestcraft, Havencraft. And the Shadowverse Evolve Original, Abysscraft. Further bolster your forces with cards from the versatile neutral class. And grow your power beyond reckoning. Storm the battlefield with powerful followers. Or control the tides with masterful spells. The future glows at your fingertips. It is time for the newest chapter of our long, ever-shifting story. Shadowverse Evolve.
From Nijisanji EN's third wave, Etheria! Today, we'll be taking a look at the upcoming collaboration between cards in Shadowverse Evolve, featuring me! Without further ado, let's take a look at my cards, shall we? First up, we have our one-cost card, which is called It's a Sweets Buffet. That's me and Lucy, stuffed after all that candy! Next, we have... Ta-da! That's me, a 6-cost card, Witch of Calamity, Millie Parfait! I'm just lazing with Lucy here. Oh, there's even going to be a special signed version of this card. Yes, I signed it. I'm gonna evolve too! And now, these are the leader cards you could use as your avatar in-game. I'll share my 7 million IQ with you and lead you to victory! Ding dong! Check out these token cards I drew myself. I even drew a bell ringer angel reference on one of them. Please, use them however you like. Now, if you want to play with my cards, you could add me to an Earthright Runecraft deck. You can activate my ability to make your next spell cost 4 less, so you can play cards like Golem's Protection for free. You can even use this on your opponent's turn, so you could use cards with Quick, like Fiery Embrace, to surprise them. Oh, I also play well with Juno's Secret Laboratory, and Remy and Rami Witchy Duo, since I also create a magic sediment. And that's all the cards featuring me in the upcoming set. They'll all be available in the 3rd booster set, Flame of Lavatane, releasing February 2nd!
The flame of Leviathan rises, and new heroes must answer its roar. Will you join the adventure? Booster Set 3, Flame of Leviathan, now on sale.
Introducing the first crossover set! Musune Pretty Derby is coming to Shadowverse Evolve! Now on sale!
How's it going, everyone? And welcome back to the Shadowverse Evolve English World Finals. My name is Kel, also known as Red Zone Rogue, and I am joined by none other than Ignitius.
Hello, I'm the guy.
He's the guy.
I'm English Edition Ambassador, as well as your co-caster for today, and we are here, Kel, in the final round of the Swiss. How you feeling?
Oh, absolutely fantastic. I adore Shadowverse Evolve, absolutely love talking about it, and it's been a very, very exciting tournament with some really interesting decks, some like cool tech pieces here or there. I'm just kind of like geeking out about some of the stuff. It's just been a really, really exciting and really, really fun event. I
mean, I'll just tell you right now, if you're watching from the chat, that the conversation doesn't end when the camera goes to break. Me and Kel just keep talking
we
about
do.
the game.
Yeah, it's not a joke.
Yeah.
We're like, oh, that was such a good match. Or like, it was so close.
Oh, let's take a look at the deck list ahead of time. We gotta take a look.
Oh, yeah.
And speaking of the deck list ahead of time, ooh, boy, this round 7 is spicy. So you're going to want to stay tuned. But first, I want to say big shout out to the giveaway winners. You guys want to check your DMs because we are trying to whisper you on Twitch right now to get your details to get that booster pack and evolution point sent to you. And speaking of the giveaway, as usual in this round, we're going to have a Twitch poll where you can predict who's going to win, as well as the trivia after the round, where if you answer the trivia correctly, you have the chance to win a Flame of Levitine booster pack and a signed Ambassador Evolution Point card from either me or Chris Different Fight.
Yeah, just awesome. Just you love to see just sharing the love for the community here.
Yep, and it's a proven lucky card, as you saw in that last round.
Yes, proven lucky.
Listen, all I'm saying is that the person who is using the Ignitius Evolve points won, and that's all I can say.
That's
actually a fact.
Provable fact.
Yeah.
Yes, we have video evidence.
But I'm really excited about this because this is the final round, and it might be a make or break round because whoever wins this is probably going to get into top 8, and whoever loses might not.
Yeah.
Because these are both players who are 5-1 right now.
Exactly.
And if you go exit 2, it might be over for you. So we're going to have to find out. It is going to be Ryan K versus Gerardo Arenas, and we'll have the deck list up for you very soon. But I just want to talk about it a little bit because it's Havencraft, our first of the day, and Dragoncraft. Do you expect Havencraft to go 5-1?
5-1 Haven. I think it's one of those decks that is strong, right? I think if you're Shadowverse Evolve player, you know Haven's strong. You know how Aegis can be, right?
For sure.
If you're like, a Haven master, I think you can pilot the deck and be just an absolute powerhouse. And I'm not too surprised to see 5-1, right? If someone is here at the World Finals playing Haven, you got to know that they're confident in the deck, and you got to know that, like, hey, I can pilot this, expertly. And here we see the list here, and it's kind of a spicy list too, right?
It's a little unexpected, I will say. Honestly, I did not expect the 3 of Kaguya. I mean, Kaguya was fairly played in set 2.
Yeah, I played in my deck set 2 for sure.
But after Uma Musume, seeing Kaguya back is a bit of a surprise. But honestly, it makes a bit of sense. So if you guys didn't know, for Kaguya, whenever an amulet comes into play, you deal damage equal to its cost to an enemy follower. So against this field of wide boards from Uma to Sword, even Forest is trying to flood the board with Gold City nowadays. You have Kaguya to try and deal with that problem alongside all the amulets she summons, including her own amulet, Ephemeral Moon, which we'll talk about in the Evolve section. But yeah, very interesting, the Control Haven deck with no Seraph plus Kaguya.
Yeah, and one thing I really like to note with Kaguya in particular is we see a little bit more of some amulets here, right? I want to point out Past the Purgatory in particular, which is a card that, one, draws you some cards, which I love, but also in a pinch can just deal a bunch of damage to your opponent's board, right? Just deal 6 damage to your all of your opponent's followers, which in a meta, like you mentioned, that is very like board relevant, being able to just dome all of your opponent's sword followers or Uma followers, even forest followers, is big.
Yeah, there's not a lot of decks that try to OTK you these days as well. They typically do get you down to the 6 defense or less threshold, and letting you activate the Path to Purgatory in a clutch moment. So it makes a lot of sense.
It goes really well with Kaguya too, being able to follow up your Kaguya with a path or something like the Death Sentence, which is a one-off here, but is tutorable with the 3 of Prism Princess. One of the key cards for any Haven deck. Just on Evo, being able to go and grab a amulet is kind of a big deal here, and we do see kind of like a nice little suite of amulets. We do see a lot of big hard removal with the Acolyte's Light.
Yep.
Notably, you mentioned no Seraph for those Aegises, so we're gonna be hard casting.
You got a hard cast
Yeah.
Aegis, immediately evolve it with a Guardian Sun already on the field. That's the way, baby.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And, you know, to supplement the fact that the Seraph does not gain you 10 defense anymore, you do have a lot of health gain with the Acolyte's Light, like you mentioned, the Kaguya as well, the 3 of Unica as well, just trying to restore your defense a little bit too. And in terms of Amulet package, we even have support from Uma Musume here, with Major McQueen being able to get amulets from your cemetery. So, you know, even though these are one drops, or like one-ofs rather, like Death Sentence, you can get it back if you need it, right? Like with the Major McQueen, you can always get it back. So
Yeah, and
that's quite fun.
She also just has ward and also can hit your opponent's leader or their follower for 3 damage too.
Yeah,
So
it's
like
a great card, especially for a controlling deck like this. The Olivia is there against Dragon. You can discard their key card like Oguri Cap, or you can also heal yourself, of course. And Jean. How could we not mention Jean being able to clear the entire board and regain your defense on that evolve as well. So just a lot of controlling tools to get to that Aegis endgame.
One more thing I'd like to notice that I just realized is also not in the deck. No Temesis Decree.
No.
Right? No, just no straight board wipe. I guess they're potentially opting for more of an amulet synergy-based list with Path to Purgatory, right, instead of Temesis. But just something to note as we go into the matchup.
Honestly, it might just be the consideration of I don't want my Kaguya to go.
That's
like,
true.
Just
right?
having her on board is already a lot of damage to the enemy field, and if I Themis, she's gone for me too. So yeah. And also, I want to say a one of Riko Kashimoto, which you usually see in Dragoncraft, but here I assume she's mostly going to be played as a controlling tool, being able to rush and just like take out 2 bodies, and the damage is a cherry on top, honestly.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Riko, to be honest. She's just a great card. 6-drop, being able to clear up 2 things.
2 for 1, yeah.
One of them unconditional. Yeah, she's great.
And it deals damage, so like it does the burn. You
nice
get the
cherry.
Aegis down, right?
Yeah.
You get the Guardian Sun. And once the Guardian Sun is up, you get a 12/12 Aegis that swings face.
Yeah.
Then a little additional burn from that burn from Riko might go a long way.
Yeah. Let's actually take a look at the Evo deck. Some interesting things to note. I want to point out Kaguya again, because I think she's just such a sweet tempo card here. Because on Evolve, you summon an Ephemeral Moon, which is a 3 play point amulet, and while the Ephemeral Moon is on the field, during your turn, your followers named Kaguya, like Kaguya, take no damage, not take any damage at all. And then at the start of your main phase, banish this card. So what that means is Kaguya just kind of protects herself, right? And if she's able to stick around for that turn, you will have her on your next turn, so you can then follow it up with multiple amulet plays.
And also a 5/5 body.
Yep, and a 5/5 body, and she also gains you some life as well. So yeah, she's you could put in a lot of work here, and we do see like 2 of her in the list, so definitely respecting the Kaguyas for the deck.
And of course, we also have the one of Heavenly Aegis, which is the win condition for the deck, getting a
Big boy.
gigantic big boy
Yeah.
down that can't be destroyed, and even has aura, so you have to trade into it. And then it even doesn't take any damage, so you can't trade into it.
Well, you gotta wait. You gotta wait a little while, and then you can maybe trade and hope you're not dead.
Right, but then with the Guardian Sun up, it gives it ward, and then the turn after, you engage your Guardian Sun, and then Heavenly Aegis becomes a 12/12 that can swing to the dome.
He's a house.
A big house. And then we also got the Major McQueen Evolve, which also puts an amulet from your field, from your cemetery into your hand. Of course, the Jean, which is super important for board clear. The Unicorn Dancer Unica as a one of, just probably as a way to deal with an aggressive start from the other player.
Nice little thing you can like trade into stuff, gain a little bit of life from the strike.
And Bellringer being the same way in early game evolve that you can do. And finally, the Prison Priestess, which is very importantly pulling you amulets that you need to draw for your Kaguya to do a lot of work. So there you have it. That is Ryan K's Havencraft deck. I am super excited to see this one in action, because honestly, I did not expect Havencraft to come this far. And I just want to say, Ryan K came second in the Houston Regionals with Havencraft. So,
nice.
And that was back in set 2. So, you know, really repping that Havencraft all the way through from the tournament he qualified from all the way to the World Finals.
Yeah, I love to see like the diehard fans of specific crafts, you know, just kind of sticking with their craft. even if they're not considered to be a meta deck. They're like, I love this deck, I can pilot this deck, and I'm bringing it to Worlds. Absolutely love to see that.
All right, let's take a look at the other deck list. From the other side here, Ryan K's opponent is Gerardo Arenas playing Dragoncraft with some very interesting technology, okay? First of all, it is the discard Dragon package using Dragon Song Flute and Dracomancer's Rights. That's pretty typical. But we also see a one-of Tamamo Cross, which can deal 2 damage to an enemy follower on the field very early in the game.
Yeah, you know what? I kind of like this. This is, early game board control, and we've seen it all day today. It's just like all about the board control, right? Who can get the tempo, who can maintain the board control, and having a low drop like this in Dragon, a deck that typically you don't have a lot of great early turn plays. I think this is pretty sweet.
And we saw it earlier today where Aggro Abyss was almost able to win against Dragon just off the sheer tempo. Tamamo Cross helps you, hey, cross that bridge
right.
and deal with the aggro if you don't get Dragon Oracle, for example. Or just to deal with an early game drop so that you're healthy enough to go into your better removals like Dragon Warrior the turn after, etc., etc. We also see on this side also a 2-of Path to Purgatory.
Yeah, I'm almost speechless. Like, after no path, we have 2 decks going down against each other with Path to Purgatory. It's a card that I like a lot. It's a card that says draw 3 cards, which I'm a big fan of.
That's true. The dealing board damage effect is so relevant too, though, because especially with Dragon, and we see 2 path, and we're cutting Conflagration down to 2. Thinking that Conflagration, if I play it and I don't have a tempo play anyway, I'm already going down to 6 defense. So I might as well just play Path and draw some cards out of it too, and still clear their board for a little bit cheaper. So it makes a lot of sense to me. And finally, in the top end, I want to talk about this. We got the one-of Imperial Dragoon, who on Fanfare deals X damage to each enemy leader and enemy follower, equal to the number of cards in your hand, and then you discard your entire hand, and then on Evolve you draw 3 cards, so you refill it. But just that ability to have a 1-card super swing against any decks that are trying to recover a lot, against any decks that are, resistant to OTK, giving wards to guys. Imperial Dragoon might come in and clean things up.
Yeah, I mean, not only does it wipe the board potentially, but it also deals damage directly to your opponent's leader. Like, it could actually just close out the game on the spot, depending on how many cards you have in your hand.
And even if it doesn't close the game, it's not the end of the world, because even though you discard your whole hand, if you discard Trail of Light,
you draw cards. Draw cards,
If you evolve it, you draw 3 cards. Yeah. So you might discard your hand and then just draw a whole new hand.
Yeah, and then have 7/7, which is pretty good.
I can be Daria too. That's what this guy said.
Exactly. I'm like, well, Daria that also hits your opponent in the face a little bit,
I am stronger than us. No hate to all the Daria fans out there. But very interesting deck.
I'm a big Daria fan, for all the Daria fans out there. So let's take a look at the Evo deck.
Yes, okay, so we do have the one-of, wow.
Spicy one.
What? Ultimate rare Evolved Imperial Dragoon.
Very nice. Very cool looking.
Very nice.
Nice little flex there.
As we said, with the Evolve effect of drawing new cards, the Evolved Bellringer Angel as well for the early game plays, the 2-of Dragon Warrior to do 2-for-1s, 2 Dark Dragoon Forte evolves, 1 Shenlong, and 3 carrots simply for your Oguri Cap.
To satisfy the Oguri
Cap. The monster that is Oguri Cap.
Ravenous hunger, yes.
Yeah, exactly. All right, that makes a lot of sense to me. The one of Shenlong, because this deck is going a little bit longer with the Imperial Dragoon and the Olivia as well at the top end, I will expect the Shenlong to actually come into play this game, because I think it's actually going to be really relevant, especially as Haven also tries to drag the game out. So, but my fear is that does this Dragon deck have enough reach to get over all of the defense restoration that Haven has? I'm not so sure. I guess we'll find out.
I think Aegis may pose a potent problem.
Yep.
In this particular matchup.
Against an even slower Dragon deck than one we're used to.
Yeah. So, it's going to be interesting to see if the Haven player can get that Aegis out in a timely manner. And by timely, I mean on turn 10, right? On turn 10.
Right.
But not have to wait around for it. Yeah, I think this looks like it's shaping up to be the most controlling game of the day so far.
Settle in, Cal.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready to settle in for this. It's going to be a really, really interesting match. First time Haven of the day.
With a fantastic record, need I remind. 5-1 is crazy.
Both of these players are 5-1, so I think this is
make or break.
A very exciting, yeah. I can't wait. Igni, what do you think of this particular matchup?
I think the Haven is going to win.
All right, yeah. On the Haven side.
I'm a little worried about the Dragon's Reach, but, you know, maybe Gerardo can go ahead and surprise me as we get into the game very soon here.
Interesting. So, like, one of the big things that Dragon has that Haven doesn't is Forte.
That's
who
true.
Who can just hit you for 7 out of nowhere. And with the ability to not, you know, not be able to be targeted on Evo, I don't know. Maybe Forte can get there.
Could be true, right? Like with that aura effect, and this Haven doesn't have that many ways to trade into it.
Yeah.
Other than like summoning. Oh wow, that's sad. I just realized you can summon Regal Falcon off of
Yeah.
Beast Caller.
There's Beast Callers. There's Beast Callers, yeah.
Oh boy, I guess we'll find out. Well, going into it here with Ryan K versus Gerardo Arenas, and we're gonna lead off with a Bellringer Angel on turn 1.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great turn 1 play from Dragon.
Nothing else to do, and it also draws you a card towards your Oracle, for example. So
Exactly,
it's
exactly.
Haven's gonna pass, so Dragon's gonna go into turn 2.
Yes.
Ryan K, you gotta add play points to your app.
Right, yeah. So he does have at least 1 play point here.
Yeah. Oh, and we are going to see a
Banish, right?
Banish
so no
straight into
fanfare is triggered, so does not get to draw a card. The saddest bell ringer of all time.
right. Rip the last words. It's over.
It looks like Ryan is staring down a Path to Purgatory in hand. We'll have to see if that comes out right now. To just kind of stick around on board, draw some cards now.
3 play point straight away on turn 3 here. Go ahead and deal 3 damage to yourself and draw 3 cards. Just good to get all the removal options that you can, right?
Yeah. And it's just good to play now, right? Just to have it sit around.
Right, so if they Forte you, you can actually activate it maybe once you
Exactly.
get down to that 6 defense threshold.
And I would like to note, I do believe the Dragoncraft player is at 20 health, right?
The Dragoncraft? Oh.
Yeah, I don't think they've taken any damage so far yet.
Oh, yeah. Wow, why is the Dragoncraft at 17 defense? Am I tripping? That doesn't seem to make any sense
But
to
yeah,
me.
just keep that in mind, dear viewers, as we progress here. So this one is a Major-O. So Major-O is going to trade the Amulet. The Amulet giving it a nice little effect from Major-O McQueen here.
The Major-O is such a cool inclusion. You know, when I was looking at Havencraft decks in the past few tournaments, a lot of them didn't run any new Uma cards, but Ryan K clearly has been in the kitchen, cooking up a storm here.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Major-O. So like, does get to do a little bit of damage here. So now the 3 damage is warranted at this point. We're gonna see a Blazing Breath coming out just to chip down Major-O a little bit, take her down to 2 health, and that's going to enable this Dragon Warrior to kind of clean her up here.
Oh, it's alright.
Being able to space out the damage across the 2 turns, effectively use his play points, and put a body on the board.
Dragon Warrior is such a strong card, and really remains strong until Draconier kind of takes his place in set 3.
Yeah. It's old faithful. It's your old reliable buddy there if you're a Dragoncraft player, right?
Unfortunately, I got a new buddy very soon.
a new shinier buddy.
A newer, shinier buddy.
Oh yeah. So I mean, like, Dragon Warrior, it's like you can't just leave it on the board, right? You can't just have this Dragon Warrior just stomping around, attacking willy-nilly. So Ryan here has got to at least consider how he wants to remove this threat, or just play an Olivia.
I mean, Olivia is such a strong card against Dragon specifically because, like, of course, if you hit the Trail of Light, if the discard, that does feel bad. But if you hit a Forte, if you hit an Oguri Cap, like, that's a huge deal.
It looks like he's got the trail.
Oh,
rough.
Wow.
But it does leave a 5/5 body.
It does. It does. That's just unfortunate, though.
It is. I mean, like that's a risk you play when you choose the discard effect against Dragon, right? A lot of Dragon decks are running like the discard package, and Trail of Light is just kind of like a mainstay of the archetype. So it's kind of like a little risk there, risk-reward situation. If they have it, they have it. If they don't, pretty good discard.
Yeah. It's always a bit of a gamble, but usually it can be worth it. So, but now going into this turn, that Olivia is just on the board. And are we trying to answer it? Like, we could Serpent Wrath it, but that's kind of...
Yeah, he does have a Serpent Wrath. here is my girl, Forte. So,
just going straight to the dome.
yeah, Forte using Evo points to evolve her. 7 damage plus the 4 damage from the Dragon Warrior. This is an 11 damage turn.
And we were talking about this earlier. If any card is going to win this card for the Dragoncraft, it is the Forte.
Yeah, so this is just coming in for just an absolute amount, large chunk of damage here.
Bringing that defense back down to 13 here. Hey, you thought you could heal with Olivia? No. Not so.
Yeah, this is what you want to do basically if you're in this situation. Be the aggressor, right? Don't try to out-control the Haven deck, right?
No.
Haven is about as control-y as you can get in Shadowverse right now, and so Forte is a big game in this situation. Notably, Olivia can attack into Forte, and here we do have the life totals corrected here. So
there you go.
Haven at 9, representing the damage dealt by Forte and the Dragon Warrior. Jeanne d'Arc just coming in, dealing a little bit of damage, kind of clearing up the board.
I mean, that also heals you, which is so important.
Agreed.
Or rather, it heals buffs the board rather, and it gives you +2 defense as well, right? So, just keeping yourself alive here.
Yeah, basically being able to not have to trade with your Olivia.
Yeah.
Ending the turn with 2 notable bodies on the board is great. Being able to kill Forte without having to attack into her is uncommon and kind of big in this situation.
All right, coming into 6 play points here.
For being kind of a control matchup, this is
weirdly aggressive.
This is a quick game. Just looking at the players.
9 defense here, 12 defense here. How'd that happen?
And here we have Rico, dude, just coming in, gonna
get rid of the Jeanne and be able to trade into the Olivia while dealing 3 damage to the enemy leader.
Taking Haven down to 6. Ryan goes down to 6. Rico is going to survive that attack, and unfortunately, Olivia is also going to survive that attack.
Hey, wait. I thought this was a control matchup here, Cal. What happened? You blink and one person's at 6 defense. What happened to all the healing this guy was supposed to have?
They got all the engines running, full throttle. Wow.
If another Forte comes out, it's actually already curtains, depending on if they don't have a quick spell, Acolyte Slide, right?
True.
Oh, no, the Forte has Aura, so they couldn't even...
Yeah. I mean, so I'm staring at this board. The shields are down for Gerardo. He has no play points. He has a Rico with 1 health, and Ryan has an Olivia on board,
yeah,
right?
that's 5 damage. Can they capitalize with an additional 7, though, is the question. At 7 play points? So and their Rico is not active because they have Olivia on board.
True. And also, they don't have a ton of ways to go direct to face without having board presence already. You have Kaguya that can deal a little bit of damage here or there, but it's not going to be 7.
But the damage is going to go face. 6 defense, 7 defense. Ooh. Another Olivia, putting you up to 9, I believe, if Ryan goes for that effect. Let's find out.
Let's see what he opts for here. Potentially a gain life draw. We'll have to see. I mean, being at 6 health is very precarious. You don't want to be in Forte range, right? If you're playing against Dragon, you want to...
Is there another card that could do it other than Forte? Oguri Cap.
Oguri Cap, yeah. It's very scary. So you want to gain that life, and there we have it.
Yeah,
back up to 9.
It has to be. Otherwise, you're in such a point of risk.
And it looks like... Is it discard? So it was gain life discard.
Ah, I see.
Hey, second time's a charm, right?
Yeah, no Trail of Light this time.
What's the odds that they have a second Trail of Light? Forcing him to...
Oh, nice play with the Black Inscripture being able to take out Rico Kashimoto, now forcing a Storm from the opposite side. But if this Dragon has a Storm card, honestly, it's not even going to end it, right? These 2 Olivias are on board and has to be removed.
10 power on board.
What could even answer this?
Conflagration?
Conflagration. Oh, you go Oguri Cap, face, Blazing Breath.
Okay.
Rico. That works.
Yeah, Rico works.
All right.
And brings him back down to Forte range, right?
That's true. Taking out the Olivias both, the Oliva twins.
Yeah, surviving the attack, which is actually very important here.
Yeah, because now that's a body that they have to answer.
Looking at Gerardo's hand, he does have a Serpent's Wrath, right? Which is like not bad. 3-drop, 5 damage, draw a card with Overflow, and Overflow is active now.
So Ryan K should be down to 6 defense here, right? On
Yes.
screen? Okay.
Yep, he should be down to 6 because he took 3 damage from Rico's effect.
Yeah.
So that's really important to know, just in case we see an Olivia, or not Olivia, but a Forte come down.
Oh, but we see in the other hand, Ryan also has
I see another Rico.
another Rico.
Battle of the Ricos.
Rico versus Rico action.
She's great. She's one of my favorite cards from
She's
the
such
set.
a good card, man. Like, I'm so happy that not only the horse girls are good, but also
Right.
their trainers.
Yeah, yeah.
And we saw Tauzuna do work this 32.
The Tazuna was wild, actually, yeah.
All right. Really thinking it through here.
Yeah, I mean, like, do you want a Rico now? It's not great value because you're not getting the sweet 2-for-1. But if it's your only option, then it's your only option. We see him pull a, is that Prism?
Prism Priestess?
Yeah,
Yep.
to the front. So he's like potentially, hey, do I want to go and tutor for a, I can Evo and then tutor for an Amulet, possibly trade in.
I see a Guardian sign in hand, too.
Yeah,
Oh,
just-
it is going to be Rico.
Just jam out the Rico. Yeah. I mean, that's fair. Fair play.
Yeah, and that's
The-
another
The
now
interesting thing for this is
With
that the Rico's effect will trigger and damage will not occur because it's destroyed before the damage is dealt.
Yep. And that means that the Dragon goes down to 4 defense, but with no healing on Ryan K's side, a single Forte will end the game here.
That's true. No ward. He's down to it.
Oh, there's a ward!
Hey, there's the ward. as if prognosticated. There's the ward.
How'd you do that? Caster Blessing.
Yeah.
And
Double
gonna ward up
He's
the-
like, please don't kill me. Like, I want the ward. Like,
But how does Dragon beat this board now if he can't swing over it? It has to be. Well, it's not enough. It was just enough play points for Imperial Dragoon.
I mean, how many cards does he have in hand though? Like,
Only 1, 2, 3, 4 cards in hand.
yeah, four to the board's not gonna wipe your girl Rico.
That's so true.
And then she just represents lethal on the crackback. So you have to clear. You have to clear her, right?
Yeah. Oh boy.
Yeah. give me
Has
your-
Ryan K cornered Gerardo here? I thought this was a control game,
Yeah,
first
yeah.
of all.
We're like,
Number 1.
Hey
And
everyone.
number
we're,
2.
We're playing a control game here.
It just
but,
ended up being the Rico game.
Yeah. It turns out when you have big haymakers,
Path is active.
Path is active.
Going down to 1
And does clear the board.
Going down to 1
So he's gonna-
defense.
Gonna draw 3 from this.
If this is Forte.
I mean, oh, okay, so Path to Purgatory, it says at the start of your end phase, if your leader is 6 or less.
Oh, so you can't use it right away.
Yeah, I had to double check that. So he has to wait at least for Path to Purgatory. And so the
That's
fact
it. He ended
that
the
it
turn.
cracked means he passed the turn with 5 play points open. So we do know he has Serpent's Wrath in hand to potentially answer something, but
That's true. 2 Serpent's Wrath even.
being at 1 is precarious to say the least.
I see the Shenlong though. If he can recover from this.
Does Ryan have Kaguya?
Kaguya can't hit face, can it?
Pulling up Kaguya now to double check.
Enemy follower, no?
Kaguya only does enemy followers.
Yep.
So Kaguya can't hit face.
I don't think the only thing that can hit face, I'm pretty sure, is Holy Falcon off of Beast Call.
Yeah, and he's only running 1 Rico, so he can't play another Rico.
Yep. Oh, but there's
I mean,
Kaguya.
here is Kaguya. So
There is his Beast Call Aria.
he's got it.
And there's Holy Falcon.
So Holy Falcon, 2-1 Storm, but Gerardo has the answer. He does have Serpent's Wrath in hand.
That's true.
He's gonna blast this Falcon out of the sky.
The anti-air technology.
Bit of an overkill, but you gotta do what you gotta do.
Kaguya puts Ryan K back to 9 defense as well.
Yeah, that's true. And also Kaguya, since it's been evolved, it cannot be dealt damage from the Ephemeral Moon effect. So it's gonna stick around on the board. It's just a 5/5 now that while the Ephemeral Moon's on the battlefield, during your turn your followers named Kaguya can't take damage. But on the opponent's turn they can.
So he has to Serpent Wrath the Falcon, as you said.
Yep.
No birds allowed in this household.
So he has the Serpent's Wrath Falcon. If he has another one, he'll have to do it on Kaguya on his turn.
Oh, that's right, because you can't. That's such an awkward pacing for him.
Yeah. Yeah, it's only in effect during your turn. Yeah. So, I mean, it's still demanding answers, though.
This is like, I thought we were gonna settle in for a long, relaxing game.
No.
No, sir.
Fast and furious. And here we have the Prism Priestess come on in. Just more board state, right?
Yeah.
You're at 1. This Priestess is lethal. She's a 1/1. She can kill you. And here we're reading the ephemeral moon.
It's only on Ryan K's turn.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's exactly what he was looking at, what we just talked about. It's a little bit of a, you know.
How many cards does
card.
this Gerardo have in hand, though? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 cards?
Does he have 7 cards?
Yeah, because he played Path the other turn to draw 3, so he does have more cards in hand than previous turn, right?
If he has 7, so it doesn't look like he has it.
Okay.
I'll say if he has 7 in Dragoon, that's game, but it looks like he's just going to play Blazing and clean up the board a little bit.
Yep. Oh, what's that? He just drew Dracomancer's right. It's a bit late.
Yeah, I mean, it does gain a little bit of life, but
at this point,
it's not a lot. It's not a lot, to be honest. He's got a 5/5 to contend with, as well as.
So he needs to save Serpent's Wrath for the Kaguya swing on his turn.
Yeah.
Oh.
So he has to.
Oh, because there's another Kaguya.
He has to do it on his turn.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the.
Oh yeah, so he can't. Yeah, that's true. Otherwise, it'd be Ryan K's turn, and it wouldn't work. Okay, so now.
I guess the moon gets banished at the start of their turn. So
yeah,
he technically could have sandbagged it, but.
I'd be stressed out if I was Gerardo.
Yeah, drawing the card now too is pretty good, so you have more options.
That's true. That's true. On overflow, you draw a card. Yay! Shenlong is gonna be able to restore 5 defense, and maybe this is really stressful though. Because
yeah, he's gonna draw some cards. Gonna discard.
Discard
and
1.
And then the Evo is gonna.
Oh, and you get a Hellflame Dragon
Nice.
off of discarding the Dragon Song Flute. Very nice.
Could come into play if he's able to survive a little bit. Shenlong having Ward is pretty good.
And of course,
we
the
see
evolve effect here.
Yep, gain that 5 life off of your Dragon Boy. And so, gaining 5 life, putting a Ward body, having another, dragon in the back pocket. Yeah, I think this is like as good of a turn as it probably could have.
I think you have to engage. Honestly, I'm a little worried. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
another Falcon would be a bit stressful. Yeah. Oh, and we do see Dark Offering on your own Kaguya to restore even more defense. Now, this is the control we were missing in the early game here.
Yep.
We are starting to go into a grinder mode here where we just go straight up, increase our defense as much as possible on both sides and try to live.
I love that play. It's one of my favorite plays with the Dark Offering, getting rid of your Ephemeral Moon. That's going to go away anyway. Wait, he's got like, how many Acolyte's Lights in his hand? He got a bunch of them.
Well, how many does he run in the deck?
He runs a full play set, a full 3, but I mean, those also gain life too, right?
Yeah, that's true. And they do take out anything.
So they just banish a follower and gain some life?
Why don't you banish this Shenlong? That seems pretty good. Go all the way back up to 15.
Or does he want to save it for like more threatening plays?
14, sorry. Oh, yeah, could be. Because it is a quick spell, right? It can also take out anything out on the attack.
It is, yeah. Quick spell, 4 drops. So, I mean, he could always just leave 4 open just in case.
There's Prism.
Another Prism.
Another body to contend with.
Imagine we might see the Evo here, just to go get an Amulet. I mean, he's running a lot of amulets that double as removal. He's got like Death Sentence. He's got Path to Purgatory as well. If he wants to, draw some cards. He's got more copies of Beast Caller's Aria. Notably, he already has the 1 Guardian Sun in his deck on board. But he's got some options. He's also got, as we approach 10 play points, or as he's already at 10 play points, Hair of Illusions.
The Hair of Illusion in 10 cost activation.
Yeah, banish each follower on the field, and maybe.
Maybe.
Okay, so we have his one of Will to
Overtake. Yes, because that lets you look at the top 3 cards of your deck, put any number of them on the top of your deck in any order, put any remaining on the bottom of your deck in any order, and then on activation you pay 2 play points and put this card into your cemetery, and you draw a card. So it's just a good way to arrange your deck in the way you like, and then draw the card you need.
Yeah. What this signals to me is like he's playing for the long game here.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm going to set up my draws and kind of smooth things out so I can be prepared for anything.
Oh, and he does indeed activate the Beast Call Aria.
Cracking the Beast Callers.
Getting a Holy Flame Tiger, and there's the Will to Overtake there.
Holy Tiger. I have to say it every single time. I see the Holy Flame Tiger, I gotta say, Holy Tiger.
All right.
Tiger's a nice, you know, it's a, 4/4.
I see one of the selections off of his top 3 is Jean, so he might try and put the Jean on the top.
Ah, I see.
Bring it back. Yeah, it might be it. I didn't see how he shoveled his hand there, so we'll have to find out. But
Did bottom 1 at least.
yeah.
I mean, we had, pretty strong start out the gates, and now the game is kind of slowing down a little bit here. We're starting to see a little bit more of that control play. I think Haven is really settling into their rhythm, right? Establishing board presence, controlling the opponent's board, gaining life, and kind of just going through all the motions here. This is what Haven really likes to do and really likes to settle in.
Oh,
answer it immediately.
The absolute answer of taking out Shenlong with Acolyte's Light on the quick spell, using that remaining 4 play points, and gaining 2 defense for Ryan K. Ryan K is now at 14 defense with no play points open. How do we deal with the Holy Flame Tiger and the Prism Priestess? We're going to swing for game next turn.
I mean,
it has to be Conflagration, I think.
Yeah, Conflagration. He's got a full grip here. He's got some options. I mean, he's like mulling over his options here. It's a little bit difficult to see exactly what he has in his hand. We do see the Dracomancers, but that's not enough.
I think I see Dragoon in hand as well. But we are going to see.
We are seeing the Dracomancers. All right, let's see what he discards here. This is going to gain him a little bit of life, and
he can ping off the Prism Priestess.
2
with this,
damage.
Right?
Yeah. If he's got an answer to the Tiger, Tiger is 4/4.
Oh.
So discarding the saddest Dragon Oracle.
Yeah, did not show up on time.
the 10 play point Dragon Oracle. At that point, it just becomes a sad.
It's not an oracle. It's late. It's late. It's no longer an oracle. It's like a dragon newscast of what had previously already happened.
The Dragon podcast.
And we get the Dragon Warrior out here, which is going to be able to evolve and deal damage to an enemy follower. Maybe you use this plus Dracomancers to take out the Tiger. Oh, no.
Yeah, just kind of
taking out Prison Priestess.
Just efficiently killing him off, which means he's either got removal for the Tiger or none at all.
Oh, he's got another Dracomancer's Rights. So he can use double ping into the Holy Flame Tiger.
4 damage. Very cool. I mean, this is a good way to set up an end game.
Yeah, now you have the ability to. Oh, sorry, I interrupted you there.
Oh no, you're good. I think we're on the same page here. Like the ability to get double Dracomancer's activations, and being able to do that turn after turn,
especially for your Oguri Cap or the very spicy one, the Imperial Dragoon.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Like playing the Dragoon, dealing all the damage, drawing the cards, and then getting the double Dracomancer's Right triggers.
Destroying your own Guardian Sun. You have to be able to pull it back with Meijiro though, because otherwise you don't have any way to seal the deal with Aegis. So.
Yeah, I mean like Aegis without ward is just a big dude, strong dude, but doesn't really protect you.
Might use the Will to Overtake here.
Yeah, it's like do I have the answers I need right now? The Dragon deck is now starting to kind of get back into it, claw back into it.
Yeah. Oguri Cap at full bore with triple carrot with double Dracos. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, 14 damage.
Oh,
yeah.
But leaving up so much play points makes it so risky. Like, what if they play another Acolyte's Light, right?
I spy 2 in hand, I think. I think he's got 2 Acolytes just in hand.
And there's one.
There's one of them.
Taking out the Dragon Warrior.
I mean, if you're Gerardo, like getting your Dragon Warrior Acolyted is not the worst, right? It means your Oguri Cap has a less likely hit.
Oh, there's
yep, there's the spice. Yeah, this basically means that he can activate his Dracomancer's Rights every single turn if he wants.
Yeah. A little late, but better late than never in this case, I would say.
Yeah, and it's it starts to pump out 4/3s. It's just going to accrue like so much value.
Discarding Conflagration here. And then being able to deal 4 to the face.
Yep.
If you can get another Dracos out, that'd be kind of hilarious.
And now we have 2 of our 4/3 Dragon Rush buddies in the back pocket.
Now if Ryan engages anything, it's just going to get instantly cleared by the Hell Flames coming out. No way. We're pathing down to 4 defense.
All right. He's basically saying, I don't think you can.
I don't think you can
deal 4 damage to me.
Let's see. I saw a Forte in that hand. Yep, there's a Forte in that hand. There's an Oracle. There's a Bellringer. Serpent Wrath.
He's presenting a lot of damage. Like, even on board, he's got like, you know, 8 damage on board, right? 4 from the dragon, 4 from the rights. He's going to be able to do 4 this turn from the rights.
Oh, gonna offering your own amulet here.
Yeah, just kind of like cash it on in right now, draw some
Trying to get
cards.
his, I think Ryan K is like, I'm gonna try and heal as much as possible.
Yeah,
so
I
that
mean,
these Dracomancer's Rights doesn't just ping me down over
he
and
drew
over.
into that. I think he drew into that
Oh,
Dark
nice.
Offering.
Yeah, the Dark Offering into the Black Inscripture here. Oh,
Yeah.
man.
Well, I mean, being able to preserve a... Well, here's my own path to Purgatory. Oh, yes.
If we go to deck out, how do we react?
It's wild. I love how fast it was, and like we mentioned, just kind of like slowing down a little bit here. Here we have Unicorn Dancer. So she's like a 2/2 that can gain a little bit of life. Oh, that is just absolutely blasting her for 5.
No heal for you, please. And I do get the draw as well.
Yeah.
Oh, very nice. Very nice, Gerardo. And now it's your 10 play point turn. They have 5 play points open, and we do spy, like you said, another Acolyte's Light in hand.
Ooh,
There's
Forte.
but Forte can gain Aura, which means it's not targetable by Acolyte's Light.
That's true. I mean, Forte is kind of the card you want here. You don't have any more space, right? Gerardo only has 5 spaces available, and they are now all taken up.
We are playing Amulet Dragon.
Yeah, this is just, it's just all amulets and then Forte.
That's all you need, babe. Because now you can just go ahead and engage the Dragon Song Flute and get another 4 damage with the...
That is scary. Like, that's getting dangerously close to lethal range.
Wow, I kind of love Gerardo's more laid-back, controlling Dragon deck. It seems to be working out.
Yeah. I really dig the Path to Purgatory.
Oh, and it discards Trail of Light.
Trail of Light, yeah. Just the perfect one. Just and in case you didn't know, I'm gonna have like this suite of dragons in my back pocket.
Yeah.
Just in case.
Just a set dressing in the back.
Yeah. So, Path to Purgatory cracks. Doesn't
Do anything.
Doesn't
but
do
just
anything
to
basically.
to
Yeah.
get board space, basically.
Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. But I mean, like, Ryan is now on the back foot. He does have his own Purgatory, but notably, it is active. It is active. So
Yep.
I mean, this will clear the Forte at the end of the turn, which is good. You gets around that aura.
Definitely, you want to be getting that off the board as soon as possible.
But 2 Dracomancer's Rights and the flute. Oh, he's got the Kaguya to gain a little bit of life.
Ooh, okay, we're
That
back
saved
to
him.
7.
Saved him.
But remember that Gerardo did play his own path the turn before, meaning that his hand is once again got a lot of stuff in it.
Yep.
Which means that at any point in the game,
He's got gas.
the Imperial Dragoon can come down and Dracomancers will deal an additional 4 to whatever.
Just waiting for the
So
Dragoon.
it could be like 4 + 5, 9 damage. It could be
That's
something
true.
like that.
That's true,
You don't even need a full hand. You just need a good enough hand for the
Yeah.
Imperial Dragoon to clean up.
And when your opponent's sitting at 4, you just need like just a little bit, right?
Yeah, just a tiny bit left.
Or he should be a little bit higher, right? He gains
7.
some life.
Should be
Yeah,
7.
Yeah.
Man, this is a...
Another back and forth
This
nail
has been
biter.
yeah, I'm just like, I don't know who's going to win. I legitimately don't know.
I think it's all like, I don't want to say like draw dependent, but it's just like, I think it's anyone's game here. Gerardo does have a nice little suite
There's
of
Olivia.
dragons. Olivia?
Olivia in hand.
All right.
Struggling to see what's in Gerardo's hand now. I want to... There's Dragoon. I saw it. I saw it. I saw it.
Oh, no. How many?
Oh!
There it is. How many cards? 6? 6 to face.
Plus
and then
the 4
4.
from Dracomancer's
That's it.
Rights.
That's all she wrote. Let's see. Well, let's see. Let's play it out. Let's play it out. I think you're just kind of going through the motions here.
GG.
And there's the handshake. There's the handshake.
What a game,
The
Cal.
one of Dragoon got there, dude.
That was incredible. First of all, I got to shout out to Ryan K. This Haven Amulet deck getting
Sweet.
5-1 against the current field of competition, just being able to clear so many different things in the metagame. Dragoncraft might have been the worst matchup for them, honestly.
Yeah, I think so.
But then Gerardo, but still making it so close. And then Gerardo with that one of technology, That is so much damage, and we saw it pay off. And because the deck goes so much longer, you can afford to just have it as a one-of because it's your emergency button in the back.
Yeah, I mean, especially with like backed up by like 2 Dracomancers, right? That was nuts, dude. That was nuts. I love how fast it was initially, right? And then both decks kind of settled into their rhythm of what they want to do. I'm like, okay, now I feel comfortable. Haven was able to gain a bunch of life, stabilize the board, and then Dragon was like, hey, I'm going to present this incremental advantage over time and just kind of grind you out. Oh, it was excellent.
That was an incredible game. I am so happy we got to see it. And what a way to end the Swiss.
Yeah, yeah. And that's right. Yeah, that's the end of the Swiss rounds here.
So we're going to be, after this, going to a break as we tabulate who are the top 8 players of the day.
Yes.
And then we'll be back with the top 8 after that. But, you know, it is after a round, so why don't we do another round of trivia?
Yeah, let me get out the trivia. Let's see what we want to do today. Before I tell you what, or I pose the trivia question to you, be sure to type in, join in the chat to make sure you are viable to enter the giveaway. And of course, we are giving away a booster pack of set 3, as well as an Igni or different fight Evo point card.
Yeah. Those lucky Evo point cards could be yours. And they are signed, by the way. Me and Different Fight did do a session where we just signed a bunch of them specifically for this. So get ready to receive those.
Yeah.
All right. Let's take a look at the question, Cal. What is it?
All right. So let's go back to a craft we haven't seen too much today. Let's talk about Abyss once again, because we got to show some Abyss some love. So the question is going to center around one of Abyss's pretty powerful cards, I would say. So this is Azazel. So how much attack and defense does the evolved version of Azazel have?
Ooh. Participants, your options are: option A, is Azazel a 6/6? Option B, a 6/7. Option C, a 7/7. Or option D, a 7/6. Type your answer now, and remember to type join. So
right,
you can
exactly,
answer.
yeah.
All right, so remember, you have the chance to win a Flame of Levitine booster pack, as well as a signed Evo point from either me or Chris Different Fight.
Yeah, and don't forget to check your DMs. They will be DMing the winners directly.
Over on Twitch, I believe.
Yes.
Twitch Whispers, I think they're called.
Yes,
if
yeah.
I'm keeping up with the terminology. All right.
We're cool, we're hip.
Yeah, we're hip. We're not old. Anyway, we are going to be going to a longer break than usual as we prepare the top 8 bracket for you. But remember, you want to stay tuned to the stream because later today, we have a very exciting announcement for Shadowverse Evolve. Never before heard. And I mean that for both versions of the game.
If you haven't heard, it's super cool. Like, we've talked about it already. We haven't told you know what it is yet, but it's an incredibly exciting announcement. As a player of Shadowverse Evolve, I'm very excited for it, and so you will definitely want to stick around for it.
So make sure you stay tuned right at this channel, and we'll be back after this break for the top 8. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to another Shadowverse Evolve video, and this time something very special is in store. As you can see from the screen right in front of you, we have 2 boxes of Flame of Levitine, the set 3 releasing on February 2nd. Very excited to see what I can open in these boxes. What am I hoping for? Obviously, as a dragon guy, I'm hoping for Jabberwock. That looks like a lot of fun. I'm hoping for the new armed cards. Armed aggro looks like a way to play dragon that I didn't explore before. And also, of course, if I'm able to get the Millie Parfait collaboration cards or any leaders, that would be absolutely top tier. But I'm ready to get stuck into it. Thank you so much, Shadowverse Evolve, for sending me these boxes. Oh, there you have it. We got the Millie Parfait box topper leader. Very nice. Is that also in the other box? It is indeed. So now I can play Millie Parfait, the VTuber from Niji Sanji, in Shadowverse Evolve. We're gonna go side by side here, competing against myself. Which side is better, right? That's part of the process. 16 packs per box. What's in the box? Ah! Old man and old woman. Bane 1-2. It's actually not that bad of a drop, especially for 1 play point. Tin Soldier. If this card was put onto your field from anywhere other than your hand, put a Fable counter on it. Remove a Fable counter from this card. Select an enemy leader or enemy follower on the field and deal it 2 damage. Okay. A whole new trait to play around with Haven Craft. Armor Burst. There's an armed card. Select an armed follower on the field and an enemy follower on the field. Put the first follower into the owner's EX area. Deal 3 damage to the second and summon Draconic Weapon. So similar to what it does in the digital game. Furtive Fangs. Select a follower on the field for the rest of the turn. Has Strike. Select an enemy follower on the field and deal it X damage. X equals this follower's attack. Humpty Dumpty. It evolves for 0. What does the evolve form do, I wonder? Maisie, Red Riding Hood. If there is another Fable follower on your field, put a Fable counter on this card. Remove a Fable counter from this card. Select an enemy follower on the field and destroy it. Ah, so they adapted the effect similar to how it was in Wonderland Dreams, but instead of using neutrals as the way to proc it, it uses Fable cards. Very cool. We also have Mystic Queen, one of my favorite cards from the digital game. Select an enemy follower on the field and deal it X damage. X equals the number of chess followers on your field. Oh, it's time, boys. Chess is in Shadowverse Evolve, and here's the Draconic Weapon token as well. As usual, I'm going to organize it into golds in one pile, silvers and bronzes in another, and legendaries in another. And then anything past that requires my undivided attention. Okay, second pack. Ooh, Trinity Dragon. I was actually wanting this one. 2 play point, 3/2 Intimidate. Not bad for an aggro playstyle. Flower Princess. Put Fairy into your EX area. Combo 3. Put a Fable counter on this card. You can remove a Fable counter and engage this card. Select an enemy follower on the field and deal it 3 damage. So Fable for Forest seems like a controlling thing, according to this card anyway. Devilish Flautist. Rush. Discard a random card. Give this follower +1 attack and drain. Turbo your Necro Charge, which is important. Hammer Dragonute. Evolve this follower. Look at the top 4 cards of your deck. You may reveal an armed spell from among them and add it to your hand. Put the remaining cards on the bottom of your deck in any order. Okay, so if you're building a mostly armed deck, this could pull you Armor Burst, for example. Trombone Devil. Evolve this follower at the start of your end phase. If Sanguine is active for you, select an enemy leader or enemy follower on the field and deal it 3 damage. I assume the evolve might have something to do with activating that. Tilting at Windmills. You may put a follower from your hand onto your field and give it at the start of your end phase. Destroy this card. Quite expensive at 6, and you have to pay 3 every time you do this effect, but you might be able to cheat out like gigantic storms with this. Could be a nice meme. Baccharis. It's also a ghost, so it works with Masquerade